Bitcoin.
Yo! Welcome to BTC Sessions live from Calgary, Canada. First day of the Bitcoin Rodeo. We're just chilling at the Cax bar. They have a podcast studio in the bar. I've never seen that before. I'm absolutely dying, running on fumes. Have not recovered from the flight from Miami. I took a giant L. Miami, Montreal, Calgary. I don't know why they did that. It was unnecessary. I feel like they told me there was a flight from Orlando. I don't know what happened. Anyways, first day of the rodeo was absolutely awesome. Ben got so roasted that he started crying. No, just kidding. That didn't happen, but almost. Anyways, dude, how you doing, bro?
I'm good, man. I mean, I feel like, considering the throttling I took on stage today, I'm doing pretty well. But I will say it could have been worse. It could have been worse. My friend of 24 years was on the stage, and I will tell you, the ammunition that he spent was far less than the ammunition that he had. It could have been horrible. And I was expecting a few pictures that I know are in the archives to be on that screen, and they were not. And good, because they would have been career ending, let me tell you. So,
dude, it was a great friend to do that, right?
Yeah, well, he better be. I got him into Bitcoin. I think he's trying to.
He's trying to get back, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, that's a good friend. Anyways, also in the house, we got Mike from Bitcoin Mentor. How you doing, Mike?
Good, Nico. Good, Ben. Good to see you guys.
We're going down the YouTube rabbit hole earlier. That was a very interesting conversation. Of course, we got Austin in the house as well. How you doing, bro?
Oh, I'm doing just fine.
And where are you from, so people are unfamiliar?
Yeah, so I'm actually from Calgary. I'm practically native here. We operate out of Calgary. Our factory's here. Most of our staff are here.
What's the name of your company?
Cryptotherm Manufacturing.
What do you guys do?
Well, we are best known for building immersion infrastructure. That's how we kind of got our start. Now we've branched out into air-cooled containers, into natural gas, Bitcoin mining. We're now doing hybrid gas generator mining container combos. And we're also doing a really cool project, which is what I'm most excited about, which is a reactor project called WRT, which is Waste Reactor Technologies, which is turning tires into diesel and Bitcoin.
Oh, right on. That's awesome. That's awesome. Have you touched Ben's tip?
Have I touched his tip? I have not.
That's not legitimate company then.
And I think also you meant to say that was your second most exciting project on the go, because last night I posited you a potential project, which of course is clearly more exciting than any sort of reactor, and that is that I wanted to build a barrel sauna and heat it with a miner. And you said you were down for the task. Are you still down for the task without all the liquor in you that you had the night before?
Well, I can't speak to the second part of that quite yet. But no, the challenge of heating a barrel sauna with a Bitcoin miner is one that I accept. And yes, I probably shouldn't, but that is a challenge. Heating hot water, heating hot tubs, heating pools, heating greenhouses, heating commercial buildings, that's easy. That's done. Let's roll it out. Let's go. Heating a barrel sauna, I was like, I don't know how we're going to pull that one off, but we'll find a way.
I think you're just the man for the job, though. I've visited Austin at his facility before, and after about 3 or 4 minutes, he totally loses me in how complex of solutions he can come up with. And my capacity for understanding is tapped out, and I just do a lot of nodding and smiling and pretending. But I think you're just the man for the job, and then I'll be the second buyer.
You'll be the second buyer?
Yeah, I'll be the second buyer.
Yeah, but I want to be the second buyer.
Okay.
That's three. Nico, you're four?
Yeah, I'm into it for sure.
You don't really need one in Miami.
Yeah, but I'll buy one anyway just to support the business, bro.
Well, his second home is going to be here because he's going to be up here on the regular. So, and we're going to need another one for him and his wife, and they can take turns as the other is tending to the baby.
Wait, we're all in separate saunas?
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
We can we make a big one?
I mean, technically,
I guess.
after today and
Yeah.
all the information that was revealed about Ben, I would assume we would be all be in the same sauna,
yeah,
butt naked.
yeah.
I
And-
just figured you'd want to touch your tips in the sauna.
That's what I'm saying.
That's a definite possibility. I think so. Yeah. Well, so this was today was a good day. I feel like so it's nice for change. I've been on the road a lot the last little bit. I mean, you are always in and out of town. I mean, you are right now, so I guess you're still experiencing that. But I got to say, it's nice to have an event that is at home, and it's nice to have people come into Calgary. You kind of got some shit weather for the first few days, but it's gonna be nice for the rest of the week. And you're hanging around, and we're gonna go and out of town up to the lake. We're gonna go to the mountains. I think you're gonna see some Stampede. So we're gonna kick around and see some things. You were here last year. I remember we were pulling through Banff, and the gates, the little booths to pay your toll to get into the park. We pulled up to it, and they're these little log cabin things with like stone basins and everything around them.
You didn't skip it and just hold up your Bitcoin?
Yeah. Well, we pulled through it. Well,
Beyond.
we did skip it because I had a single person pass, and we just low key just went through. But nonetheless, we're going through it, and Nico looks and he's like, are those your toll booths for the park? Dude, you live in fucking Disneyland. And then we're driving through Banff. He's like, look at that light post. It has actual carved stone at the base of it. What is this place? He thought he was in a theme park or something.
Yeah, it's crazy. Banff is crazy. Like, I remember when we were leaving, and this was totally by coincidence, there was a bagpiper, and he was bagpiping, which is
As
like,
you do.
Right.
Was that at the Banff Springs?
Yeah.
At
like
the hotel?
no, at the hotel.
At the hotel,
The
Banff Springs
bagpiper.
Hotel. Yeah.
But he goes to, I think, the creator of Banff, the founder of Banff. Like, it's a statue pointing like this.
Yeah.
And the bagpiper, at a certain time of every day, he comes out and he plays that song towards that guy.
Okay.
Right. So, like, in my head, I'm like, holy shit.
I think Ben just arranged that for you.
No,
actually.
I don't know. In my head, I'm like, where the fuck does Ben live? Like I live in Miami. Like, you see things, but you don't see these types of things.
Yeah.
And I was surprised, and I wanted to come back the year after, for Bitcoin Rodeo. Had a great time. I brought my daughter and my wife this time, which was absolutely awesome. And I'm just excited. Like, Miami, like, people get excited. They're like, okay, it's a beach. It's a this. I live there. I live where most people vacation. So I have to kind of get out of my element and, go to these different places because I want those experiences. Right. Yeah. So it's a really awesome place. Very freedom minded. Everyone hates the government. It's awesome. And it's just good energy overall. Montreal's a little bit different.
Yeah, it's Montreal's a cool place, but an odd place in many respects. But it's really nice to have people here in Calgary. The day one has run great. I'm excited for day two. It's going to be a lot of fun. And speaking of out of town guests, somebody that I was very excited to have in was JP Sears.
Oh yeah.
And so he was part of the roast today. I did go to his comedy show a few nights before, one that, despite him saying that he's toured to some very left-leaning places and had a good reception, I feel like his set, he was able to pull off a lot more in Alberta than he would have anywhere else.
Where was it at?
It was at the Laugh Shop over at the Blackfoot Inn.
Oh yeah.
And he killed it. It was a lot of fun, a lot of big laughs. He was great, and then he did equally well at roasting me. And then I think the favorite roast that came out of JP Sears was when he was talking to Dave Bradley, and he said, "You look. I love the way you dress. It's like a mix between Brokeback Mountain and blockchain technology."
Dave would have just hated that.
It was
blockchain reference.
It was perfect.
His smile changed a little bit after that one.
He went a little bit harsher after that, but I don't know if we should repeat that one. Yeah. Not to be reposted.
We don't want to get Dave's bad side.
Yeah.
It was great. I really enjoyed, the conference. It was really special. The roast was very unique. I already see other Bitcoin conferences copying it. But, like I said it, like, during my bid, I said, this is either going to be a really stupid idea, like getting half autistic internet nerds to do stand-up comedy is either going to be really funny or like terrible. and it ended up being really funny. So shout out to Dave for coming up with the idea.
Yeah.
But I think he had the saving grace with JP on the sidelines.
Yeah.
You know, like JP was always going to rescue it if it got awkward and silent. But the audience was pretty playful and they're into it. So
Yeah.
it was a great time.
I gotta say, the guy that surprised me the most, and I don't want to say that I doubted him, but he kept on saying how much he had prepared for it. Who was Adam O'Brien from Bitcoin Well?
He did really good.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
he was the roast
Yeah.
master, and he introduced everybody, and so he had the most talking to do of anybody. And Adam's like a big personality when he steps into a room, but I was like, can he pull off the comedy too? But I gotta give credit where credit's due. He did nail it. So
Speak of the
oh,
devil.
there he
Yeah,
is. Speak of the devil. There
Yeah,
he is,
yeah.
Mr. Adam O'Brien, right there.
Well,
Roast master
when
extraordinaire.
he opened, when he was talking about all the amateur comedians,
Yeah.
and JP Sears was just kind of beside himself.
Yeah.
I thought Adam nailed that because he's like, JP's like, wait a minute, I'm like a pro, and they kept cutting him down with different
Yeah.
examples of, well, you're just kind of a YouTube comedian.
Yeah.
yeah, you're not a real comedian.
Yeah, we've got a
Yeah.
bunch of non-comedians,
Yeah.
and then we've got a YouTube comedian, which
Yeah.
is worse than a
Yeah.
non-comedian. I
Yeah.
thought, what did you think of JP? Was he pretty decent to you?
Oh yeah, he's probably one of my favorite. I just couldn't get the image out of my head of the life jackets on. I
Yeah.
kind of wish someone brought that up, but no, he's definitely one of my favorite comedians. Definitely one of my favorite Bitcoin comedians. So
We've got the peanut gallery outside in the studio.
someone's having some fun out there.
No, are we doxing him? I don't know if we're doxing him.
You got a
Or
celebrity.
there's
now.
this someone here that
Yeah, we got somebody, we won't let you know his handle.
I think the
great
camera
guy.
might have seen it, bro. It's pointing outside.
Yeah, well, I know, but nobody knows the handle.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh.
So, but
Well, I'm going to sign off, guys. I'm going to bring in the next guest.
Yeah.
So thanks for having me, and
Yeah.
enjoy the rest of the night, guys.
Yeah, if you can find Mr. Jeff from the Banff Hotel.
From the Banff,
I told him High Country Inn.
the High Country Inn.
So I'll explain who he is. Maybe you can
Okay.
go fishing.
I
out
don't
of
know
the
what he
audience.
looks like, so I'll have to ask a few people.
Yeah. Ask, and then you can queue up Adam because we can get him after. Maybe we'll just is Adam right here?
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
maybe look for
yeah.
Adam, and
Grab-
then in the meantime, I'll find Jeff.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds
Okay,
good.
all right.
Yeah,
See you
we'll
guys.
grab
Cheers.
Adam. Cool. Cheers. Signing off with Mike from Bitcoin Mentor, my co-founder. Glad to have him here, and soon to be joined by Mr. Adam O'Brien from Bitcoin Well, and many others. There, I see a lot of faces that are. Oh, Scott Deedles just shared his tit with me through the glass. I'm very glad at the angle of the camera right now. So
yeah, man. I mean, like when the
get messy.
when the jokes started cracking, when everyone started to find out Ben's sexual orientation, things started to change. His wife started looking at him differently. My tip got aroused. Of course, I'm talking about my hair, and just the conversation changed, and a lot of things were exposed. A lot of things were said. We got Adam O'Brien in the house, founder and CEO of Bitcoin Well, and he's gonna sit right next to me. Adam, how you doing, bro? You absolutely, what Sessions was talking about, you murked the roast, bro.
Oh,
You prepared, you over
yeah,
prepared.
you didn't suck.
You're a professional.
The logo.
Oh,
There we go.
Dude, that was fun. I really felt like I prepared for that. Like for
I was like, I don't want to say I doubted Adam, but the amount of times he told me he prepared so much, I was seriously wondering whether or not he could also pull off the comedy of it too. But you delivered. I've got to say, you delivered.
Oh,
and
thank you, bro.
and no holds barred too. I was
No.
a few of them. I was like, fuck.
yeah, man.
Oh,
Well,
God.
here's what happened. Because here's the funny thing that happens is you kind of get into the zone. You start like
Yeah.
I was like, I'm gonna make fun of Ben for being a dancer, but then you get going, and then there's a lot of people, and then by the end of it, like I wrote C-Funk's last, and like just straight up called her a pussy, and I wrote it. I was like, oof. And I was like, no, like this is it. This is what has to happen.
I liked it. You liked it.
I just couldn't. I was waiting for one of you guys to bring up that there was like 3 really big guys on a tiny little couch that was covered in a sheet. It was just hanging right out there for the taking. And I was like, someone's got to do it. Someone's got to do it. And then at the end, they're like, oh, the guys aren't on it. I'm like, yeah, but there's 2 big guys and a pussy now.
I had to sit in the pink chair that is not a nice chair.
No, some bad things have happened on that
Dude,
chair.
oh, yeah. And on top of it, you sink right in. So there's a picture of JP Sears. He's standing, and I think he's on the pedestal too. And then I'm in the chair.
And Dave beside you?
Yeah, and Dave beside me. And there's a picture like zoomed out. And somebody was like, why does BTC Sessions look like a small child right now? Because I'm like literally like 4 feet below JP Sears' head. And I'm
So-
it has nothing to do with him being a dancer.
yeah.
So one of our team members took a picture of me in the chair, you talking, and then Dave beside, like, was the next one beside. And it is exactly that. It's like just like the most hilarious. It's so funny.
Yeah, it was pretty solid. I had a lot of fun with it. I mean, everything today was a lot of good fun. I mean, it's nice to have. I was just saying to everybody, it's nice to have, these events in Alberta, in Calgary, like having the homegrown feel, but people and I we're trying to establish that as well with like these markets that we've been doing. Nico, you were at the SAP market yesterday.
Yo, right
it was a
on.
blast. You popped into the SAP market as well, correct? And you were a part of the last SAP market in March. Were you here for the first one? I can't remember. In December.
No, I didn't make it. I was planning on coming, but I couldn't make it down.
But we did have one of your ATMs here, which I got to demo to a few people.
Oh, sweet.
That was
At the SAP market.
Yeah, at the SAP market.
Amazing. Okay.
Yeah, so we had that. We were demoing that a little bit, but like we had 30 something vendors there.
Wow.
We filled out like I think the hall that we were in, it was big. It was like 9,000 square feet.
Dude,
or something. It was
Scott from Block Rewards was saying it was like way bigger than the one that we were at in March.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
30,
Yeah.
That's epic.
Yeah. And so it went, in my opinion, went really well. There's a dude named Art here locally to Calgary, and that dude is a legend because he put in so much work. He put in so much effort making sure everything ran smoothly. He had like labels out on the tables. He figured out where everything was going to go. The load in was smooth as hell. All the merchants were great. At the end of the day, we always do the giveaways at the end, and all the merchants are so generous, just like giving cool shit. We had
sick.
so many awesome giveaways at the end of it. And yeah, just like, and curious people coming in and everything. And so like, we've got big plans for the next one. I think that the cadence now that we're going after is twice a year.
Okay.
It gives enough anticipation, and it also gives a ton of build up to kind of to actually set things and really get the word out. And I think the goal is, come on in, man. We've got the next rotation of guests momentarily here, and he's going to be off to the side for a moment. But yeah, I think the goal for the next one is to get more non-Bitcoiners in the door and get them introduced. And so I guess this is a quasi announcement of what some of our plans are, but I want to throw it out there so that people can, so I can plant that little seedling in people's minds. But we want to do a multi-city simultaneous SAP market.
Let's go.
And so we want a Western Canada one. We'll do it here in Calgary. We want an Eastern Canada one, of course. We'd love to have something, a couple things happening in the US.
Yeah.
We'd love to have ones, it's tough when you get into like really distant time zones, but I think that we could coordinate a bunch of kind of North American and even South American SAP markets. And my goal is to have on the same day a simultaneous live stream between all of the SAP markets and like have a few of them chime in. And what we're trying to do is create this blueprint from what we built here and then serve that up to other people, prep them, help them get ready, say, hey, this is the next SAP market here. Join us on the same day and make it a big thing and make it a big of an event. And I don't want it to just be a market, but I want it to be like a community building event.
Yeah.
So like, let's have the market. This place is great. Hopefully we're trying to orange pill these guys. So, if you can check out Cax Bar on all of their
Don't
socials.
check them out, just spam them.
Yeah, spam them and tell them how much you loved the Bitcoin podcast that happened in their location. We've also set them up with a Lightning wallet, and we're tipping all the bar staff. So hopefully we can shower them with enough sats.
I really want to emphasize, I think you explained to me, and I heard you say it a few times about why the SAP market was like in your head and the vision for it. And it's something that hit me pretty hard in your ability to buy the products that you need once the banks are like, once you're debanked.
Yeah.
And like, I'm not sure if you saw, like, my wife was just debanked from Scotiabank.
Yeah.
Like, my stay-at-home, mother of 4 children is too scary for the, banks. Like,
those are the most dangerous types
the most
of people.
dangerous kinds, right?
I gotta say, I just don't want to be associated with this right wing extremism. Clearly, like, if you don't use intermediaries and custodians to transact, like, that makes you a dangerous individual.
Yeah.
So,
and it's crazy how that is actually what's going on.
yeah.
And so actually having the ability to spend sats, I kind of always saw it as, maybe a luxury, but like, tap it, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But it actually is quite an important part of the next phase. And I think you're bang on. It's not Walmart. Like, we don't need this at Starbucks. We don't need this at DoorDash or whatever. We need this with local producers who are feeling the same pains and who are either now or will be subject to the same problems and restrictions and censorship that we are a part of.
100%. Because like fundamentally what it boils down to is like Bitcoin is a grassroots movement. It's bottom up. It's definitely not top down.
Totally.
And with these other type of, companies and whatnot, these are very big corporate conglomerates, right? They're not really incentivized. They benefit from the fiat system. So who is incentivized to use an alternative? Well, someone that doesn't benefit from the fiat system, the lower middle classes, because they get disproportionately affected the most by the ravages of inflation. So what you're doing with this right-wing extremist market is, you're really spreading.
Is it a fringe market?
Fringe minority, the dangerous fringe minority.
Dude, the guy who's running it has blonde tips, bro. Like,
you can't trust a man with a blonde tip.
No. He's very dangerous. And right now he's wearing a time chain calendar. Like,
What does that even mean?
I don't know.
Did you hear the guy this morning, Dakota from he does a homestead? This is insane to me, and I hadn't really considered this, but he was talking about how on his farm they're giving out, like, the Alberta and Canadian governments are giving out money, like grants and loans and stuff for farmers, because this is a big piece of our economy. And he was saying that if you are not farming canola, otherwise known as rape seed, you do not qualify.
That shit is so demonetized now.
You don't qualify for the grants. He said you walk into a bank and you go to apply. You're like, I'm a farmer. Here's what I'm farming. I've got purchase orders for the next 3 years. I'm sold out inventory. Like, I just need working capital cash, and off we go. Like, I'm a producing member of society with the very clear product market fit. And you're giving out grants to my industry. So let's go. Like, nah, you have to farm canola. You have to farm the stuff that we want you to farm. And it's mind blowing. And I never really considered, just like, when you get down to the granular level, he's not in Bitcoin. Like, he's not doing anything, against the banks or anything. It's happening. The something window. What is that?
The Overton.
Overton
window.
Right. The Overton window is like boom, smash, like shattering, and it's gonna happen in droves. I mean, man, if this happened 15 years ago, even 5 years ago, I don't think we would have had a chance, because Lightning Network wasn't ready 5 years ago. You remember using it, like, it was so bad. Like, it was so bad. And frankly, it's still bad. Like, we still have lots of work to do. But I do think that finally we're at a point when, or where it's ready, and it's actually something that we can probably build upon. And so, yeah, man, I'm super stoked about this app market. I know too, my kids had a blast coloring pictures. The last one, they sold pictures for 2,000 sats.
Do you think, like, on that topic, do you think like an evolution of the sat market might be like a network of or registry of trades, like, directly with farmers, where people can use sats and bypass that problem? Like, hey, no, we want you to grow this organic stuff. We want you to grow what we want to grow. We're going to buy it directly from you, but we don't know the farmer next door because we don't live next door to him.
Yeah.
And how, like, can we use the sat market? Can we use this ecosystem to go and connect everyone? Like, we have the platforms, we have the people that want it. Everything's there. Like,
dude,
how do we transition? How do we do this?
Yeah, that's like a spin-off of Geyser. Like, I'm sure if someone who's growing grass-fed beef with purchase orders that are sold out.
Swagoo.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, if you are not if you appeal to the Bitcoiner ethos, which many people who are getting like debanked and excluded from the traditional fiat system are, like, yeah, you can absolutely put a cry out to the Bitcoiners and be like, hey, help me out. And Bitcoiners have to respond. We are in a position of power here, and the community is what's going to drive it.
But it doesn't even have to be like a help me out. It's like, hey, I have something you want.
Yeah, value for value.
Yeah, like there's a guy at the Sat Market that has the best jerky ever. Like, it doesn't make it home. He's gone before I get, like, just in the 30-minute drive home, he's gone. And like, I want that. I chased him down. I got his number. And I'm like, I need more of this stuff. It's like, we want that stuff because it's freaking delicious. And there's like farm fresh eggs, farm fresh produce that we can't get just because we don't know the farmer.
Yeah.
And
it's what you said. Like, it doubles as, like, it's not only like a market, but it also doubles as like a social gathering. Like what Adam was saying, of like-minded individuals. So even if you don't go to the next one, what I did this time is I made sure that I went to every single merchant and I bought something from them or established a relationship with them, because I don't even have to go to the next Sat Market. I will, Ben, but I don't have to go to the second one. But I have all those contacts, and there was someone selling eggs. Like, there was someone selling like organic mustard and whatever. And I'm sure as this continues to gather steam, especially in a city like Calgary that people just really despise the government, I think that it's a very powerful grassroots movement. And I think there is like this critical mass that we can reach where people are just like, I don't want to go to the supermarket. Like, I have someone who sells awesome eggs, and he refuses to make canola oil or whatever. So yeah, I have someone who makes awesome jerky. I was talking to, which is so crazy to me, this lady and her husband. Her name is Margarita, right? And she's Canadian, but she's Cuban, right? Which is like, to me, it's fucking crazy, because I'm like, I left Miami. I don't think there's going to be any Cubans here in Canada. And I hear her accent. I'm like, where are you from? She's like, Cuba. And I might just start talking Spanish. And all of a sudden I'm like, no matter where I go, it's there. But, she was selling awesome teas. Like, she was making really good teas. There is someone who was advocating for like kind of vaccine awareness, which is why I say it's a right-wing extremist marketplace. There was some guy selling mustard. There was a bunch of people selling like 3D printed stuff. And I think as that continues to gather momentum, as this grassroots movement really goes where I think we all think it's going to go, fuck centralized marketplace, fuck centralized government that's telling, that's absurd to me. Like, I thought we didn't have like a top-down control economy, but you're telling me about this canola that farmers are being forced to do it. It's indirect, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like indirect. It's like, we're not forcing you at a point of a gun. We're just saying you're going to go out of business if you don't do it.
Yeah, it's like,
right?
We've allowed the communists to put a third party.
I didn't want to say it because Ben is here. I want to be inclusive.
We want to be inclusive of Ben.
I mean, this is the most communist thing in the room.
But we've allowed them to introduce a kind of like a third hand into this fair trade. You got a fair trade handshake going on, and there's this ominous kind of all-powerful, all-seeing being that's removing the rights of both parties. And they're getting weaker. They can't hold on to each other, and they're becoming reliant on this. And, when you inflate the money, when you increase prices arbitrarily, you introduce middlemen that are useless and just suck value. All of a sudden, your costs and your wages go there. And so what happens is you do not have the power to maintain a proper product, and you actually need the handouts. They're like forcing you into a system where you are required to take handouts in order to just survive. Forget thrive anymore. Let's just survive. And when the handouts only come at a certain point, what do you do?
Yeah. It's again, like, the whole impetus for all of this is I saw it was late last year, and I saw a ton of people were really miffed and really, like, they were starting to bitch about
well, you see that? Venezuela versus Canada.
Oh, there we go. Oh.
There's that soccer.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know. Yeah, we don't know what soccer is here. We have a soccer team.
I had no idea, bro.
Yeah. But I mean, the whole impetus. I saw a lot of people worrying about, like, oh, what if they stop this? What if they stop this? What if they prevent us from getting into and out of Bitcoin and dollars and everything like that? and everybody was bitching, but nobody was doing a
Yeah,
fucking thing about it. It was driving me insane. I was like, guys, the only way that you actually get around that is if you're living on a Bitcoin standard and you're able to just directly get the things you need for Bitcoin. And so I was like, okay. And it was like 3 weeks out. I was like, cool, we'll find a spot. In 3 weeks, we're going to have a market. In my head, I'm like, holy shit, I'm totally not going to pull this off at all. But we did.
Yeah, man.
And we did. And if people are passionate about it, they want to be here. They want to do it. And so we put it together. And again, like, it's easy to tell somebody, you know, you're even in the sense of the market. At the end of the day, somebody could kick in that door and be like, all right, no more. You guys are out of here. No more markets. But if you've already established those relationships, what are they going to, don't be friends with your egg guy anymore. You're not allowed, you guys can't talk anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we're just going to have a coffee. You might have some eggs. I might have some sats.
Yeah.
We may accidentally leave with each other's goods. Like that's, but like at the end of the day, like you can't stop that.
No.
You can't go and clamp down on every single individual peer-to-peer transaction. And that's how we win. That's how we actually make this thing work. We need to know each other. We need to build relationships. We need to rely on each other. No man can be an island. You actually have to lean on each other, and we're stronger in numbers. And the numbers are fucking growing. I don't know if you can actually see into the bar here, but it's an awesome crowd.
Dude,
and
this is sick.
And it's gonna get bigger and stronger. And so, like, I guess like one of the things I want to say is we want this to happen more than just here. And we're already pulling inspiration from places where it already happened better and faster. And so, like, the challenge is, how does that happen in a metropolitan city? Right? Because we've seen it in small towns. We've seen it in, El Salvador. We've seen it in different places. But we haven't seen it, in my opinion, like convincingly in a large city yet. And like, I wouldn't say we've seen it here yet.
No.
Right? It's still, it's so infantile right now. It's so small. But I think there's something there. I think we can do it. And I think especially in a freedom-minded and freedom-oriented place such as Calgary and such as Alberta as a whole, you can start those pockets and you can start to grow, because that's what we've seen around the globe. We've seen, and we even just see it in Bitcoin events. You see these little communities, these little meetups just popping up, and it's just these little dots. It's like a positive pandemic, and you see these little dots on the map,
Online,
and they start to grow,
online.
and they start to grow, and then encapsulate each other. And like, I think that's what's happening.
It's like, it's the natural reset to, every single system starts simple out of necessity, and then it grows and inflates to a point of complexity.
Yeah.
And at that point, there are two options. You can try to unwind the thread of complexity and impossibleness, or you can blow it up and start with a brand new simple system. And what is more simple than direct me to you, from hard, like value for value, sound money for goods, or goods for sound money. And there it is. And I think that this is like the most natural progression that our world, but certainly our province can take. And it is amazing. The freedom mentality here is so good in Alberta.
I want to get another word from Austin here, because he's been at the SAP market, and his company Cryptotherm has been at the SAP market. I'm curious, like, just general, sentiments around this, and like how they feel about it. But then after I do, we have somebody standing by that I'd like to get in here as well. That's been also integral and like been super stoked about the SAP market and has implemented Bitcoin in his own business. So we'll maybe get him to jump in where Austin is momentarily. But Austin, I want to get some words from you in and around kind of your feelings around, I guess what you've experienced thus far. I know you've kind of been in and out, and the Cryptotherm team has kind of been there, but like, do you think we can do this? Like, I don't know.
If I didn't think you could do this, I wouldn't be there.
Fair.
Our product, we're not really selling anything. Like, we're not farmers. We're not selling eggs. We're not selling little things. We're at the SAP market to engage with the ecosystem and to build the community and to help support you and what you're doing. That's the fundamental reason why we're there, because we're like, hell yeah, this is great. We want this to blow up. We want to help grow the ecosystem, grow the community, grow the city, grow Bitcoin. So we're there for that. And yeah, absolutely, we think you can do this. I'd love to see this blow up. I freaking love the idea of doing simultaneous Bitcoin markets or sat markets all over the place. Like, that's phenomenal. And if we can get it to be like not just Calgary, not just Alberta, like west east, like, but like Alberta and Red Deer and Edmonton and Nanton, like, and just start going through the communities and like creating the ecosystem and bringing everyone together, and using Bitcoin as the catalyst for that. I think it's absolutely wonderful. I was just thinking like traditional farmers markets, which, you know, they've been successful, especially here. Everyone knows and loves them. But you basically do the same thing, but removing the merchant fees, removing the expensive little devices, removing all of that stuff, and just saying, hey, you want to transact with me? I want to transact with you. Let's take out everybody and just make it that. Yeah, and not destroy value in the process of doing that.
Totally, man. And like, destroy value is the piece there, because when you, like, Andrew Tate's got a wicked clip on this where he says, like, if you got $50 bill and you go get your hair cut, you give the barber $50. He takes that $50 and he goes back to the grocery store and buys $50 worth of groceries
after paying rent.
Yeah, sure. But like, let's just follow the money though. So he takes $50. The barber goes to the grocery store, buys $50. Grocery store buys $50, goes and buys whatever, some beef. Rancher takes $50 and then goes and buys coffee, and $50 moves around 5, 6, 7, 12, 15,000 times. When you introduce middlemen into the equation, you know, you go to the barbershop, $50. Well, now he only gets 48, and 48 goes to the grocer. And then the $48 turns into 46 after he pays the middleman. And then the 46 turns into, and you do that, you know, after, 50 times, 60 times, that money's gone. It's just evaporated. And it left the, you know, it's being bled out of the community every single time.
Well, and that's just talking cuts from transaction fees and like that middleman on that part. But like from traditional business, traditional retail, every middleman, every person along the supply chain wants to make 20 to 30% on that item.
Right.
And so if by the time an item gets manufactured, shipped, procured, stored, transmitted, brought to retail, and brought to your pockets, you're paying 4, 5, 6, 7 times what that thing is worth. And there's merchant fees all along the way. Like the cost is absolutely astronomical. And like on the conference in the last couple, or just today, a whole bunch of people are telling me how cheap things are in Europe. And they're like, their mind is blown how expensive similar things are in North America. And they're like, this is mind blowing. I was like, I thought things were expensive in France and England. I thought we were the ones that had the cheap stuff. They're like, no. This is absolutely backwards. Like there, you can go and get a coffee and it's actually cheap.
Wow.
Yeah. And because here, like the middlemen, the fees, the systems, the policies have just gotten so out of control that the merchants can't afford to give a good deal. The people can't afford to buy it. The shipping companies can't afford to import it. Like, so everything is going up, and it's not any one person's fault. It's everyone's collectively is along for this ride, along for this bullshit. No one can stop it. And they're all like, man, this is just the way it is. We're just going to do it. There's no other option. And that's what the market, what this ecosystem is like. No. There's other options. Like, let's bust right through this thing and let's say no. Like, sorry, if this thing is worth $1, I'm going to pay $1, and I want that $1 to go to the person who made it.
Yeah.
Like, is there anything wrong with that?
Yeah, 100%.
So.
And those intermediaries also, like, because there's only really like a handful of them. They've been deputized, right? And they have these like massive black hole compliance departments that, Adam, I'm sure you're very familiar with. And essentially, like, they're an arm of the state. So like if you're a bank or if you're one of these merchants, if you don't like follow the rules and regulations, like, you know, they can put you out of business.
Yeah.
So all these intermediaries are like, I'm going to follow the law because, you know, I don't want to go out of business. And even sometimes the law is unjust. Like, I mean, I think Ben was a victim of that with the Canadian truckers protest. Like, what happened was so beyond insane, but I think it showed an example of really how the government feels about your money. Like, they feel entitled to it, not only by feeling that they can just confiscate your money at the flick of a switch, but also they feel entitled to it via inflation. So they feel entitled to theft, which is absolutely crazy. And instead of fighting it on the political realm, which in my opinion, I think it's a losing battle because both parties fundamentally do the same thing. The way that the commies more than the right, but anyways, the point that I'm trying to say is like, if this grassroots movement really gathers some steam, they can't stop it. And if they do stop it, they show their cards in the process. Like that conversation is going to be insane. You are somehow a danger to society because you are buying your eggs directly from your farmer and you're transacting peer to peer with him. So they expose how they feel about you in the process.
I mean, I am a domestic terrorist. I can say as a domestic terrorist that, you know, when I do go and buy my eggs, that is immediately what I have in mind. I'm like, I can't wait for all of the death and destruction that will happen as I make my breakfast. So that is for sure top of mind in every one of those transactions. And I mean, I hate to say it, but like, look at me. That's just, I mean, you can cast some judgment right there. Yeah. So yeah. Eat eggs, destroy the world. I think that's the.
No, I mean, dude, it's like we're laughing about it, but like we were talking about a New York Times article earlier today.
Oh yeah, just today.
What was the headline?
Oh God, I can't. It's my phone's running the internet right now. It was oh God, it was so. Oh yeah. New York Times headline: opinion piece. The First Amendment is getting out of hand.
Like,
holy shit.
They're psychotic. And like, I think what's happening, like the phenomenon that's happening is like the disintermediation of information followed by the disintermediation of money. And I think governments really had a handful of media institutions. Like people thought that the media institutions were, I mean, in Canada, it's not so obvious, but in the US, like people perceive the media institutions as independent.
Yeah.
But the reality is that if there was a negative story the White House didn't like, they would just call the editor and be like, yo, don't run that. Yeah. Right. And I think what the internet has done is it's just freed, and you have mass scale peer-to-peer communication, and they have no idea what to deal with it. Like they can't help but to lie because they've been used to operating a system where they can just control things. Now they've lost control. And instead of saying, okay, you know what, I'm Joe Biden and, you know, this inflation thing is out of control, they just double down on the gaslighting. They're getting community noted in 4 different places. And instead of changing their behavior, they're just like, no, full tyranny, fuck these people. Yeah. This is the truth. You know, shut up. Like this is reality. And then that leads to another like very important question, which is, what is the role of government in people's lives? Like, what isn't the government supposed to be by the people, for the people? I think fiat has Frankensteined it into a creature of by the government, for the government. And I think individuals are the casualties of this over encroaching type of administrative state that continues to get bigger, fueled by the fiat money printer. And I think that these sat markets are a great way to fight back, because you see it as like narrative trench warfare. I do see what this peaceful revolution, the separation of money and state, as a movement, a type of warfare that's new to the specific moment in time that we're in, because it's not kinetic. Like we're not picking up rifles yet and going out and fighting. What we're doing is we're trying.
Yourself, Ben is cooking his eggs.
Look at this. Yeah. Do you know how many rounds I fire after each egg boils?
Oh man. But yeah, no, we're trying to win over the hearts and minds of individuals and get them to realize, like, look, it's not left versus right. You've been just brainwashed and fucked by the government. And we see this, Ben, like we cover this, right? All those TikTok videos, all those Twitter videos of these people having meltdowns, saying like, I work 2 jobs. Yeah. I don't understand why I can't get ahead. You know, it's our job as Bitcoiners to fundamentally wake them up and be like, look, bro, like Bitcoin is the solution to this. Bitcoin fixes this. It really does.
I want to
jump out and give it to my friend here.
Yeah. Austin, if people are looking at where to find you, where can they find what you're up to?
Cryptotherm.com, or search me up. The Bank CTM is my handle. My last name is Bank, so this makes sense. Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
Man.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers. All right, we're gonna get another gentleman in here. I'm gonna chat a little bit as he makes his way here, just to kind of tag on to what Nico was saying, and then we'll do an intro. But Yeah, I mean, it's insidious because we've gotten to a place where the government can not only gaslight, but they're dangling a carrot in front of people, and they're doing it in such a way where it's like, well, don't you want this? But all to the people that are going to receive it, but they also are saying, well, don't you want those people to have this carrot we're dangling in front of them? Unbeknownst to everybody else, where there's a much bigger carrot being served to the good old boys in the back.
Yeah.
And so it's like they've set up a system where it's like, well, we were doing the bad Twitter takes today, and one of them was a Biden tweet being like, now, we're going to get inflation under control by spending all this extra money and doing all these programs. We're gonna lower the cost of living for everybody by giving a bunch of money out. And obviously, what is not said there is we're not just giving money out to these things that sound really nice. We're also printing a fuckload of money for all the wars we're fighting, and for all of the special interest groups, and for all of the completely useless government programs, and funding whatever the hell we want. We're going to top up Nancy Pelosi's stock portfolio. We're going to do all kinds of great things with it. But on top of it, we're also going to sprinkle some breadcrumbs to these groups that you can't argue with. So it's like, don't you want us to rescue these people with the breadcrumbs? And everybody's like, yeah, but the other thing, they're like, well, you obviously hate these people that we're giving the breadcrumbs to. Are you a bigot? Like, that's the narrative, and it's just horrible. So I digress. I got it a bit. Let's do some fun intros now. Mr. Jeff, thank you for being here.
Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah. I'm gonna let you intro yourself. You have a wonderful establishment in Banff. You've been a part of the SAT market, and I want you to let people know in Banff.
Oh,
so please.
So my name is Jeff. As Ben was saying, I work in Banff. I'm actually the assistant general manager of the Banff High Country Inn.
Oh yeah, nice.
So we had a having party out there. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Nice to meet you, Nico.
Nice to meet you too, bro.
Watch you guys probably weekly. Adam as well. Nice to meet you guys.
Good to meet you, bro.
So like I was saying, I'm the assistant general manager there. It's a family business.
Awesome.
Started by my grandpa in the 80s when when interest rates were running up, like 20%, right?
Yo, isn't it crazy that we're in historical lows for interest rates right now?
Yes.
Everyone freaks out right now. Interest rates are so high, I can't afford anything. It's like, brother, the average for an interest rate is like, what is it, 8 to 10%, I think. And so you said 18 when you're
it was between 18 and almost up to 20%
when your grandfather started the inn.
He had one hotel.
Wow.
The hotel that I'm now assistant general manager of, he expanded and he needed to take out a loan for that. And all of his business friends were telling him he was nuts. He was insane for doing that. But he said, the mountains are always going to draw people. So this is going to work. And it did for our family. And now we're resurrecting the business. We're doing a complete renovation. We're putting $7 million back into the property. We're going to have a spa pool with a cold plunge, 2 hot tubs, sauna, steam room. We've got a brand new high-end Italian restaurant in there, Fat Ox. Call out to them. It's going to be a great place. We got a conference area as well. We'd like to host some small Bitcoin meetups there.
Let's go.
You'd like to, and you will. You will. You will.
Yes,
I
we will.
can't
And
wait
then-
to go back to Banff, bro. That's the money town in Canada.
Exactly.
When he went through there.
Dude, the bases of the stop signs are made of stone.
Oh yeah, you would not want to know what the town of Banff has made us spend on their sidewalk. That's on their property.
Dude,
but-
I mean, you don't even see that on South Beach. Like, you don't see that, right? So like, I was like,
money town.
I was like, damn, Ben is balling, bro. And then the bagpiper and the guy pointing. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Oh yeah,
Of course you do.
absolutely.
Okay, so who's the guy pointing? And the bagpiper goes to honor him every day. Was that Mr. Banff?
At the Banff Spring. You're talking about at the Banff Springs Hotel.
Yeah. Who's that guy?
Dude.
Is that
No,
did that
he
guy
started
know
the
your,
Banff Springs Hotel.
Did he know your grandfather?
Oh no, man, that was in like the 1880s. That was like the 1890s, man. No, my grandpa started in the business in 1965.
Okay.
65, so 50, 60 years.
Are you going to introduce a bagpiper?
We'll see, man. We got our hotel name, which has not been announced yet. Our new name. It has some Scottish roots there.
Ooh.
So I'll drop that tonight.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm
But
excited.
Might I suggest the Sat Country Inn?
The Sat Country Inn.
That would be great.
That's
we
for
do
sure not
we do
gonna
accept
be it.
Bitcoin for
He looks
purchases.
at you like, all right, I don't want to insult you. Your roast is over, but that was dumb.
The roast was great, by the way, guys.
That was fun.
That was great. I listened to it when I was at the gym. I caught that. But anyways, my question that I had when I came in here, you were already starting to answer it, which was
He's bottom if you're asking. Wait, was that not your question?
That was not my question.
Oh, sorry.
My question was, how do we go faster? How do we go further? How do we go bigger? And the answer that you guys were giving, which was because when I saw the SAP market yesterday, it filled me with joy, like that I have a place to, spend my Bitcoin. I agree. The tea was delicious there yesterday. The jerky, amazing. But it's so small. It's one small circle. How do we go bigger? And the simultaneous SAP market across Canada, across the United States, every major city in North America, that is how we protect ourselves against the central bank digital currency that is coming.
100%.
We cannot wait 15 years for payments to come to the enterprise. We have to move faster. There are obviously technologies that are coming up that can help us move faster, but I think the SATS market is a protection against the CBDCs. What do you think about that, Nico?
Yeah, I mean, dude, I think you're absolutely right. It's kind of like what I was referencing before. Like, this is Stalingrad. Like, we are fighting block by block, trying to win over the hearts and minds of individuals. Like, literally, it's like about convincing people around you that it's not left versus right, it's not liberal versus conservative. It's really the party of green, the party of fiat, nihilism, war, central bank digital currencies, and slavery, versus the party of Bitcoin, the party of opportunity, hope, prosperity, all the good stuff that we like, adopting a Bitcoin standard. That's really what it is. This is narrative trench warfare, hand-to-hand combat on the battlegrounds of the internet. And every single day, you got to put the pressure on. But I'll tell you what, they're fucking losing. And the reason that they're losing is you have to pay attention to the details. So about a week or two ago, Christine Lagarde posted. Christine Lagarde, by the way, is the head of the European Central Bank. She's Opti's ex-girlfriend. And she posted basically an announcement of the European Central Bank digital currency. But if you read in between the lines, they don't call it a CBDC anymore. They call it a digital euro. Why? They changed the marketing. You want to know why they changed the marketing? Because we absolutely wreck them on Twitter. Right?
Yes.
So this is what I mean. Like, you don't need a following. You just need to get in the trenches. Like, every time you see Biden or Christine Lagarde lie, you literally get in the comment section and you just meme them out of existence, metaphorically, YouTube. Right? So like, that's how you win. Right? And then the on the ground, because this is a war, right? The on the ground initiative is something like the SAP market, something like the Bitcoin Rodeo, right? Where you're just kind of bringing people together. But the hardest thing to do, in my opinion, making media for so long, is breaking the Bitcoin echo chamber. It is so fucking hard because people just don't care. Like, they just don't care. They don't care until things break. And when things break, it's already too little too late. If I go up to a Venezuelan and I tell them, hey, this is Bitcoin, they'll be like, how do I use that? That sounds amazing. If I go to an American or a Canadian, I said, this is Bitcoin, they'll be like, have you heard of Doge? Right? Because the necessity is not there for them to adopt something that's going to be the determining factor of whether they can or cannot put food on the table, right? Yeah. So it's our job of us that lived, to quote your friend, Alex Gladstein, we live in countries that have financial privilege. We do. Like, we have a relatively stable fiat currency that isn't stealing from us enough for us to question. So for us to ask a very important question, which is, what is money? Why should money lose purchasing power in order to function? If we get 10%, 15% of society asking that question, we will fucking win. And there's absolutely nothing they could do about it because they don't have a reason. Like, there's a social contract for taxation. Somehow they psyoped us, right? That was World War II in the United States, where they made the income tax permanent. So they psyoped us. So it's like a social contract. Everyone's brainwashed. Income tax, yes. Govern me harder, right? Okay. They won that. But what they never got people to accept is the hidden tax of inflation. No one is aware of it, which means, and every time it gets highlighted, they gaslight you. There was Charlie Kirk, and he's a great YouTuber, like kind of like big in the conservative movement in the United States. And he kind of does these Ask Me Anythings in these universities.
Yeah, the college campus stuff.
And he goes and he's like, he goes to the, to the student. He's like, so you learned economics? And the guy's like, yeah. He's like, have you heard of Thomas Sowell and Hayek? And he's like, no. He's like, you haven't learned economics yet. So exactly, the institutions of higher learning. Exactly, and you pay for it. It's like govern me harder, right?
Yeah.
The institutions of higher learning are literally indoctrination fucking zones, and they make you feel good by giving you a piece of paper. And then you're like tens of thousands of dollars in debt.
Well, but this is the losing game, is that exactly what you said. You're tens of thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, and you get into the quasi-free market and you can't find a fucking job because they've just trained you to be a useful idiot. Like you're useful to the state, and you can go and you can do menial tasks, but you've not actually learned anything useful. You've not learned independent thought. You've not learned to do much else other than maybe get a government job.
Yeah.
And that's definitely what they want, because they want you dependent on the government to exist.
What do you mean I can't get a job studying horse gender studies? Like, that's crazy. Right? But that's essentially what it is. It's a whole broken system. Adam was talking about the canola thing earlier. I think it was Breedlove that actually initially said this, and it really opened my eyes. He basically said something along the lines of, if a country have a central bank, it's already halfway communist. Right. The fifth tenet of the Communist Manifesto is the necessity for the central bank. Why? Because it's an effective wealth redistribution mechanism from the lower and middle classes back to the very wealthy and back to the government. Right. So not only do we have progressive income tax, they psyop the population into that, but we also have, I would say, the most regressive tax of all, which is the regressive tax of inflation. Now, everything that I just said is completely out of the fucking Overton window for a normie, and they will literally flee.
Yeah.
They will flee. They will not talk to me. They're like, this kid is fucking psychotic.
Yeah. So what percentage of people out there, Americans, Canadians, just keep it there, what percentage are awake? What percentage on this topic? They're obviously noticing it. You're seeing it in the YouTube videos. You're seeing it in the Instagram videos, right? Like Ben was saying, the girls that are the nurses that are crying in their cars, right? You're seeing those.
But they're not awake yet, though. They're genuinely confused. I think it's a small number.
Yeah, it's a very small number.
I don't know, something like 10, 11% is kind of what's coming in my head.
And the people that are confused, again, they don't go beyond because we've not been taught to do this, is they don't go beyond the initial, right? And so like, again, the example that I was talking about today, we were chatting about it in our panel. It's people only have the deductive mechanism to say, I bought something, it was expensive, you sold it to me.
Yep.
You're the problem.
Yeah.
Not knowing that it goes far, far deeper than that. And when you have something like a currency that's meant to represent all the goods and services in an entire society that increases in terms of monetary units, just because you increase the monetary units doesn't mean there's more stuff. And the issue comes about when you increase the monetary units, but you give the additional to a certain set of people, which means that the percentage of total stuff that you own as somebody that's not next to the money spigot is way less. So if your bank account showed 1%, even though you're getting those stimmy checks and they feel great, your percentage is going down. And if you could see that number, you would be
staggering.
You would be burning down buildings.
I had this conversation with someone in 2017 or 2018. We're talking about Bitcoin, and he says that he's hesitant to go into Bitcoin to buy Bitcoin because of volatility. My argument on this for the last 8 years has been the entire world's volatile. You already live in a volatile world. However, you measure things in the volatility. You are not measuring the thing outside of volatility. And like you said, when you've got $1, if you measured $1 as far as purchasing power, you would see how incredibly volatile that dollar actually is. And we see it in these crazy micro trends that are starting to occur, and they're like little tornadoes that appear inside of our like quasi free market that are still like, it's like the canary in the coal mine. You see lumber, you know, go up 40x over the span of like, you know, it's like, well, why did how come it cost me 4 times as much to build a shed? It's like, well, because the raw materials are just so much more. It's like, well, that's weird. Lumber is volatile. Then you go to the grocery store. Why are apples so expensive today? Oh, that's weird. Apples are volatile. Gas is getting expensive too. Oh, that's weird. Gas is no. The thing you measure, the thing you want to buy in is volatile. And when you actually look at, you know, hours worked or effort or like the root value of the purchasing power, you realize that it's actually just the measurement tool that is changing, not the actual things themselves.
Adam, are you trying to tell me it's not Putin's inflation?
Wow, hey, let's not get too crazy.
I was told.
Is there a gunman outside? What's happening here?
I was told that this is Putin's inflation tax. Is that not the
Dude, he
fact
clearly
of the matter?
has his hand in the Canadian economy.
I think so. Deeply so.
It's 100% Putin. No, but like I mean, like it's you know it's absolutely crazy. And to kind of go back to like one of your original questions, like I'm so bullish on South America. The West, like the bread and circuses are really strong, right? Like if I go up to my normie friends in Miami, like they're like, "Yo, did you guys see the meme of the dude on the grill?" And you like told
Catch
them
the
everything
game last
about it?
night?
Like catch the game last night. Like it's hardcore, right? Like the lifestyle, the quality of life is, despite inflation, is still absurdly high. So people are just not incentivized to, like in Nigeria or Venezuela or those countries. Like people are like, yo, this Bitcoin shit is awesome, because for them, it's like the determining factor of whether they're going to be able to put food on the table or not. Right. So, but again, this goes back to what I was initially saying is, and I think it was actually Jeff Booth who told me this, right? But he said like, basically the countries that are farthest away from the monopoly, like the benefits of the money printer, are going to be the first ones to adopt an alternative. Right. And I think we're already kind of starting to see the flame of freedom, specifically in El Salvador and Argentina. And I think that's going to spread. Like, I think people are sick and tired. They want something different. And I think what Nayib Bukele has done is just absolutely incredible, because, and again, I don't think that it's a coincidence that the most popular president in the Americas is also the president that made Bitcoin legal tender. I think what you see is essentially he fixed the base layer of society. Money's half of every transaction. It's corrupted. It's broken. He literally fixed the base layer. All of a sudden, the politician that was elected is actually doing the things that he said he was going to do if he got elected, right? I don't think that's a coincidence.
The crazy thing too is, I don't think he's so popular because he introduced Bitcoin and brought Bitcoin in as legal tender. But I think the mindset and thesis that drove him to make that action is actually what makes him like so popular and also so good and so based as a politician.
And here's the unique thing. So it's a tricky thing, because it's a bit of walking a tightrope, and to a degree. So going down to what I'll say, going to El Salvador the first time, my experience was that, number one, life for everybody there compared to 2-3 years ago is meaningfully better.
Yeah.
Every person I talked to, they're like, oh my God, 2-3 years ago, it was a nightmare. Like it was, and like everything has changed. I am so much better off. I'm so much happier. I'm so much safer. Now, the thing is that this has been done because of it was able to be done so quickly because, well, it was
a dictator.
They got a pretty good dictator.
They got a good dictator.
He's a pretty rad dictator.
Yeah.
I've got to say,
Yeah.
of the dictators, he's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
but like
a dictator nonetheless.
Yeah. So the tricky part is that they got somebody that's able to exert this top-down control, but he's done so in a very good way because he kind of gets what's actually going to benefit society the most and what's going to bolster his country, which was in the doldrums of like, it was the murder capital of the planet.
Dude.
And it was like one of the poorest nations on earth. And he's completely started to turn it around. First of all, it's safer than being in a major U.S. city, which is insane. Like their homicide rate is below that of the U.S. Furthermore, you're seeing like the hope that this is bringing, and not everybody in the country gets it yet, obviously, and not everybody in the country has adopted a Bitcoin standard, because it's even with top-down control, you can't really enforce that. Like people have to kind of come to it, which is obviously very understandable. But the tricky bit is that obviously, like as Bitcoiners, and for myself, I'm very part of society is I believe that people have to also make their own mistakes and figure shit out, and then like the free market figures out like, oh, this is actually the most beneficial for all of us. Oddly enough, there's a weird mix with Bukele where I think he's altruistic in his actions, and I think that he's done a good job, and I think even if he were to change his tune and be and have some ill intent, he's already introduced this freedom technology to all of his constituents that I don't think he'd be able to dial it back at this time.
Dude,
at this point,
I think Pandora's box is open there, and I think too.
Yeah.
I think the reason he it's this interesting concept. I was listening to one of his recent speeches, and he talked a lot about his legacy. And it struck me that politicians in America have, and he said, entitled legacy. They feel entitled to your tax. They feel entitled to your value. They feel entitled to you. You're your slave owner. And a politician not in the Great West needs to earn the legacy. And previously, it was thought, well, I will kill a bunch of people to earn legacy of few. And I think Bukele is the first of probably many of the future to realize, oh, I have to take the long path, the hard path, to actually benefit society. That is the only way to earn my legacy. And I think, I hope that people in the West, because I think we do have it, we definitely have a better quality of life in the short term, but we have a declining country. I think that what you said, everyone in El Salvador is like, this is so much better than it was 2 or 3 years ago. Everybody in Canada and the US is like, this is so much worse.
There's something that stands out there too, is because it's an interesting it's interesting in the dynamic, and I've talked about this in terms of like, I earn Bitcoin, I charge in Bitcoin, and there's a psychological mechanism where if somebody is going to gain something, they're a little bit less likely to act than if they don't act, they're going to lose something they already have.
Right.
And so for me, that meant I want Bitcoin when I'm sending out invoices, and people are used to paying in dollars. And so before, a lot of the approach was, oh, we'll charge we'll give a discount for Bitcoin. That shit doesn't work, because people see that as like, oh, I'm going to gain something extra, but like, I got to do this work first and that. But like, when you present a price and then they go to pay and it's like, oh, are you paying in dollars? Yeah, that's like 20% more, man. They're like, 20% more?
I guess I'll do the work.
I guess I'll learn this other thing, because I don't want to lose this all this money that I would have kept otherwise. There's a weird thing in the brain. And so what you're talking about here in comparison to like El Salvador, it's like, that's why the adoption is going to take time, because they're going to gain something that they didn't previously have. But also conversely in Canada, if people get it, it's like, I'm losing shit that I'm used to.
Totally.
And that's why people are super mad right now.
Totally.
People are pissed because they were getting paid. Okay, I got my groceries and I got my rent sorted. I think I can just scrape by. I'm good. And then all of a sudden it's like, no, you got to choose rent or groceries. And people are like, no, I'm not down with that. I'm fucking mad.
Yeah.
And this is where shit boils over quickly. And I think that even though there's been countries that have had it worse, it's almost like they're going to react less initially because they've had it so bad already. But when you've had it good and then it starts to get bad and then it gets worse and then it gets really bad, that's when shit boils over.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we're going to see in the West. And gentlemen, what I'm going to do, I'm going to let you guys chat a little bit, but I'm also going to make sure we're not just talking to ourselves, by checking. I'm gonna check the stream, make sure it's all good, and then I'll let you guys chat, and I'm also
we're good.
Okay, we're good.
We're good.
Okay, cool. But I'm also gonna I'm gonna do a little check of the crowd, and I'm gonna see if I can find a couple other gentlemen to peek in here. What time are we at? Just so I know.
It is almost 11.
Almost 11.
Holy crap!
Which means
Okay.
it's basically almost midnight, which means it's almost tomorrow.
Okay.
I don't know what else.
So we're gonna run this for another maybe like 11:30, but I'm gonna see if I can find a couple gentlemen out there to join us.
One more thing, and then I'll out of here.
Okay, you stick around until I get back.
So, what you're saying is that in the global south, they're further ahead in this monetary debasement, and so they understand the proposition that is Bitcoin. How do we bring Canadians and Americans, North America? How do we take that knowledge that is where we will end up? That is ultimately where we will end up. Maybe it's 10 years. How do we bring that forward? Is it necessary, to use a Christian analogy, do we need to actually bring the bad news of central bank digital currencies, the bad news of inflation? Is that what we need to actually put out there before we bring in the good news of Bitcoin?
Yeah, I think like, so
to wake these people up.
I think that there's no way to wake them up unless shit breaks. I think that like creates the biggest catalyst, the biggest thing from orange pilling people this many years. It seems like number go up technology seems to be the biggest convincer. What do I mean by that? So you tell someone about Bitcoin 2016, 2017, and they remember when the price was at like under $1,000, and then you go and you poke them, at 2024, and the price is at 60,000, right? Like that, for a lot of people, first of all, it's a humility test. And second of all, it kind of creates the incentive. You're like, holy shit, I just should have listened to him. What the fuck was my financial advisor telling me? Did he beat the returns that Bitcoin did over these many years? No.
Yes.
And kind of going back to this idea of Bukele and like what I think is really like going on. I think the phenomenon is quite simple. I think politicians in the West have normalized theft. So like in every facet of life, theft has been the norm. And you see the symbolism of this when you see like a bunch of people just rushing into a department store and they're just looting it and they're just okay with it. There's a sign in San Francisco that says, please don't steal over $900. What Bukele did is he just came in there and he says, I'm going to protect property rights. That's it.
Yes.
So all of a sudden, if you're a property owner, if you're a good citizen, it actually benefits you, right? Versus in the West, if you're a good citizen, they tax you harder. It's like you're punished for being good. And that, of course, creates a misalignment of incentives. And I think that virus is spread all over the West. It's this normalization of theft. Like, that's what it boils down to. You mentioned a Christian reference earlier. What does it say? Don't steal from fucking people.
Yes.
I think there's a spiritual component that people living on the fiat standard, I think inherently it corrupts their soul because the money that they're using is constantly stealing from them. And it's not being stolen from to, okay, we're going to redistribute. It's being stolen from and it's given to, it's used to fund wars. It's used to fund really evil shit, right? I've seen the phenomenon in Bitcoin so many times. There's a spiritual component to it. I'm 100% convinced that people that adopt a Bitcoin standard, all of a sudden, they have hope for the better future. They have a come to Jesus moment. It's very fucking surreal, right? Like it's like they become more spiritual in their way, I've seen communist Bitcoiners redefine, communist definitions to fit their worldview. But at the end of the day, like I don't give a shit if you call communist capitalism, you believe in private property rights, right? So that's what I'm trying to tell you is that like I think our job is not to really force people, not to really like coerce people into thinking it. Our only job is to get people to take the orange pill, and you don't change Bitcoin, Bitcoin changes you. That's it. That's all you got to do. Yeah. Like just convince the person next to you, even if he's like a full on commie, do not debate him. So be like, here's an orange pill, it makes you richer. Even commies want to get richer, right? And they take the orange pill. Within 6 months, they're like, number go up. This is great. And I've seen it change people like mentally on the inside. It's fucking crazy.
Absolutely. It's changed us all.
But it is.
There's
What?
so many people that are still asleep, right? That's still the corporate media. They're waiting for their instructions, right?
Yeah.
The whole Biden debate debacle, right? That is an example of it, right?
Sure.
What did 2 years ago? What were we all seeing? We were seeing an old, fragile man who was losing his sharpness. He was stumbling downstairs. We were seeing that. The left was not seeing that until they were told by CNN, MSNBC, all of these other news networks that, okay, we're not gonna back this guy anymore.
Yeah.
We need to get someone else.
You hit it on the head there. It's culture. And it's going to be the culture that helps this or really propels this transition into the future. Because I don't actually think Bitcoin is ready for the masses. And I don't actually think that the masses, like, we as Bitcoiners know what's on the other side of the abundance that a Bitcoin standard will bring us. But we, as Bitcoiners, most of us are going to be visionaries. Most of us are going to be able to see 100 years into the future and actually be able to think and have passion for the greater good. What I think our weakness is, and we fail to realize is that it is an immense amount of pain to go through that. Much like growing muscles and much like getting stronger, getting off the drug of fiat, we are going to go through an insane withdrawal.
Yeah.
And we're not in withdrawal right now. We are still in the back alley with needles in our arms. We haven't even started the recovery process yet. And we, right? The leaders, the ones that see the writing on the wall, we need to make sure that we're ready with a strong culture, welcome, open arms, the whether it's going to be content or education or products and services or whatever it might be. When we're ready for that, and we just need to keep sharpening our axe, sharpen the axe, sharpen the axe, sharpen the axe, sharpen the axe, so that the culture will follow us once we are, because it happens. And every drug dealer or every drug addict goes dead or recovered. Those are the two options there. And as a fiat drug addict, we are going to go dead or recovered. But both of those roads have pain.
Yep.
And we need to be ready to help ease the pain. The doctors, we are the ones that have the cure. We have the orange pills. Man, this analogy is hitting. We have the right way to manage the withdrawal symptoms, but we have to acknowledge that. I think we have to be open about it. And I think that's what's going to get us down the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
It's going to be like the again, it's combat. Like, it's like, I don't see it any other way. And it's just like, what can we do? Like, what can we do to accelerate, right? Like, what can we do to accelerate this transition? And then how many people can you save in the process, right? And then how many people want to be saved, right? Because I see this reaction from so many of my normie friends. It's like, you tell them about Bitcoin and they're like, look at you like, all right, bro, like, why do I need that, right? So yeah, I think it's going to be a long journey. I think things are going to have to break, like Adam said, before people just kind of wake the F up. And unfortunately, I think that's the destiny of the West. Like, it's just like, it's decadence. Like, the same thing happened to the Roman Empire. They did the same shit. Yeah. They debased the currency. It was like the same thing. And then the bread and circuses literally comes from that era, that line, right? So yeah, I mean, I think we have a very long and tumultuous journey. I have no doubt in my mind that we're going to win. What I think keeps me up a little bit at night is the transition, because there's a lot of uncertainty. I think there's really positive developments that have been happening, like the fact that you have the Orange Man like going up there and saying, if
his scriptwriter is so good.
Yeah,
he's crushing it.
Yeah, and they're working with Bitcoin Mag, to tell him so that he can say the right things. And you have him basically promising he'll free Ross, right? You have him promising, I'll protect self-custody, I'll protect Bitcoin Mag. And it's not that I trust him. It's that, like, I know what the other guy's doing. The other guy's like an enemy of mine, right? And I remember, like, I was like, I have to stay neutral on my show. I have to stay neutral on my show. And then I got so pissed off the moment they put one of us in a box. Like, the moment that they put the privacy developers in a box, I lost it. I got so upset, because remember, no fucking banker went to jail for 2008. What they did in 2008 was a crime. It was a crime against humanity, right? And no one paid the price for that. It's up because we're writing code. Like, that's insane. But I think it's like, it's the symbolism in it. It's the symbolism. Like, they're protecting the system of theft. The moment they arrested Roger Ver, it wasn't they arrested him because they're like, okay, he committed a crime. They're setting an example and basically saying it doesn't matter where you are around the world, the tentacles of the US government can get you anywhere. It doesn't matter if you have Bitcoin as money. So, you know, this has all been predicted in the book, The Sovereign Individual. They fucking lined this shit up and they absolutely nailed it.
And they'll arrest more people.
Yes, there's going to be more victims, but I think incentives are on our side, and all they have is coercion and ideology. Like, their control on legacy media, like, that's not effective anymore. Like, what happened with Biden was so symbolic because they freaked out and they set up that debate in such a way that it was like there was absolutely no way that, like, they limited the time. They cut off Trump's mic, right? Like, it was perfect for Biden to just come through, but no amount of lies, no amount of bullshit hid the truth. And then they all changed tune. We must replace Biden. It's like a fucking hive mind. It was crazy, right?
I think it was prepared. I think the media was prepared in advance for that.
Dude,
inevitability.
For sure. And what I'm really bullish about is the rise of independent content, which I believe is still in its infancy, right? The biggest broadcasters in the world are not legacy media. It's Tucker, it's Joe Rogan, right? Dude smokes DMT, kills elk, and smokes weed on his podcast, right? Like, people are sick and tired of, like, watching non-tips. They want to see tips. They want to see tips in their life. They're over it. They're tired, right? They're tired of the person in the suit on TV hiding behind CNBC telling them bullshit, you know? So that's my take, and I got to go to the bathroom.
Absolutely. I'll let Scott get in here, but yeah, nice to meet you guys. And Adam, I want to get a Bitcoin ATM in the high country.
Let's do it, man.
And I want to have
all
you guys out either before the reno or after. Definitely after the reno in February. We'll
Adam, you get to chat as we musical chairs our way in here.
I'm just going to talk alone.
All right. Well,
this episode is brought to you by bitcoinworld.com/Adam. I'm throwing a new promo code in the mix.
Scott, you try and go around without dropping things. And if you can,
want me to stay? Yeah.
Hang out, and then maybe in like 5 minutes, you go and snag. It would be kind of cool to get BJ in here for the tail end. Would be pretty awesome. But let's chat. Scott, all I'll say is just talk into the logo there at the front of the mic, and you'll be golden. But good to have you, man. How you doing?
I'm good, man. Do you guys want to talk about Bitcoin or?
I love one of the comments I saw online. How dare you bring up Bitcoin at this drinking conference? Scott, how you doing? You were just on the show very, very recently. It was you, it was JP, and it was Dave Bradley.
Yeah.
And we were just chatting about what was about to happen here. We're halfway through it. How's it been for you so far?
I would say, JP did a really good job with the roast. Hey, we were like, for a guy to walk into being the only person who didn't know anybody really in there, and really, quite frankly, let Dave have it. Hey, like,
as deserved.
Meets blockchain technology. So savage.
It was so good. It was so good. Yeah, it was great, man. And now I got to say also a big thank you to you and your company for once again being a part of the SAT market. If you guys don't know, Scott, he makes a trek in to be part of the SAT market. Like and are you flying or driving?
This time we drove with the whole crew, but
it's like 8 hours, man.
Yeah,
that's an 8-hour drive to come in for part of the SAT market, which is insane.
I keep hearing that there's going to be some kind of like boy band dance party, and it hasn't happened yet. So this is why I make the trip every time.
One of these days, I feel like I'm formula. So I was just in Prague, and they do this thing called not just in Prague, but in a lot of the conferences, they do something called Satoshi Nakamoto.
Yeah,
and it's pretty epic. Like I'm gonna say, like a bunch of Bitcoiners are talented, can play instruments and like can sing and everything. I can pretend to sing. I don't know how to play an instrument. So the people that were actually talented were on before me. So you know Knut Svanholm, and he's awesome, like an awesome Bitcoin thinker, has written a bunch of books, his podcast and everything. But
also, a lot of people don't realize that he was in like a heavy metal rock band before,
Okay.
like full, and he had like the long grunge hair and everything. And it was like, if you look up some of the old like music videos of his, it's epic. And he can just rip on the guitar, and he can just scream out a song like nothing else. And so like they're doing all these hardcore songs, and then Mike Jamras, who puts these things on, he's like, oh, you should do something cool. And he's like, I mean, like people could play, or you could just do like a backing track. That's fine. So like glorified karaoke. And so I'm like, cool. I got a few songs, and I like show him the songs. He's like, come on, man, work with me here. What are you doing to me? You're killing me,
bro. This is One Direction in their prime.
Yeah.
this is what inspired the look.
And then I started throwing out some classics. I'm like, what about some like My Girl? And he's like, bro, what the? Anyways, I did My Girl. so I did My Girl. I fucking killed it, you guys. I killed it.
Yeah.
No, it was a lot of fun. And then I did some like you know what I did? I did a 90s like alt rock band called The Calling, Wherever You Will Go. Do you remember that song?
No,
nobody does, and nobody enjoyed it. No, it went over okay. But I will say that Joe Nakamoto, aka Joe Hall,
dude,
he is the one guy who's like, I love that song. I was like, this one's for you, man.
Joe Nakamoto is like has the most pleasing. He's the most pleasing like MC. No offense to
the
yeah.
most
No,
likable,
I got it. I don't have the nice British voice, and he's so articulate and everything. Yeah, no, he's great. But
So how did you feel about the roast? Was it?
It was, you know what? It was far kinder than it could have been. It was far kinder, and mostly I'm looking at my friend of 24 years, Dave Hardman, because the ammunition that he had.
He took it easy on you.
Oh yeah, and he had the resources too. He could have had photos and videos and all kinds of like the career would have been over. The channel would have been deleted tonight. Like it would have been all over for me. He could have single-handed, like he probably could have blackmailed me for all of my Bitcoin. But now, you know, the roast is over, and I don't know if he'll have quite the opportunity that he had tonight. So there we go. And also I got him into Bitcoin. So like, I feel like his life is considerably better since I did that. And so maybe he just felt a little bit bad, but he could have destroyed me. So I'm thankful, I guess.
Dude, I thought that far exceeded expectations.
No, it was great.
That could have been level 10 cringe. It could have been, and I think I was like really, you know, mentally preparing for what could have been very bad.
Also, my literal
speak of the devil,
who we were just talking about, is right outside the window. We should probably Dave through the window here so that he can be part of the stream. But yeah, so yeah, my good buddy Dave of 24 years, and he was crude enough.
Oh, he's gonna leave.
But yeah, he did the trick. He's the guy in the blue shirt back there. But he did it, and he was great. And I gotta say, like, it went very smoothly. Everything, like, I feel like everybody did a pretty good job, and like, you know, the only experienced person up there really was JP.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he knew what he was doing, and he came up, and he was coming into a situation. He was like, I don't know who the fuck.
Dude, he wrote half that stuff on the couch.
Yeah.
That's insane. Like, he was it was very fun to watch, you know, a professional in his in their craft.
We went to a show a couple nights prior.
Oh, night
and
here?
It was
sweet,
because he had 3 nights in Calgary, and and so we got some tickets to it, and we went, and it was a lot of fun. And again, during the show, he said, like, you know, one of the after show questions from the audience was like, how are you received elsewhere in the country when you go to places that are not Texas or Alberta? And he was like, actually, you know what, like, at the end of the day, like, we'll have busy shows. Like, he said, oh, I went to Portland and I did a show.
Wow.
And he was like, oh no, this is gonna go poorly. And then at the end of the day, like, he had a busy show, and he went there, and people laughed and enjoyed it and had a good time, and he ended up his reasoning or the way that he interpreted it, he's like, people get all worked up, and I'm paraphrasing here quite a bit, but he's basically like, at the end of the day, everybody gets all worked up over these caricatures of the opposite side of the political spectrum that they view as being there. But in reality, there's a lot more people that are kind of in line with, like, we'll say like a reasonable person 20 years ago, than the extreme fringe that you see on the TV today presented as the norm. And he's like, I'm welcomed, people are kind, and I'm not worried about it, and it's been a fantastic experience doing this. And you know, like, I obviously there was probably much more raucous laughter here in Alberta than maybe in Portland,
Right.
but you know, he was definitely catering to the right crowd. But it was kind of refreshing to hear. Like, I think people, you know, that pendulum swings from side to side. I think we've definitely peaked on the left side of the swing. I think it's swinging back, and it will continue to swing. But at the end of the day, like, the Bitcoiners are here for something that transcends that, right?
So, dude, and this is something that the people that oppose monetary freedom right now just haven't had their censorship moment yet, right? And I think that abortion is the perfect, like, you know, topic to that can swing, you know, from side to side. It is right now very politically incorrect to be pro-life, but soon, you know, once the pendulum swings back, it will be politically incorrect to be pro-choice. And I think I'm getting those one. I'm not sure if I'm but once
Either way, it's
once
go
the
back and
censorship
forth.
right, once the censorship happens on the left wing argument, they're going to realize, oh, I can't spend my money. I need freedom tools, and they're going to be like caught. They're going to finally, and that'll be the final. I think it will be when the right wing's side of the political aisle starts censoring the left wing.
Yes.
And that will be the final straw to mass adoption of Bitcoin, because they will have finally understood why, you know, it's right now it's fine because the daddy government is giving me what I want. So why would I'm not going to upset the apple cart there.
This is exactly what I've kind of come to believe in my mind, where Bitcoin is obviously apolitical, but it appears to be partisan because the people at any given time in a society that are the more likely to be subject to financial censorship are the ones most likely to lean towards it.
It's not apolitical, it's anti-political.
Yes.
It's just it's against whichever government is in charge.
Exactly. So like right now, obviously in the West, we've, you know, like right now we've got, you know, in Canada and the US, we've got left-leaning governments. And even when Trump did get elected, you did have somebody in power, but it was like politically very divided. And I'd say narrative-wise, the left still had very much the upper hand. And, you know, we all know that pendulum swings back and forth. And so, like, there's a certain degree of power to having the narrative upper hand that results in the ability to financially censor someone. And so in the West, it's like the left has been able to financially censor the right. That's not the case everywhere on the planet.
Right.
And I very much believe that it's just a function of the time, the political leanings of the time where Bitcoin adoption has lied. And leaning politicians and a lot of right leaning, just, I think, again, as a function of where we're at politically currently. But had Bitcoin come about during, you know, during any point in history, if there was financial censorship taking place, who would have gravitated towards it? Absolutely. And so it's like, who is most financially disenfranchised on the political spectrum there? And you're right. So it's going to take a full swing of that pendulum for everybody to experience financial censorship. before everybody realizes how important censorship-resistant money is.
Boom.
It'd be interesting because on the other side, I think a lot, there's that side of the pendulum is more interested in that kind of govern me harder, daddy mentality
Right
and-
now,
Well, but I mean, along with that censorship comes, infinite spending and all of the programs, right? And so they kind of the two have to go together. And I don't know if you can pull them apart.
Programs, though, I think like we heard this morning on our panel about the program only working inside like a super narrow tunnel, and it's like canola and that's it. And most people like today, farmers, they can farm, okay, fine, I'll grow canola, whatever pays the bills, whatever. But I like that's never going to widen, right? The programs never get broader. And so I think of like I just think they're going to tunnel themselves into like disappearance. Like they're just going to, the programs will eventually get so narrow. It's like, well, only for brown cats. It's like, well, damn it, I'm allergic to cats, and so I'm not gonna, I guess I'll look elsewhere. That's my optimistic, hope it is. But I interjected. But
I understand what you're saying. I'll let you continue. There.
No, I don't know if there's really much else to say other than like, I will ride this free money train to the absolute point of oblivion.
Yeah,
and because they can still sweeten, you get more bugs. You might the bug coupons.
No, it's
cricket's tasty.
There's you can't really reconcile the idea of siphoning value out of society to reallocate it where you see fit. Right, like that's very difficult to reconcile when you have a sound money. Nico is thrusting and looking at me, and he wants that tip. It's fantastic. I think he just moonwalked. I don't know what's going on here. I just said that you were thrusting, and
dude, I got Latin hips. Like
he was Latin hipping it up, and he was doing all kinds of stuff.
Nico, get in here.
Yeah.
I'll get BJ.
All right, cool. Let's give a tip of the hat of Adam. He's groaning. He's old. He can't get up from the couch.
I feel like I'll be 32 this summer.
32? Are you insane? I'm turning 40.
Oh, that's your problem.
That is my problem. That is my problem. Oh, Lord. Yeah. Fun fact, I'm 40 and I have 2 children. Adam's 32 and he has 17,000. He has a gaggle of children at home. I can't count them anymore.
The Adam O face had to be the
oh my God, the O face in the. You saw that, right?
Of course. It was the money shot.
Yeah, it was the money. Oh Lord! If you don't know what we're talking about, you got to go watch the footage from the Bitcoin Rodeo. It was a good time. How was your mingling?
It was great. I mean, I talked to some people. I went to the bathroom. The bathroom is I'm not going to say it, but yeah, it's an interesting place.
It's an all gender bathroom.
I never said that. I'm not.
I see it.
I'm not a racist extremist, but yes,
you made it back.
Yes, it was
cool.
Yeah,
that's neat. Well, that's fun. I mean, again, it's been a hell of a time. I will say.
Do they mandate that? Like, just out of curiosity?
No,
I've never seen that before.
No, I think it's just to each their own. Whatever they decide to do at each establishment. I don't know. It is what it is. But I don't know. I mean, we can go and touch tips in there if you want. Man, this is so demonetized at this point.
Oh man.
So Scott, you were at the SAP market. What was your experience this time around? What's your feel for it? What was your read on this time versus like March, and like what are your hopes for the future?
I think it's so cool what's going on with every time you see the same people and you see more new people. So for me, it's been really good. I've been in all of them, right? So
you've been a trooper. Yeah. Kelowna. Can I remind people, 8-hour drive, or he got a flight to come here. Either way, that's ridiculous, and I thank you for it.
Yeah, no, it's been a pleasure, and I think that you can imagine that in like 2-3 years, these things will be hundreds of people.
I hope so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It has to start somewhere. So
one tip at a time.
Yeah. I think again, like if we can bolster this and we can create a blueprint and we can replicate it, then we see those pockets. We see them start to grow, and it's gonna be beautiful. And I can't wait. And I see a great guy walking in. No, you don't close it. Get in here. Get in here. Come join the couch if you can. If you can sneak around that way, then you're less likely to.
I was gonna bring a guest.
Oh yeah. Maybe.
BJ, no!
Let's get Heather. If Heather Heather's gonna hit up this.
BJ,
side here.
BJ.
There's too many guys at all these.
Yeah. No. We need it. So BJ's gonna come in. We'll get Heather here, and then we'll do a rotation in a moment here. We're gonna
BJ.
Come around and sit. You guys are gonna share. You can swing this back and forth. All I'll say is just speak into the logo at the front of the mic, and you're gonna be good. Mr. BJ Dictor.
Called me Mister. That means I'm in trouble.
Canadian freedom fighter.
To that.
I didn't do it.
Yeah.
Not this time.
Right-wing extremist.
Yeah. Dude, I saw you in Montreal.
Yeah.
We got to hang out. We got to chill a little bit.
It was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun. And, I feel a special connection with you. You've been through significantly more hell than me, and I will appreciate you forever for it, because you were... And Nico always says I was in the trenches. I wasn't in the trenches. I was like on a radio, like radioing into the trenches. You were in the trenches, and you were integral into everything that was happening within Ottawa. And I will appreciate you for that forever. But it's just so great every time I see you. You're such a wonderful dude. I'm so happy that you're part of the community. And man, how you doing? How you enjoying everything happening in Calgary right now?
Good, man. Part of it is sometimes I kind of wish people like you and myself and Nico and others all lived in the same city, because we have formed really strong friendships.
Yeah.
And when I talk about Bitcoin, I usually talk more about freedom and the relationship aspect that the protocols brought to our lives.
Yeah.
I've been coming to Calgary my whole life, because my aunts and uncles were living here, and I kind of wish that I had known you when you were a communist. And we probably still would have gotten along, but whatever difference of opinion.
There would have been a few rough edges around that
in terms of Ottawa.
Yeah.
You and the other guys, you don't understand how much a reprieve you were for me, because you guys at least were reasonable, rational, easy to deal with, not the political maniacs I was surrounded by that were making our lives miserable. You guys were so easy to deal. It was like, like dealing in a company or a team or a startup. Everybody's focused on the same goal, and you guys were all unified with us. The people on the ground who are dancing in the streets, they were all unified. I was stuck with all the garbage. I was trying to make a mess of everything. So it was a pleasure. And I really, the thought goes to you as well. I can't thank you enough for the sacrifice that you made, that you put yourself through. And Caribou, me and him
he's the kindest person I know.
I love that guy. And it was for me, it was such an impact for the two of us to be on the stage, because it was the first time we were together talking about the convoy. It's been 2 years.
Yeah.
And he messaged me the night after, and he said, man, that was amazing.
Yeah.
It rekindled some old feelings that we had.
I've got to say, when the five of us, you, me, Caribou, Jeff Booth, Greg Foss, 2022, months thereafter, got a picture together. I had tears I have tears in my eyes now, because it's like it's internalized so deeply as like one of the most impactful moments of my life. But like, I left that moment of getting a picture with you guys and just finally just being together for a moment of being like, holy shit, we just went through the ringer, and I had a good cry to myself.
And also, don't ever forget, no matter what happens, no matter the criticism that we get now, future, you're in the history books, especially the Bitcoin history books. I think society is going to look down on this moment in the next 30, 50 years as way more significant than we realize what it is right now. When you go through history, it never feels like it's so impactful. Just you're dealing with the problems at that moment. but the contribution that you and DJ Booth and the other guys made to putting this together, it's going to be long after we've left this planet. People will read about it in the history books. That's why I wrote the book, because I knew the political class and our fake news would try to rewrite history. But I wanted to have those 2 chapters on Bitcoin, so it was on record of what actually happened, to capture the spirit of us coming together.
It was a beautiful moment. I've got to say, like, it was a moment where I was so disillusioned with where society was going. And then this thing happened that kind of came a little bit out of the blue, and I was relieved to see it starting. But as it grew, and just, I mean, we know how us as Canadians are. Like, we're a compliant bunch.
We're passive.
We're passive.
Well, listen, I'm not.
Yeah, I mean,
but everybody says I behave like an American.
Yeah,
so
but like in general, Canadians are
communist,
pretty compliant, and pretty like we just don't. We're not gonna push, and we're not gonna make a lot of. We don't want a lot of conflict typically in our day-to-day lives. It is too cold, and that's another good point, because in the
I'm fucking freezing.
Yeah, in the dead of winter, negative 30-degree weather.
What the fuck?
Of every single country on earth that it could have happened, it happened in Canada with the most typically compliant group of people, and we lined the highways, and people drove across the entire country and stood up, and we were all waving flags, and people were cheering it on. It was the largest protest in Canadian history, saying we're not going to put up with this shit anymore.
The longest convoy in world history.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Like how, like that. It was a moment that touched my heart, and it will stay with me forever. And I was also disheartened to see, the pushback and the restrictions and the bank accounts being shut down and all of that, and those cheering those actions on. But the solace that I had in knowing that, no, but this was the place where people said, that's it, we're done. And we're going to stand with our toes frozen on the side of the highway and swing a flag back and forth, and we don't care.
Yeah.
That hit me. And the fact that in any way I could be tangential to that and be alongside people like you and people like Caribou and people like the lovely people with their families that were having bouncy castle fun in the downtown area of Ottawa,
and the saunas and the hot tub and the barbecues, and
what a wonderful freedom oriented party that must have been to have been present. And one of the largest regrets of my life is not having been present to experience it firsthand.
Well, for me, it was a nightmare.
Yeah.
I didn't get to go to the salsa club. You know what I mean? I was sitting there putting out fires 24 hours a day. But the thing is, right now we're in the political stage. And, something I've gotten to know Scott a little bit, and I've mentioned this a few times. It takes 1 to 5 years for the truth about a political event to be realized and to come to the surface, that's what we're dealing with right now. But the essence of what we had achieved and built, that emotion of us coming together, that is still there. And that was just the first step of what I call the revival. Yeah. So in Bitcoin, we always talk about Bitcoin as a revolution. I don't like that because it's too confrontational. I think it's a revival. It's bringing our society back to what we all want it to be. From people who may have been on the opposite sides of the political spectrum in the past, finding each other, forming strong friendships, and showing the rest of the world that we can be the same way. And I'll tell you something, the last year, I have spent so much time communicating with, meeting with, telephone calls, video calls, whatever, with liberals. I don't mean liberal party people, liberal people. Reaching out to me and saying, you're friends of a friend of mine. Can you tell me what was going on? And, they're starting to realize that maybe they were duped and they were wrong, and they're opening their minds to reaching out to people who are there because they don't like being lied to either. And that is the sign of hope, that we have the opportunity to communicate to those people. And then to say, by the way, there was this freedom protocol that was involved in it. Let me tell you about that a little bit. I'm going to talk about that tomorrow on the panel of when I was in this political convention last week and getting a CBDC prohibition and a 7-point Bitcoin policy on the policy guide of a political party for the first time in Canadian history. That's how we win.
Yeah, we're gonna have that guy on Simply very soon.
Yes, you are.
To talk about that initiative.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I've been calling like BJ and Ben, like I've been looking at this from the outside in, right? But I've always coined the term. I've always just called you guys freedom fighters because essentially that's what you guys are. You're modern day freedom fighters. I never forget Ben invited me to the first Why Are We Bullish since he was back. And his face was like a face of someone who went to war and back. It was like, you know, despair. It was like he saw some shit, you know? And I remember I was so honored and happy to be on that show when he came back. And I know that it meant a lot to him because it was like, you know, those uncertain moments where, you know, these people fundamentally, they do control your bank account. How are you going to feed your family? You have kids, right? Like all these like doubts and feelings creep into your mind, right? And for you to have the bravery, really, because that's what that is, to come back and just say, you know what? I'm going to speak my mind. I'm going to say my bit. And I think you guys won in that aspect because they didn't defeat you. They didn't shut you up. They highlighted the moment and they backed down. And I think that it's so politically unviable for them to do this again. And I think it's getting to the point where it's what you said, BJ, like it is a great awakening, right? Like there's more people awake today than there was, you know, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. And it was precisely because of these moves by the government that really woke people up to the reality.
You're also right about something when you say that they learned that they can't go too far and that we had scared them. I'll give you a little Easter egg. There's a lot of things I know I haven't talked about publicly yet. I'll tell you about one of the things that I've mentioned once or twice. Why did the government call the Emergency Measures Act, or our version of martial arts? Martial law. Martial arts would have been a lot better.
Yeah.
I know the reason. I'm one of the few people that knows the reason. And that POEC was just a theater scam to hide the truth. That's why they denied me standing to be able to question the other side. The reason we had martial law in Canada for illegally parked trucks or trucks that might have been violating a bylaw was because I was talking to liberal MPs. I had a group of 33 liberal MPs that were talking to me through a conduit. You know what they were telling me? Keep it peaceful. Keep it positive. We're trying to form a coalition for a confidence vote to remove Trudeau. And once Trudeau found out about that, or his Trudeau staff, because he doesn't make any decisions, once they found out, that's why he called the EMA, because he knew his own party was going to knife him in the back and pull him out of office. But they denied me the opportunity for standing in the POEC to communicate that. That's how corrupt the system has become. But you know what? The corrupt system does not change the fact that we've all found each other and we've formed these strong friendships. And that is something we can show the rest of the world, that we can all come together despite our differences. And that just becomes noise, and they become less powerful the more we find each other, for sure.
I think this is the important part that you're hitting on is strong relationships, peer-to-peer relationships. It transcends what governments try to do, which is that top-down control. And when you have a network, a community of people that you can rely on, it's impossible to stamp that out. It's impossible to stamp out those individual interactions. And that's, I think, what we've seen the opposite of in society. And I think by design,
it is by design,
is preventing, like, I mean, think of how we live nowadays. And I feel it. You're separated from everyone. You barely see your friends and family on a regular basis. You just you wake up, you go to work, you come home, you're exhausted because you have two family members in the home that are working full time. You got your kids shipped off to a daycare somewhere because you can't afford to live on a single.
My mom was just telling me this weekend I should have kids. So you're really doing a good job talking me out of it. So thank you.
No.
Yeah.
No, but here's the thing. On a Bitcoin standard, it's entirely possible.
Yeah.
On a Bitcoin standard, I'm thriving right now.
Yeah.
I've got 2 kids and we're living the fucking dream.
Yeah.
And we're taking those kids and we're traveling the globe and they're learning and they're happy and it's beautiful. And you have your beautiful daughter here, you've got your wife here, and it's been amazing. The beautiful Miss Becca, with all her delicious sandwiches that she makes, was bringing around her son. And again, it's like this old nihilistic world of exactly as designed. Let's cut down on the population. Let's make sure people stop having kids, and let's extract as much value as possible so that people are just dependent on government. And then people found it out. And what's happening in Bitcoin? It's a Bitcoin baby boom, and it's amazing.
Bitcoin baby boom.
It's like the baby boom for just Bitcoiners, because we had the Madeira conference. You saw the kids section of that. Like all the families were bringing in their kids. We had like a ball pit and nannies because there's all the Bitcoiners are just bam, 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 popping out babies everywhere. And they had a tent for all the older kids. And I think it was Jack Mallers and Dorsey did a chat for young kids in a tent in Madeira. This is the environment. This is positive.
The revival.
It's a revival. It's a revival of optimism.
That's right.
And it's a revival of hope, and it's a revival of building a society in the future that would be better than the one we have now. And only a select few in society have realized it. And so we're seeing, as we said earlier in this show, we're seeing the future now with a certain subset of society. But that will proliferate. The tendrils will reach out, and people will be roped in and realize, oh, there's another way. They'll be ripped away from their fiat lifestyles, and they'll go, no, wait, this is siphoning away my life force. If I can just tear free of this.
There's also something else to add to that, and a shout out here to Pubby and Anders. Pubby talks about this quite a bit, that so many people, especially you guys who have families and kids, where it's a lot more difficult to get out and socialize with your friends, especially when your kids are younger. But everybody's found each other online in this Bitcoin space, and they spend time talking to each other on a regular basis as a group, sharing aspects of their lives beyond just Bitcoin. And that's an element that we didn't have before. And that's a combination of social media as it is today, and Bitcoin and the ethos of us all coming together, despite some of our differences, and just finding this whole idea of freedom and prosperity and revival for the future. And it brings us all together across the globe.
Yep.
Have you ever had an experience in your life before where you could say, yeah, I have a friend, he's a stuffed animal named Yellow in Greece, but he's my mate, right?
Yeah.
It's the first time that's ever happened. So
Yeah,
sure.
there's so many good things coming out of this,
I
man.
definitely can't specifically say that. That's definitely not a thing that I previously have encountered. But yeah, it's been a trip. It's amazing, the community that's being built here, and I'm so excited by it, and I think it's going to continue to grow. I do, Heather, I want to have Hypno Heather join us
Hypno
here,
Heather.
and I'll tap Nico out. He needs
I think I'm gonna go sleep.
yeah
You look like
exactly.
you're dying.
And Nico, you can Uber your ass out of here. Do you know my the location, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Wait, don't say that live.
Don't worry. Let's just recite my address and make sure you capture that on camera.
I think I got it.
Okay, you got it. Okay, cool. Okay, so we're gonna get Heather in here. We're gonna chat. I don't think you guys have met, by the way.
Oh, we have.
Oh, you have.
We not only hold on.
Okay, yeah.
So I've never bet anything in my life.
Yeah.
I don't bet anything
Yeah.
because I don't like to gamble. I'm a Bitcoiner.
I do.
Yeah.
She does. And then she tries to make me this bet that she's older than I am.
Okay.
I
Okay.
usually win that.
Guess
bet.
who lost the bet? And I got a free mojito out of it that I ended up paying for, by the way.
So we know each other.
There we go. There we go. Okay, it happened. It happened. Nico, are you good? Okay, I will type it into your phone. But Heather, you're part of the market. You've been part of the market. You were part of the last one. Did you do the first one?
I only did the first one because the second one I was in Mexico.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I did the first one and this one yesterday. I guess that was yesterday.
Yeah.
What did you do at the market? I didn't see you there.
Well, I did have a table.
You were selling, hypnotizing people as they walked by?
No, that's
Here,
not
here's
me.
my husband.
That's
He's got to
not
give me money in the divorce proceedings.
No way.
Hypnotize him for
No
me.
way.
No, I've been super excited to have you there, and because you're such a positive force of nature in
Thank
the
you.
space, and you're just so, again, like you came in. I mean, you came in and you knew Dale or at QuickBit,
Right,
And
yeah.
so that was, I think that was the connection that led you into the first one. Is that
Yeah,
right?
because it's my 1 anniversary today, basically, of meeting all you guys
Yes.
at the Bitcoin Rodeo.
Yes.
Because Dale was coming in from Regina and he was like, Heather, come work my booth, like it's the Bitcoin Rodeo.
Yeah.
So I went there and maybe I worked it, maybe I didn't, I don't know. But I met a lot of people.
It's not really work if you get to hang out with Bitcoiners, right?
I mean, I don't know if I made a transaction, but
You want to ease into it, right?
Yeah,
You don't want to.
no, I mean, like it, but it's like you guys were already talking about is that the biggest thing for me is that I basically had been through different times in my life when I made a choice for like the freedom or like well-being of myself, lost a lot of friends. And when you guys were talking about the Freedom Convoy, like that was a huge moment in my life, because like when I woke up, I'll never forget it. Like I woke up in bed, I had my phone and I was like, I just started crying when there was like all the videos of like all the truckers, even though like I knew it was happening because of my friends and like organic food and like had body fuel organics and like we people had to do something.
Yeah.
But when I woke up and saw it, I just started crying.
Yeah.
And then I started posting it because I was like, thank God.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm so glad.
Thank you,
And
because I
then-
needed people to
yeah,
do that.
but
so
then
thank
I
you.
got like, I had no idea
Yeah.
that everyone wouldn't be happy about it.
Yeah.
Everyone was. The only people
You
the
know?
only people who weren't happy are the douchebags who work for the political parties and live in Ottawa.
No, I had a lot of people not happy with me for that.
Mhm.
And so, without getting into all that, it's just what brought me to Calgary and just like, coming here. And so finding like 1 year ago today, I'd already been living here, I guess, half a year.
Yeah.
And then once I started meeting you guys and like realizing like, holy crap, like the Bitcoiners are also like so free.
You know what? There's this interesting, like, I didn't see this coming whatsoever, and I feel like I should have, but BJ, you've said I was a former communist. I was like,
as we learned
far
today.
out to the left.
By
there.
the way, just so you know, when I started watching your videos of when you first started, I totally knew you were a communist. But you
Oh
didn't
my
bring
God, you
politics
guys.
into your videos.
Yeah.
And I appreciated that, and I didn't care. It was great.
And just to be fair, I
We all
wasn't
get to grow.
actually. Well, I mean, maybe I probably could have been swayed to full communism at that point in my life, but nonetheless, what I
Walking
did,
around with no T-shirt and his sunglasses in
The
Thailand.
lines were blurred then more so than now, though, right?
exactly. That's
Yeah.
actually Robin Thicke wrote that line, that song about me. Blurred lines. There,
See?
there we go.
The lines
Didn't
were
he get in
blurred
trouble for that
all
song?
of
I
us.
think so.
Very much so.
But so I was gonna say, the thing that I didn't see coming that I probably should have
What?
is there were two, in my mind, very separate groups of people that ended up coinciding and coming to agreement on a very specific thing. And so what's the old trope? The old trope from I say like the olden days is like the typical conservative, like, you know, blue collar worker talking about the goddamn hippies and like blah blah blah, all the like free thinkers and like I don't know, like some people that are like, I tend to refer to them as earthy, I suppose, but like, you know, like the people that are very like spiritual and like, but like not spiritual in a you know, like I'm religious, but more like I'm in tune with the universe, kind of like
I'm into hypnosis.
Well, spiritual.
Yeah.
Not religious.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And so what I didn't see coming was there's these two disparate group of people that like the conservative people that were like, here's my way of living, and you know, this is kind of the way I do things, and this is the way I like it. And then there was kind of like, I'm personifying this in like a horrible way, but like, you know, the in my eyes, like just like in the stereotype of like kind of the people that be like, oh, the hippy dippy, like, oh, they're into like the stars and the moon and like, but what ended up happening is seemingly those like the far ends of those seeming political spectrums, or what would be perceived as, they came together during the pandemic. Why? Because both sides of them had the stance of, don't tell me what the fuck to do.
Well, I mean, I'm going to just say yes and no.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to say yes, and I'll tell you why, but you go with the no first.
Okay. Like, yes.
Yeah.
Because, that there was some of that happening.
Yeah.
But no.
Okay.
Because this is, have any of you read Naomi Wolf's book, that new book, Facing the Beast?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, because she talks about, because she's like a feminist writer that was like fully published everywhere and got like overnight thrown out of society for what she always did, which was asking why, or like just questioning and like making sure that women's health was like being taken care of. Like, so she just was like asking questions about, you know, basically like how this shot was going to affect, or how it was already affecting women's health, and talking to women and interviewing them like a regular journalist.
As you should do. And actively question.
Yeah. So that book is just amazing because it like talks about her whole story and how she went from being like a hippie, like many of us, like all my women friends, we were in that same boat having babies like 10, 15 years ago, that we were like, in her book, she says it perfectly, like, we're only using Burt's Bees, no red dyes, all these things for our children. Like at one point I was like, don't give my kid plastic stuff, you know, like we were there. Like I talk about this sometimes about like my first outcast was like when I learned to heal myself, and I would talk about healing with whole foods, and people would be like, you're such a hippie, and like be mad at me.
It's funny, that sounds very Bitcoin, like
right?
let's eat shit that you can just you can look at it and know what it is without having to look at the ingredient list.
Right.
That's a little bit of a, I know that's like a niche part of Bitcoin, but like there's a degree of like going back to simplicity, I suppose.
Well, and like, what happened was, because like every time that something, a movement challenges the norm, people get mad. You know, but what was very interesting about this, and the only reason that I said no, is because all of us that were hippies, like for me, say when I was posting about the convoy and people were like, oh, Heather's hypnotized, like what the hell happened to Heather? And I was like, but I always been like this.
Yeah.
Like I was like smashing a TV on my front lawn and put a sign, turn off your TV week. Like I was saying, I'm not putting chemicals on my baby or in my son, or like I was like encapsulating placentas for my neighbors. Like I always been like this.
Yeah.
So then when people were surprised that like, because what happened in a lot of our communities in like, say, I don't want to call it like holistic health. I want to call it like where a lot of women woke up to the idea that like what you put into your body when you're pregnant affects the baby, and what you feed your kids and like what you put on their skin affects them. In that moment, like turned on us. Like turned on us. And this is like Naomi Wolf talks about this in her book too, is like turned on us because all of a sudden we were the villains for asking the same questions that we were asking that made us choose, better ingredients and more holistic products for our children and ourselves.
Yeah.
So that's I just can't fully get behind these two sides because I feel like that one side that like I would have never guessed that would be the people like calling me out and being like, Heather must have got hypnotized.
Yeah.
They were my neighbors.
Oh, okay.
And
is this a status versus regular?
Our friends are like organic farmers.
I was just saying the juxtaposition of the I guess the cross section of what somebody that would watch like mainstream TV would say, like far right and hippies crossing and agreeing that we don't want to be told what to do with our bodies.
And it could have looked like that. Sorry,
and Colin, I'll say, just
that.
talking to the
I think that most hippies were co-opted by the mainstream media, in my opinion. Like you just see it. Like although some, like it's they try
That's the fighting words face.
Yeah. I think that's a very generalized statement.
I think it is too. But I would say that there was.
I mean, look at his shoes.
I'm not trying to disagree with everything,
but like you saw it though. It was like the school teachers, the nurses, like the people like who might be more, I don't know, far left leaning or like hippie-ish.
They're dancing on TikTok.
Well,
totally right.
But that's I think what shifted because that was just sort of a greater point that I was making because you were saying that before. It's like it brought both of you were saying that before, BJ too, because like it brought people together, but it actually was like the separation that brought people together.
Okay. So a couple of things with what you said I'm going to disagree with.
Okay.
Yeah.
The working class is not conservative. They're NDP. They believe in unions.
Traditional.
Right? They still are. Alberta's a little bit different, but the rest of the country.
Yeah, I guess I'm generalizing to Alberta.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, okay,
also, I think part of the problem is having a bifurcated worldview, which is what we're trained to do. And the reality is there were many different groups, not just one, with many different grievances that came together for a whole bunch of different reasons.
Yeah.
And what I had to do is figure out a way, okay, how do I get all of these millions of people who want to tear his throat out to just calm down, focus on positivity. What's the message? And the common denominator.
Was that a true reference?
Yes. Do you know another Prime Minister blackface?
Sorry, you let him be.
And the one common denominator we all agreed on, which was part of the primary reasons we were there, was mandates and Arrive Can.
Yeah.
Arrive Can were for the people who want the technocracy of data tracking and the mandates of forcing to put stuff in your brain. But in terms of, people came together from different sides. I mean, I know I was talking with NDP school trustees who are like, I'm no conservative and I believe in DEI, but we need to be able to talk to each other and listen to each other. I would have screamed at in different Twitter spaces during the convoy from all different people from across the board and had to bring them all together. And when we all realized there's a common denominator of you do you, I do me, but the government doesn't do either of us, then we were all together sort of thing.
I mean, the government loves fucking everybody, though.
It's incompetence. It's not that they want it. It's just they're
but
so
I like
useless.
that. Yeah, but I like
really
that
do
because
challenge
it's common.
Hanlon's razor. You know what I mean? It's just like
that's exactly.
You can give them that pass, but I actually do think they're.
No.
I
I know everybody in those parties they're freaking morons. They really are the stupidest people in the world.
I will say though,
they're not smart enough to do something.
I like so probably like a lot of people in Bitcoin. You may have guessed I skew kind of libertarian.
Yeah.
However, I do have a few friends, even advisors in the company, who are either liberal or left-leaning. In fact, one of our advisors was a former like NDP supporter, but if you're of a level of intelligence and you can have a conversation that's not emotional, I cherish these friendships so much.
Totally.
And so like we end up in these conversations. It actually really comes down to like philosophy at the end. Like, what do you think people are like? What do you think society needs to be like? And if you can get to that point and it's not a hysterical conversation, there is a lot of learning on both sides. I think it's slightly more on their side, but in general, I think that's like it's important to have other people in your life who have different views as long
100%
as they're like
rational.
Exactly.
Nah.
Calm,
Emotion is
able
good.
to have a discussion.
Well, able to handle an opposing view.
Yes.
Is the key, right?
Yeah,
Like
because
that's
it's not like a non-emotional
Well,
stance.
the basis
Yeah.
is they have to be able to hear something they disagree with and not slip into cognitive dissonance.
Oh,
and
like we
attack
were
you.
talking about. True.
Exactly.
True.
As long as they can hear something they disagree with and not attack you and say, I completely disagree. Here's why, but it's okay. And I have friends like that.
Yeah.
Well,
And I've been trying to tell conservatives for the past 2
Yeah.
years, you need progressive friends. You talk to
Yeah.
your progressive
true.
neighbors,
Agreed.
just so at least you understand each other,
yeah.
help each other out.
Well,
and find
and
other
even
What's
if
going on
someone
right
is
now is not
triggered-
progressivism.
But even
It's
if
absolutely
somebody
not.
is triggered, because we do have to take into account that people will get triggered. Like, it's just like to expect someone to be able to have a rational conversation, that when you're like touching on like parts of themselves that they either have to one face or two like deal with in the moment. It's not that they have to be like able to stay calm in that conversation, but they have to be able to stay respectful. Like, we have to be able to like for me, I'm okay if I get emotional, and I'm okay if somebody in my presence gets emotional, because these are emotional times and these are really emotional topics, and they touch really close to home, and especially because people got traumatized from on all sides. But I think where we're missing it, because I found this recently too, like I wasn't good at having conversations where I would just be like, you know what, I'm good, bye.
You're a
know?
hypnotist. You
Yeah.
can't have conversations.
Yeah, because like I wasn't trying to, but what I learned from that is that because like that's the narrative. If like you got to stay calm, but for me, I can be triggered and like have an emotion, but not take it out on someone, not raise my voice.
Yeah.
And not use like not make it make me like into the person I'm not.
It's a degree of emotional again, like emotional control, being able to deal with emotional maturity, being able to hear something, like as you said, hear something that you deeply disagree with, and maybe something that obviously maybe might offend you, and not say you're a horrible person, but here's why I disagree, and rebut this.
I'll give you a personal example that I deal with all the time. And I want to preface this that I'm as secular as they come. I'm as Canadian as they come. But I deal with the Jewish community all the time.
Mm-hmm.
They hear somebody who says something that is anti-Semitic, and I try to explain to them, the person doesn't know.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know. They don't have the information that you have. They're not trying to be cruel to you.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. We always at least nowadays, we anticipate when somebody says something we dislike that they're trying to be cruel. That's not the case. Sometimes people just don't know your worldview. You have to give them some space. You have to try to reach to them and connect with them. It's
kind of
explain your perspective. That's it.
It's like an internet thing, I think. I
Well,
think
but
it's
also
just like
projection, though.
yeah.
It's projection.
Yeah.
It's both, and like I think that's actually a very important point to make here, because when people like, get triggered, or when people have a strong reaction to something that someone else is saying, the most, to me, kind of unconscious or immature way to respond, which we've all done at some point in our lives, is to just say shit.
Yeah.
Like say bullshit, or like just defend yourself. Like our defenses get up. And so I think that like the main thing is just to recognize when you're feeling a strong reaction, that it's really common to project, But the most important thing to do is not project, is to just recognize like, wow, this is really animating something within me.
You know how many opportunities I had in Ottawa
Oh my God.
to react to things, to people in the media and the government. And I had to be the one, so many days that people coming into my hotel room, the people who are leading, they're all stressed. I'm like, come, let me give you a hug. The sky's not falling. The world's not ending. We've inspired people. We've given them hope. We'll figure something out. The government's not evil. They're just incompetent. We'll get through this.
You're like
you
the
need now to
soother. You're
communicate
like
that
the
to other
soother.
people.
of
You know what
the
I mean?
people.
Yeah.
Broad strokes, though, I will say that I think there's an indictment to be had on Canadians' ability to have hard conversations.
Yeah.
Yes.
Canadians have a real
Agreed.
hard time culturally conversations like this. And I know this from my
Agreed.
board specifically, which is international. And so like we have
in the family.
and so
the
like
city,
literally we have
agreed.
Americans on our board and they will express their opinions, and I'll have Canadians on my board who will be like so shook by said.
It's true.
And I'll be
Yeah,
like,
sure.
they don't hate you. They want specific things done. And if we do them, or at least some of them, they'll be okay with it next week or next month or wherever we meet again. But like they talk in such a way where they're like this is so important to me. Like if a Canadian spoke to you that way, it's like, I never want to speak to you again. I fucking hate you.
Yeah.
And like they're more comfortable having hard conversations.
Sure.
And boards need to be comfortable with having hard conversations.
Families need to be
And Canadians in
more
general are
comfortable.
terrible at that. And there's net positive effects to that, but when you're actually like facing,
But I feel like
I don't think that's
Yeah.
there's no net positive to it, because what ends up is we live in a country where people are fake with each other.
I don't
You know?
disagree
Yeah.
with you, but you're like so we were ended
and
up
then
in
we
a
get
place that was
ourselves
more
into this trouble.
deferential than the U.S. That was more peaceful than the U.S. You know what I mean? Like that's the net effect. Again, like I listen. Fuck. I
don't need peace.
Me neither.
I need authenticity.
I
mean,
want
sometimes
war
I like the
only.
peace. Like,
But like I'm saying, for many people, obviously think there's a benefit to that. But the reality is, as soon as we've never had rights, we just discovered we had nice governments, and that's a scary fucking thing, right? Like it was like suddenly this Charter of Rights is just a piece of paper that
Yeah.
means nothing.
Always was.
Yeah.
Always been.
Yeah.
We didn't know that until it was
I
tested.
knew. I remember learning in high school.
well, and
Did
is
they
it
taught
really
you that in high
authentic?
school? I don't think I ever had that.
I don't
lesson,
think
to be
I learned that
honest.
in high school either.
Yeah.
This is like 2004.
Wait.
Oh,
Russ,
yeah.
I need to hit the bathroom, so I'm gonna get you to take this mic for a moment, and then I will be back.
Let's hear
And then
about
I'll
you
come
carrying
out.
your Constitution in your pocket.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, Heather, maybe.
Oh, sure. Okay, I'll stay for a bit.
Also, I remember meeting you like years ago.
Now we're just having a conversation.
in like
Yeah.
coffee
Not
shop.
recorded.
We'll just do it in front of
What's
The
your name
same
again?
conversation we were
Russ.
having,
Good to see you,
basically.
buddy.
Yeah.
It's like 2017 or
Yeah,
something.
no, I've been at this since Pound and Way since like 2012.
Yeah.
You
Another
know,
Ben was talking.
yeah, but like BJ and I have been chatting for a couple of years now, and just running into you tonight, and it's good times, right?
It's
we've
really
had a
it's
lot of conversations.
only happens in Bitcoin, where you get to know people so intimately as though they become friends,
Yeah,
but you don't even know what their face is. You know they're.
Is Russ gonna dox himself?
No.
Hey!
Did you already?
Yeah, I made the decision.
Cheers.
Yeah. There
Cheers.
you go.
I did like
Yeah,
2 days ago.
Yeah. Cheers, gentlemen.
Cheers.
Cheers, salud.
Anyone with
Salud.
any OS skill can go through things. That's why I don't worry about it. Because like I was on Twitter actually, as I owned a travel magazine with Jeff, who runs the meetup
Okay.
with us. We had Travel Culture Magazine. We thought we were late, but we were just 6 years too early.
Is
We were doing that
Is
stuff.
anyone still watching this
Yeah.
online? Do they have any
Oh, yeah.
questions? Anyone say anything?
Like 1,700 people.
What?
Yeah,
Any
give us some questions.
Something interesting?
Is there any questions?
There's a lot of things we could talk about.
There is.
Well, World of Rusty says not enough cowboy hats in this chat.
Yeah,
I'm
I
a
did.
Vancouver guy. I can't carry
I'm from
that.
Toronto.
Tomorrow.
We don't have them
We
there.
got to get you.
We
a
get
Stetson.
arrested if
No,
we
you,
have
you
one.
can't leave without a
No,
Stetson. bro.
no, I have shit kickers at home. I didn't bring them, and guess what?
Oh.
I bought them at that show that I just
Now
walked
get the
by.
hat, the Stetson hat. bro.
Alberta,
Oh.
Alberta
nice
boots.
container.
Is it
There's
Alberta
a really
boots?
cute pair of
Yeah,
boots
that's
I
where I
want in a
bought my
vintage
cowboy
shop
boots.
right
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
It's silver and pink.
What's that?
There's a really cute pair of boots that I want in a vintage shop right now. It's silver and pink.
Despite what people think, no, I'm not
Were
gay,
any of
so
you
pink's
at
not my
I
color.
didn't
BTC
think that.
Sessions house last night?
What's that?
No,
He has
I
a
don't
prison
know.
in his backyard. So I go to his backyard and there's a giant grate. It's like a
Okay, well, I don't
dungeon
know
under
if
it.
he's talking
And
about
I
his
was thinking,
backyard.
like, is this where he keeps coiners? I was like, oh, I get it. Like, it takes solution from the basket or else it gets the hose stuff. It was great.
That's
I was
awesome.
like, you're doing your job, bro.
Well, I mean,
you know?
based on his dancing.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
that was
Buffalo
great.
Bill's
That's
not
when I
far
first
away.
encountered Beck. I was a photographer and I had friends that were like part of musicians, and they're actually famous like country musicians now. But he was part of his a cappella fella group.
Oh
So
my
I crossed paths
goodness.
just once, not knowing him, and then years later, I'd find him working at Bit National before
You
his
can't
journey
just
into
talk
Bitcoin.
shit about Ben just because he's not here, because he will see you.
That's great.
Well, and
I'm the guy that always
I
tells
feel
people to
like
go look
that's
up his a
like-
cappella fella stuff. It's great.
I
It's
mean-
absolutely awesome. They do take me higher, but not Creeds. And I wish it had been Creeds because that would have just been too perfect. If it had been Creeds take me higher back then. But no, it's great. But his journey is the ultimate journey because, like, if you knew and you understand
There's
where Ben started to where he
people
is,
watching this?
he is the ultimate proof that anybody can live
Well, I
Bitcoin.
mean, we
he
had
was
been
one of the
talking
least
about-
technical people in the beginning.
When I got that motion passed, that policy passed at New Blue Ontario's convention last year for a prohibition on CBDCs. By the way, newblueontario.ca, I think is what it is, or newblue.ca.
Yeah.
So the first party in Canadian history to put in pen to paper a prohibition on CBDCs and a 7-point pro-Bitcoin
That's
policy.
So good.
None of those people were Bitcoiners, except for the leader of the party owns Bitcoin.
Yep.
Nobody in the room. They were all like older than my parents.
But they're willing
And-
to.
They passed it. Because they understood
Yeah.
when I spoke on its behalf. I talked about the importance of having freedom, especially if you're on a fixed income, that the government
Is there
can't
any questions?
seize your income and can't seize your money. When I was in Ottawa, when they froze the bank accounts, the people who
you
freaked
take a
out
picture of me?
most was there's an area of Ottawa called Orleans.
Yeah.
And Orleans has a much older demographic. They're mainly retired people in that area of the city. They went into the bank every day, according to a friend of a friend who works at the bank, trying to withdraw their maximum amount of money. And we had a $1.2 to $1.4 trillion bank run in Canada that week.
Yep.
That's why his own party in the Senate wouldn't extend it. Everybody in the government and the media knows about it. Nobody wants to say it. I'm the only one who's spoken openly about
So
it.
I'm one of the few people that's actually got to put eyes in the back end of our structure about identity management.
Yeah, okay.
Right. So a couple industries would be master of that. One of them is aviation, right? Your
Yeah.
passport. Nobody ever asks, when you scan my passport, what happens?
I do.
Oh, and I
It's
was
going to the
recently-
CPIC as
Well, I was
well.
recently
I was
in
one of the few
Denver
that
where they
so
say, your
the
picture
movement of money-
disappears after.
And that's right. It's the movement of money and the movement of people, right? So those two things, we could have movement of money, but if you have no movement of people, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right? So that's where those digital IDs come in and the
Oh,
passports.
can we rant about the conservatives, the useless conservatives
Yeah,
now?
that did nothing.
S210?
Candace Bergen,
I
I
feel
told
like this
everybody
is
was
not
Murphy
my
Brown.
conversation.
Like all my American friends, I told, hey guys, Murphy Brown's running our.
Yeah.
It was so good.
Okay, you don't know about this, so let's pose it to her.
What?
We're in conservative heartland where people get angry at me because I criticize the conservatives as much as I criticize that idiot communist blackface, okay? The conservatives just overwhelmingly voted in favor of a bill that the liberals put forward, which lays the foundation for digital ID.
Yep.
But it's because it's something important. It's the protection of children online.
Yeah.
It's an anti-porn thing. So you now have to have digital ID to access the internet. But, think of the children. It's because, I don't like that either. But now we've laid the foundation for digital ID. And the conservatives, we're all the conservative free speech pundits that were going freaky all last year about digital ID and Trudeau's authoritarian. We can't have they just brought it in themselves, and not a word, not a peep out of any of them. Go.
So deeper, just deeper than that, where it goes. And so this is one of the things that my eyeballs got on, and I can talk a little bit about it and things like that. But So in the background, there was this one that came up, and I forget. I think it was American Airlines, British Airways. They all started adopting a back-end identity management system.
Yeah.
You know that idea that you scan your passport, don't have to take it again your whole trip? Well, there's a big price to pay for that. There's a big price to pay when you want to give up that holy thing that should always be a physical thing. And I don't care if we reinvent the hardware wallets to do Bitcoin and do passports. In fact, people should have that huge conversation. It's never happened. It needs to happen because there are alternate ways to do things. And they want to have centralized, massive systems run by governments rather than, think about your passport now. It almost is a hardware wallet, right? It is something they give towards you. But with the system, it's not going to mean nothing because they can turn off that system with a click. And it was something called Zamna that got in. I'm pretty sure it was on Ethereum. They hit a lot of it, and it was a private blockchain that got in to take all of our data from our passports that all the airlines signed on to whenever they're into. Again, at the same time and price. Now, we can do more, but on the surface,
love we have you on.
On the surface, Ukrainian CEO who has 4 failed companies before she launched it and stuff like that. Operating officer that knows nothing about the text they needed to do, and they implemented them in the back end of all of our aviation stuff. And then it's being used in other places much more than that simple process. It's tracking the travelers in other nations that are allowed to do that. So think about the World Cup that happened in Qatar. Did you hear about what happened with that application? It was one of the most poisonous applications out there. You had to have it to get in to see the World Cup. They took everything off your phone, all your data, all your movement, went into your history and took everything. Everyone that went to that World Cup got compromised by the mandate of a government on an app.
Have you seen recently, like I've been flying out of the States often, and now they do this thing where they're like, they instead of your passport scan, they want to do biodynamics.
So that's Collins Aerospace. So Collins Aerospace put those at all of your guys' things at the gate level, not even at the security level.
Yeah,
now you can opt out right now.
I always opt out.
Right?
I was like, is this required?
Now they're
talking about it so many
the
times.
Yeah.
They're like, you have to do, like, they didn't say have to, just like, get in line with this. We're doing the biometric scanning, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I don't have to do this. And they're like, no. And it was just like that simple.
Yeah, really? But it was Collins Aerospace that did all of
that.
But
they had gates. They added to the gates.
Yep.
They were scanning people, and I'm like, I'll go this way.
And they'll start off voluntarily.
Of course.
And they'll move it on to other things. Now, and again, it's some of your best engineering companies doing
is what
that.
I felt it was.
Yep. And they tried it. I forget whether, because I saw the reports when those first ones are coming out. We're assessing those things because they link, U.S. leads the thing. But it was more like in the back end when you're doing like security assessments on them, like, all right, you do have the rules for the airport to delete the data, but what about the Department of Motor Vehicles that you're putting it against and all that other stuff? There's just so many.
It's like Five Eyes stuff, right? Like where like we can't spy on our own people, but other people can spy on us.
So the Five Eyes, if nobody knows, watching your 1700. Out of the 5 major spies, Australia has no Bill of Rights for the human stuff, and that's why they're used to spy on the other 4 countries.
Thank you.
They're not allowed to spy on their own citizens. Yeah. So that's the Five Eye Alliance.
That's helpful to know.
Yeah, and it's specifically because Australia does not have that Bill of Rights for their citizens, so you're allowed to do that. It has something to do with that.
But they do it for other citizens.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, so they can do it on theirs and others.
Yeah,
right.
And who are in the Five Eyes? Who are the Five Eyes?
So that would be the UK, Canada, US, Australia, and who's the 5th?
I think you got all 5 actually.
Like,
okay.
Canada, UK, US.
Yeah, US, UK, Canada, Australia.
English-speaking Commonwealth country.
And then was it Germany? No, who's the last? I forget. Yeah,
New Zealand.
That's what I was
New Zealand?
thinking.
Yeah, it's New Zealand.
Okay, it's New Zealand. Yeah, I forget.
New Zealand's arguably the worst.
Yeah. Well, then what are they? I don't know. The only thing I know about the New Zealand military is that when they get to go places, they're known as Kiwis, and they shoot off all their fucking fireworks.
So
they get shot down. Just going down
for the viewers, like what's the connection to this? Like, what this is like?
This is how the intelligence.
This is like we're understanding the actual reality of the free country that we live in.
Well, we're the communications masters. Like that's what we help out with the U.S. military. Our frigates, our whole military is based towards communication. Why do you think Brazil hates us? Because we're spying on them red-handed and caught red-handed, and that's like one of the places we need visas for, and they've never really made amends on stuff like that. Like Canada is the eyes and the ears for. That's why you put our frigates in the middle of their fleet.
Well, there's also something else that plays into it that's a little more, there's a rational, when it comes to intelligence, our Canadian military is way better at gathering intelligence in theaters of war for the reasons that you discussed previously. We're less confrontational. So the way it operated in like Afghanistan and and Iraq is the United States would do all the aerial surveillance and the aerial intelligence, but that only gets you so much. For 4 years, I produced a podcast for intelligence analysts. That's why I learned all this stuff. But you really get the really meat of intelligence, who the bad guys are, with the foot soldiers, the people on the ground that are talking to people in different communities, getting to know the local imams, befriending them, helping them out, sort of thing. And the Canadians are way better at that in the than the Americans.
Well, think about us in Afghanistan versus them.
That's right, because the Americans come in as cowboys, the Canadians come in as like, hey man, you want a coffee, sort of thing. And that's just our approach. That's why it works well. So that's and that kind of spills over to the Five Eyes as well.
That's why we're more deadly.
That's exactly
right.
true.
We've been talking about that. Like a persuasion, but like ethical persuasion.
Did you guys hear the announcement though a couple of days ago with the 15 river class frigates that Canada has announced to finally start to get, like, the Arctic's going to be crazy. We needed icebreakers. They've always promised us deep sea ports, icebreakers. We never get them from any government. Tiger helicopters, don't get them from the Liberals back in Jockey. Like, they have screwed our military my entire life. And the one thing I ever saw were the Halifax class cruisers. When they made it out there, they were amazing. Now those things are 20 years old, right? They're still great, but they're failing. So the river class frigates is what we're doing. So it's going to be named after our different rivers, and there's 15 of them happening at Halifax. And they're going into an election season, so of course one big thing is going to happen or something. And that was promised 10 years ago. So I hope they don't get the credit. Like, good for Halifax, great, we're doing it. 10 years too late. You guys should have already had those lighthouses going on, our deep sea ports, our stuff that we need to do, because we have all the resources in the world. One of the fattest pigs.
He's a statist. He's a statist.
I want to see the comments. Like, someone like,
I know what the comments
we need to be able to. We need to be able to claim, like, our Arctic is going to be so valuable. The trade route through there and the shipping through there is going to be so valuable. And we all know who the adversary is up there.
As I looked on there, there's like 1,700 people watching. I was like 3 people commenting. I'm like, any questions?
So why don't we talk about
crickets
Bitcoin?
and they're talking.
Yeah. Well, I mean, because I think that's kind of the point, right?
Well, we're going to get around
it. She's been in here the shortest, right? Last year.
Yeah.
You came.
Well, I mean,
right?
like in the ethos.
You came out of the closet as a Bitcoiner.
No. I was for years, but it just wasn't like, it wasn't something to me that I like. Basically, the way I feel about Bitcoin right now is the way I felt about hypnosis when I found it. I was like, everybody needs to know this. This is life-changing, and not life-changing in a way that, like, oh, you learn something and it helps your life incrementally. Like, life-changing in the way that you have a vertical leap of consciousness, because once you see something, you can't unsee it.
Damn.
Right? So that's, to me, what Bitcoin is now. And so even though
Great analogy. I think of it as like a prism.
Thank you.
For that.
Thank you. Yeah. That's the way I see it, because it's like, it's the whole hope of Bitcoin, because it's the same as the mind. And this is what I'll be talking about on my new show, Unhypnotized, with on the Money Matter channel, because so many connections between the mind and the money, and then the systems within. So generally speaking, when somebody comes to heal or change, they've been doing a lot of things like incrementally. So they've been like eating better. They've been maybe doing affirmations. They've been learning like, my environment and my experiences that I had in my life have created my perceptions and my beliefs and my reality. And they work really hard to change, which is great. But that's, and even say if we're operating in a fiat standard, we're working harder. We're doing all these things. Like, we're thinking, if I could just be more focused or like more motivated or better at understanding the freaking accounting, then I could be more successful.
What are they really looking for?
Well, this is the whole thing, right? So what I realize is, like, as much as I could help people make these incremental change, if I could put them in a space like hypnosis, but it's really just a space where they have access to all of the solutions that are available to them.
They're looking for truth
In their own innate wisdom,
Yeah.
trusting in their inner authority that's connected to creative consciousness. Boom! Like a vertical leap happens, and all this little bullshit that you did along the way is also part of it. It's great, but it's never going to get you to like the next level. It's never going to get you to freedom and peace of mind as you are right now with nothing needing to change. And that's the same as Bitcoin. That's how I feel about Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the vertical leap of consciousness for humanity.
It's a little piece of truth
Because,
that's
like, yeah,
sucking
you
the
can
entire
learn.
world.
So we're just
in
going to let
around
all the
that.
audience know that soon enough we're going to have the closing 15 minutes where Mr. BTC Sessions is going to grab a
Yeah, I have to go
fantastic
too.
artist,
I have to
Madex.
go. It's
I
past
don't
my
think he's
bedtime.
coming on naked, though. Is he coming on naked?
I mean, maybe.
Maybe. Okay.
He's got
I don't know about
he's got
that.
a broken
I
So
leg.
mean,
stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen.
It's
We don't
definitely
know if
past
the
my
Madex is
bedtime.
coming
I
on
gotta
naked.
be there
but
early in
that's
the
all
morning
happening.
at
We
the
got Mr. Snake
conference.
as well.
Me too. I'm
so
gonna
there'll
give
be
it
Yeah,
like 10
it's
minutes or
definitely
5
past my
minutes to come.
bedtime.
2 minutes.
And, like,
2 minutes. You have 2 minutes to
honestly-
get your drinks.
Hey, who's
Old
getting the-
fashions.
I love Madex.
Ben
I'm
will judge
out.
you if you don't have an old fashioned. He's really into old fashions.
Yes.
You guys know.
He's
Yeah.
a great and he's a
Good
great
night,
maker.
everybody, and thank you, everybody
Thank
watching.
you. Thanks for
I'm
watching.
gonna go get an old fashioned here. So peace out, world.
Yeah, that was it. Sneak in.
It's just A and B.
I'm going to finish it out with Madex and team. I'm gonna let them sneak in here. They're. I see them outside. You can usher those guys in here, but I've got Colin. I've got to say thank you, Heather. I want to say thank you, Mr. Dr. Adventure, doxing himself, being here finally, and I've got a couple gents to join in. Come on in, gentlemen. Please join me. We're gonna round out the evening. With what's been an eclectic group of people that has joined the show. Mr. Suddick, how are you doing, man? I noticed that your hands are curiously devoid of a beverage.
So this is my public accountability opportunity.
Yeah.
Similar to your fitness accountability.
Shit.
I will not be touching alcohol until I am under 200 pounds.
Oh shit! You're making a commitment here. Okay.
So,
Sure. All right. Well, I just ordered an old fashioned, so I now feel a little bit bad.
no
Yeah.
shame.
Yeah.
But we're about 32 pounds away.
All right.
So,
well, congrats, man.
Thank
we're,
you.
We're gonna make it happen.
oh yeah.
Hell yeah. So are you like? This is like, what's your regime? What's happening right now? What's changing that was not before? And also, I will side note this by saying, I love Bitcoiners for constantly trying to improve themselves.
100%.
Like it's you get the sound money part. You get a greater understanding of how to fiscally improve your life and make those better decisions, and then it starts to affect other aspects of your life. How can I be better elsewhere?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Number one is that the amount of psychic change you have to go through to become a fully actualized Bitcoiner. Cool. Thank you.
we got. Don't worry, Madex is just hitting the lights on
He's
us.
rumbling.
Yeah, yeah. We're
finally,
going.
we're going to talk about something interesting.
Thank you.
There you go. I'm like the only asshole with an alcoholic beverage on the way.
You're the fun guy.
You're the fun guy.
I heard it at the roast.
I got the swoosh.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna give you one piece
Should I
of
get
advice.
comfortable first?
You talk into the logo instead of the top of the mic, and you're good. Yeah. So just
I won't overthink it.
there you go. Yeah, you're set. So, gentlemen, honestly, like two of my favorite guests. And two of my favorite guests in tandem.
Why?
I don't know. Shit happens when we all chat, and I enjoy it. And so I think it's just great. So I don't know how have your gents' day been?
It's been great.
Yeah, man.
I mean, this is for myself. This is Alberta. This is the country I believe in. This is the place I believe in. We are talking about Bitcoin under the watching eyes of the Great Spirit Mountains.
Mm-hmm.
They are far older than we are, far wiser. And I couldn't think of a better stage for what Bitcoin is. And
yeah, that the proof of work through the towering mountains above us, right? Like the time that took to form those. Yeah, sure. I like the metaphor.
Geological eons
Yeah.
that took for them to be crushed together and forced from the ground.
Yeah, yeah. There's something to be said there. And I mean, I feel like the ethos in Alberta is uniquely positioned to appreciate, or at least the populace here is uniquely positioned to appreciate and gravitate to Bitcoin perhaps sooner than some other locales.
Yeah, I think, we were talking about this earlier, but there's a phenomenon which is sort of the Bitcoiner early adopter city. And like, why does it happen? Where does it happen? And what kind of community is able to emerge around this set of shared values? I live in Nashville, Tennessee, and I believe we're one of the leading Bitcoin cities. I think Prague is obviously incredible. Riga is obviously incredible.
Yeah.
Calgary is incredible. But like one of the interesting dynamics is that like, not only are these Bitcoin cities, these are not shitcoin cities.
Yes.
Right. New York City has an NFT week.
Toronto.
Disaster. If there's an NFT week proposed here, we need to crush it. Is that okay with you? Let's yeah.
I mean, I don't think they'd even get the legs for it to come to our attention. It'd be one of those "we don't think about you at all" sort of situations.
Yeah, exactly. That's fair.
But
I don't even know if there's like meetups that aren't. I mean, maybe they are.
Once upon a time, there was an
who
Ethereum
cares?
meetup here. It was. I don't think it continued.
It's fine. It's like bicycle, guys who are obsessed with talking about like making their bicycles better.
Yeah.
But they don't. They like for some reason all these people with bicycles we put a combustion engine in a bicycle. Like you don't need to pedal anymore. And they're like, well, actually, it's bad for the environment or whatever they're talking about. And it's like, okay, well, you guys just hang out with your pedal bikes and we're gonna do fucking awesome shit without you.
My jumps are gonna be far sweeter than yours.
And never think about you at all, except for when we blow past you on the fucking open trails.
I love it.
But it's happening in non-finance cities, right? Like that's like that's the through line is like you cannot build a true Bitcoin city in a finance as an ecosystem city.
Yeah. That's very fair. Like part of Alberta, it's like actual resource extraction.
Correct.
We're tradespeople here. We like Albertans have rough hands for the most part.
Yeah.
And even
Mine
like
are supple, but
the majority here, like we're fucking that like within Canada, we're known as kind of the work hard, like play hard province, and like we work fucking hard, man.
Yeah.
It's a huge amount of work to be the life support for Canada.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's when you see things like, and I don't know if you're familiar, but like in Canada, we have something called equalization payments. And the way it works is...
Oh, Harry, if you haven't heard about this, like
God.
Harry's been getting fucking sick like every 35 minutes since he's gotten here. The more he learns about Canada, man.
Yeah.
Where you do what?
We tell him about stuff. He just looks like he's going to pass out, man.
It's basically, so the way it works is we have, we have all the Canadian provinces, and there's certain Canadian provinces that naturally are going to be more productive. Maybe they have more resources, they do more shit. And so obviously in a free market, the way it would work is like wherever there's a concentration of resources and opportunity, more people will gravitate there. And where there's a lack of fiscal reason to be in a certain locale, people would just leave. But the way Canada has thought of it is, well, you know what? There's a bunch of people living in this place where there's just like not a whole lot of good stuff happening. And then there's these other provinces where there's like a bunch of resources and they've got like regular surpluses. And so rather than letting the free market do its thing and people say, hey, there's way more jobs over here, what Canada has decided is, you know what we should do is we're at the end of the fiscal year, we're going to say, hey, you made an extra $10 billion this year, more than other provinces. And we're going to take, we've got a couple excellent gentlemen that just walked outside, very distracting. And you made an extra $10 billion. We're going to siphon that off and we're going to give it to those provinces that literally have nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just going to continue to subsidize people to be in places with no resources.
The philosophy behind this is from each according to their ability to each according to their needs.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever been in like a real bad where all you can think about is like, well, but I can fix him, her, whoever. You know, no, I just need like more time. I can fix it.
Yeah.
You can't.
Yeah. You if somebody's siphoning off.
Not just you can't, you shouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what the opportunity cost on your time. I think people are waking up to it slowly here. I mean, we've talked about it several times over the last little while. The separation conversation in Alberta went from like lol to that'll never happen to that would be awesome, but it'll never happen, to I think where we are right now is like that would be awesome. How could we do that?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's really, really exciting because for the people who believe in a free Alberta, it will be a mecca of this fucking earth. It'll be, I say a lot jokingly, like Calgary is Dubai, but we're just like, it's unrealized.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like an uncut gem right now.
Yeah. It's interesting because again, like there's and this is from Lynn Alden's book Broken Money, but she talks about how in the old days it was like, how do we decide where to put cities? And it was very much based around like, okay, well, we're shipping stuff by sea everywhere, so we're going to build cities around these ports.
She got this from me.
Did she?
100%.
Well, fantastic. I want you to talk about it then.
Ben, you got like 2 fountainheads on your show right now, man. Like,
let's go then. Let's go.
And I love Lynn's work. I love her book.
Yeah.
Like I think it's just a great book. You should buy it. But so this is the idea, and this is why our energy system is so challenged, is because none of our trade infrastructure is remotely designed to handle anything other than like 1750s movement of goods across the continent.
Yeah.
Right. So why is Charleston a critical city? Because it's got a huge fucking port.
Yeah.
Why is Philadelphia and New York Harbor and Boston Harbor, all of these places are total center, like the Northeast in the US was the shipbuilding capital.
Mm-hmm.
And we would export those ships to the other port cities up and down the East Coast. And we eventually decided to build a Panama Canal. So all of these ideas around how we designed our access points were functions of waterways to move goods.
Mm-hmm.
And we still move a tremendous number of goods through these waterways. But then we were reaching the point in our civilizational Kardashev scale where we said, okay, like moving goods over water is critical, but we also need to turn lights on and heat on and do all of these different next level civilizational tasks. And so we started to basically jerry-rig an energy grid across these places too. But now there's the tricky part where all the oil originally, when John Rockefeller dug in his backyard, was in Western Pennsylvania and Ohio. How do you get the oil out of there? And number one is that the only use for the oil at that period of time was essentially paraffin, kerosene, because all it was designed to do was light the house. We didn't have any natural resource plan for oil beyond light.
In fact, like proper like land that had oil on it was actually less like oil pouring out of the ground is less desirable than land without it, because the oil was a nuisance, had to be cleaned up and gotten rid of for, I guess, agricultural, right?
Exactly. So basically, like the highest use of land at that period of time was crop growing. So if you want to get the most units of currency out of your land, growing crops was the most efficient way to do that per acre.
Yeah.
Then oil became a refinable substance and everything changed. And so there became this whole upstream downstream economy that got built out. But remember, we haven't solved the port problem yet, which is we tried to solve it for the first time before all this is pre-industrial scale electricity. We solved it with railroads. And so now we've overlaid rail on top of ports. Then we have to overlay power plants and transmission lines and distribution networks on top of rail, on top of ports. And so we've ended up with this, like, not poorly designed, because I think it was designed the best way possible across these periods of time, but we've ended up in this place where the stakeholders in further improvement of our electric system are challenged to be able to have the say-so over the ability to upsize and upgrade, because we all agree we need to generate more electrons, more magnets need to spin, and how we do that is an open question. Where we do it is an open question, but we need more if we're going to continue to level up. And we're basically stuck with the current transmission system, because that's right now that's the bottleneck, right? How do you move a high voltage electron over 500 miles to get it to a household?
Yeah.
And Bitcoin is the first time that we have a new technology that attacks the revenue side of that problem rather than the cost side of that problem. So I talk to nuclear executives regularly, and what they're basically saying to me is they've spent the last 30 years controlling costs. They've never spent any spare time in the last 30 years trying to improve revenue.
Yeah.
They just realized in the last 5 years that Bitcoin is the technology that lets them focus on the revenue side of their business and not the cost side of their business.
Reshapes everything.
Reshapes everything.
The whole landscape. And then we're building this top layer.
So do you, as per the, I guess, the original segue that we made, the future construction of new cities can now be focused on sources of energy,
They're energy cities
rather than
port cities. So
exactly.
we have a whole history of port cities, river, ocean, pick your poison, but they're all port cities.
Yeah.
Now we'll build energy cities.
And that's going to be very, very interesting, because there's going to be places where right now there's nothing. And entire civilizations will just pop up out of nowhere.
But, like, you know what didn't exist 400 years ago? Cincinnati, Ohio.
Yeah.
True.
St. Louis.
Yeah.
Las Vegas.
Yeah.
None of these cities existed 400 years ago.
Yeah.
But all the European cities did. Many of the Asian cities did.
Yeah.
And so we Americans and Canadians forget that we are still young civilizations on the continuum of history.
Yeah.
And so we're not behind schedule.
Yeah.
We're on schedule.
Yeah.
But we need to have the will and the fortitude and the courage to build the next thing.
Yeah.
And not pretend that this is a pie cutting exercise. It's a pie baking exercise.
Yeah. And also, like, not be slowed down by the outside of America. And that everything that is getting thrown at us right now, I think it's pretty clear that the majority is coming from outside forces that are not within America. And it's like America could just close the ports forever, and this place fucking thrives.
Take a lot of work.
A lot of work.
We have a lot of work to do.
A lot of work.
We have to rebuild semiconductor manufacturing, but that's doable.
we can do it.
We can do it.
We need the incentives to do it, and the hard money will drive those incentives.
100%.
And build everything that we don't have in the rest of the world here.
Well, when the US's primary export became US dollars, they stopped building useful shit.
Yeah, because we exported all the inflation.
Yeah,
and so we get to we basically make every American citizen beneficiaries of a cancel-on effect.
Yeah.
That we don't suffer from.
Yeah, until now, like shit's actually hitting the fan. Like, are we reaching the end of that reign? Are we reaching the end, like the limits of what they've been able to push for the past however many decades?
I'm of two minds. I don't know that it's definitive. I don't think it's like obvious to me that like, you know, the dollar is over. We're not going to be the world reserve currency anymore.
Well, even me in 2008, I was like, oh, shit's over.
Yeah.
And then of course, like that can got kicked
history's
super far down the road, right?
And then they printed like $900 billion and it was all solved.
And hundreds of billions sounded like a lot in 2008. And now trillions
trillion.
with a T. Like, I just heard that this past fiscal year it was like $1.7 trillion deficit. And it's like, well, it wasn't 6. Like, that was my response. It was like, give me some double digits, son. Let's see those numbers pumped up. Like,
yeah. I mean, I think like the US is not playing an absolute game.
Yeah.
We're really playing a relative game.
Mm-hmm.
So I think on a relative basis, it's still like things are still pretty reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
I think on an absolute basis, they're not.
Yeah.
But like the world's not an absolute place.
Yeah.
Now, a lack of investment in infrastructure and production capabilities will accelerate any timeline.
But I mean, it's you're seeing it. I feel like seeing kind of the final realization of individuals being like, there's a psychological thing where people will actually act when they feel like they're losing something they already had.
Yeah.
And it's not true of gaining something they never had.
Yes.
So people are feeling exactly that. This is the TikTok video of the nurse that's like, I have had a career for 20 years and it was a good career, and why can I not afford groceries and rent anymore?
Yeah.
And I'm making more dollars than I ever made. I don't understand what's happening to me. So like people are hitting that. And so I feel like we're bumping up against those limits. And it's not the people that have been poor their entire lives that got poorer that are going to cause riots. It's the people that had it good and then it gets ripped away from them that really start to like burn down buildings and buy lots of rope. Right?
Well, certainly over the last little while, the communication, you can just hear it in like, I'm sure we all have like normie fucking friends that we talk to once in a while, hopefully not too regularly, but you can just hear it. Like, I know the shift, like in a lot of my groups, it's kind of been like, you know, the lol Bitcoin thing. Yeah. And then now it's kind of like, they still don't give a fuck about Bitcoin, but like, you can just hear in the conversations that they're like talking about suffering. Like, I was at a wedding recently, and driving back to the airport, we gave some people a ride, and like they were just kind of complaining about all this stuff having to do with like travel and like airfares and things like that. And that exactly what you're saying, like they're feeling the suffering from just like used to be able to like fly anywhere in the world and like get a decent seat and a decent like airline meal and a decent like a full can of Coca-Cola at your fucking seat, you know. And now all that stuff's stripping away. Now you can't even fucking check a bag at a reasonable cost. Now they're starting to want to charge if to have overhead luggage.
Yeah.
Now they're starting to offer tickets, and like I was saying to Harry earlier, like the pricing system for the airlines is now like, okay, we got to make a price tier that is like so degrading that people are like, well, they like upsell to like being able to bring a backpack on the fucking plane. Yeah. And like one thing that really struck me, the whole mass attack that we went through with the whole virus shit was that a lot of people were like, we all heard this. It was like, I just want to travel, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I just want to like, I want to be able to travel. I want to go. I got travel plans, man.
Yeah.
And now it's like, okay, well, you got vaccinated and the airline ticket is triple and you can't bring a suitcase.
Yeah.
And you can't, you know, so
now
like
you're paralyzed.
I think actually the travel point is like something that may actually really fucking rattle people awake when it's like, for the longest time, there was this like culture in Canada, especially because it's so fucking cold and horrible up here in the winters, of like dipping to fucking Cancun for 2 weeks, all inclusive with flights, like $700. Now it's like a $5,000 trip.
Yeah.
And like you can get some deals and stuff on the hotels, but the flights, you're looking at like $1,000, like no matter what. And there's like, there'll be like, of course, there's like market forces in there, like subsidies and things that'll change them. But like en masse, it's getting more expensive and more unaffordable to go fucking anywhere. So like the groceries thing, and that's where I think like is a sign of like how fucked up where we are is right now. Like that groceries 3xing isn't moving people, but like, you know, all inclusive Cancun trip is 5x.
Yeah.
And then people are pissed, you know, like we're just.
It's interesting again. Like I was having this chat, and I get that like Lisa's a little bit more kind of, she's getting it now. My wife is kind of been like injected into the space against her own will. But
as all Bitcoiner wives and girlfriends,
but she's embracing it now. And so like again, I was talking about this on stage earlier today, but you know, we had a conversation like earlier this year, and she was like, I've been a nurse for 15 years. I started at this wage. I'm making almost double now just through seniority and like gradual wage increases that have been negotiated over time. I feel working the same amount of hours when I get a paycheck poorer now than I did when I started. And I said, well, let's fucking check. And we looked.
Let's run the numbers.
And we ran the numbers. And with inflation, her purchasing power today, nearly doubling her income nominally, gives her less purchasing power than when she started her career.
She started her fucking career, man.
15 years ago. And no wonder you have people crying in their cars, screaming at their phones, being like, what is going on? I have a good career. I thought it was a good career. I literally resuscitated a dying baby today. And after an hour of doing that, I can't afford to buy a McDonald's meal for my entire family.
Mm-hmm. And okay, so prices have gone up everywhere, but recently I was overseas in a place called Luxury France.
Mm-hmm.
And at BTC Prague, I was expecting everything to be low cost. And, you know, I knew there was good deals there to be had, and everything's just cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
What I was not expecting was for Luxury France to be cheaper than fucking Canada.
Yeah.
We are so out of whack in America, and I think that even though like Canada is definitely like extremely expensive, but I think like in America too, at like a certain class level, relatively like the same fucking cost. Like we think the United States is expensive because our dollar's worth 30% less. So every time we go down there, we just get like fucking hosed basically. But like the affordability, like people in luxury France are complaining about affordability. And I was there eating at like 5-star restaurants that were cheaper bills than like equivalent like Applebee's restaurants, and I'm like looking at like $100 million yachts eating like fucking amazing food, amazing ingredients, because like Europe we can, in America we talk a lot of shit about Europe because, you know, they're all fucking pussies and they don't know what a handgun looks like, but they got fucking good food, man. They didn't let anybody fuck with their fucking food.
Yeah.
And
oh man, we were talking about that earlier about how bad like, and it's really bad in the States. Like, you guys down there, I don't know what has happened. Well, I do kind of know what has happened, but it's just like poison coursing through the food.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's very easy to cross the border. So like Canadians are getting like a percentage of that up here too. But you go to, I was in Italy. I spent 5 weeks in Italy this past summer. And those fuckers that eat carbs for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
We ate bread every fucking day on the whole trip, and I never felt sick once. Here, I get literally any piece of fucking bread in Canada, and I'm fucking sick. Like, I feel sick.
It's because you're not allowed to inject like industrial motor oils into your food overseas. And like, as much as I hate like top-down control, like it's just the opposite over here. It's like we were talking earlier.
Well, we have it top down too, but it's
to the certain things are detriment, and we had some of the guys that are doing local farming here talking about like if you go to a bank and you try to get a loan as a farmer, they'll be like, cool, great, what do you do? And you explain, oh, what kind of crops are you farming? If you're not farming canola oil, you are not able to get a loan.
Fix the money.
Yeah, fix the money.
Yeah,
Fix the money.
Yeah,
I don't have a better answer. I can make changes in my own household, and I try to the best of my ability. But I don't know how to solve a problem for people other than to try to improve an incentive.
Yeah. And the thing is like none of us need to fucking solve any of these problems, and that's what these commie fucking peanut butter brain fucking retards don't understand is that like actually you don't fucking have a clue what the fuck you're talking about, and it's not your job or your position to solve why the food is fucked. That's not my job. That's not Harry's job. That's not your job. We can vote with our money, and we can choose what we put into our bodies from what's available from the market. But like, I'm not the guy solving the bread is shit in America problem. But some guy is probably out there very ready to do that and completely blocked off by red tape and regulation and who knows what kind of bizarre and like mutated, founding fathers spitting in their grave. Like, Harry, have you looked into like just plugging like fucking probes into like the founding fathers' graves and running miners off of that? Because they're spinning so goddamn fast, but there's got to be like megawatts coming off of this. Every tomb's got to be like fucking 10 megawatts at least, man.
So good.
Because it's a mess.
That's just gonna be a clip for sure.
It's a fucking mess, man.
Lisa, clip this part, and this is a clip that's gonna be part of the bullish bits.
But so that every single person listening to this, every single has what they're specialized in and what they fucking understand, and that's what they're good at.
Yeah.
Right, and that's where they can solve whatever it is. And so like that fucking, we all know it, or maybe some of you don't, but like fix the money just means that like each individual actor in this fucking economy is not prevented from providing his genius to the system and using his ideas to solve these problems, which we all agree are problems. But the fiat fucking interrupts the market signals. We don't have correct data at all from the market. It's all fucking corrupt. We have no idea what the fuck is going on. And if the only truth is price,
well, I mean,
and we don't have true price reflection.
Remember the $7 trillion.
We're blind. We're flying blind.
The $7 trillion are the reason why the price signals don't work.
Yeah,
is because there's a spigot of money getting pumped into these systems in places where it doesn't belong.
Yeah,
and will drastically confuse the situation. I'll never forget, and God bless California, because they gave us this natural example. We hired 3 guys in a dev shop somewhere in Southern California to build their COVID testing website. They gave them $100 million to build a website. I would have happily learned to code.
Yeah, for $100 million incentive. Yeah. Well, we had some similar things up here, Harry, with ArriveCan, which finally which we all knew about and were talking about while it was happening in real fucking time.
Yeah.
But you know, there's like, and the fact that this is news to people, that like the government embezzles money, is fucking incredible. Like,
I mean, it's the same type of people that were surprised watching the debate.
How fucking
oh my
wired
God, he's
in?
totally,
Yeah.
he can't speak.
Oh,
What?
you figured it out now?
But again, it's like, you're right. Like there's how many times do the conspiracy theories need to be shown as like, wait, no, we're just saying what we were looking at.
Yeah.
Don't believe your lying eyes.
Yeah.
You know, at the end of the day, like, I have an opportunity to observe the world around me and try to make the best decisions that I know how. And I have yet to find a better decision than to try to price as much of my life as I'm able to in Bitcoin.
Yeah. Because all you can, like, you fucking parasites that think you can control, that
none of them are watching this at this point.
I know, but that you think you can that you think you know better what's better for fucking sourcing power than Harry, or building fucking mining operations, or you know what's better for fucking running a fucking educational program than Ben, or you know what's better than me for like running an art business, or you know what's better for fucking Bull Bitcoin to make their decisions. Like, the idea that an individual person can think that their intelligence is greater than the collective of all of us acting to our incentives as individuals is like so physically sickening to me, that when I encounter them, I just have to leave.
Yeah. We've been overtaken by this meme of like the experts. I don't need to ask an expert. I need to ask a practitioner.
Yeah.
If I want to know about how something works, I want to ask someone who's worked it.
Yeah.
And I don't need somebody who has a degree in the hypothetical idea. You know, Nassim Taleb is not my favorite Bitcoin thinker, but he has a great concept for this, which is the IYI, the intellectual yet idiot.
Yes.
And that concept is what we've rebranded to say expert. It means they've taken classes or seminars or observed another person who observed another person who observed a person who once did this once.
It's like in Bitcoin when somebody's like, when I see this, and you guys probably see it too, like somebody's like, yeah, I'm a certified Bitcoin expert. It's like, certified by whom?
What node are you running? What hardware wallet have you spun up recently? Like, I don't need an expert. I just need someone who's done it.
Who's done it?
There's a huge difference between practical knowledge and theoretical knowledge.
Exactly.
Like you can spout a bunch of bullshit about, and it's not even necessarily bullshit. It's like, oh, I understand the concepts, but like in practice, like, okay, cool, spin up a node, get some sats, make them secure with hardware, maybe run a multi-sig, like, show me that shit. And the person's like, well, I can tell you how the blockchain works. And you're like, that's not the same
fact
thing.
that you said that in that way, like, I can tell you how the blockchain works. Just, it immediately tells someone like me that, or us, that you're a retard.
Yes.
You're a moron.
Yeah. It's all just a symptom of the conditioning of our current incentive systems, and I think it will continue to proliferate.
And I feel for these people.
Yeah, I get it,
because they're not trying. Well, many of them are not trying to be malicious.
Yeah,
right. They're trying to do their best within the incentive structure that they grew up in.
Yeah.
And they were told that borrowing $250,000 to go to college to get a degree
for basket weaving,
to be a bureaucrat was a really productive use of their life.
Yeah.
And that person, for all we know, could have been an incredibly capable person at something productive.
Yeah.
But they were sold a bill of goods that you know, the ivory tower was a better use of their time and their energy than, you know, creating time and energy. And like that, like I feel sorry for them. I feel sorry. And the reason that we care so much is because we are heavily invested in a future state that is governed by prosperity. And we think we can get there. We have hope.
Yeah.
We just want to bring as many people with us as we can.
Yeah. As many capable and competent people
Yes,
as
that's
we
exactly.
can.
Yeah. So like this is, and I'm gonna shift gears a little bit here, and I know we're kind of running short on time. I'm keeping you guys, and you're trying to be These gentlemen, they're enjoying delicious waters, and they're trying to be responsible, and they've got shit to do tomorrow because we've got day 2 of the Bitcoin Rodeo. It's going to be a lot of fun. Harry, how long are you in Calgary for?
I am in Calgary till Thursday.
Till Thursday.
I'm out Thursday morning.
You're really just like
I'm in and out.
Man, Harry's a busy motherfucking man.
I will be in Nashville.
He's busy.
In
October
for
sure.
I will be in October.
We're gonna have a good time.
Yeah.
I will not be in Nashville in July.
I am disappointed.
I know,
but not mad.
I'll see you in October. It's going to be a good time. I'm excited
really
to
good.
see you. And actually, you know what? Just before this, I was at home in between the rodeo and swinging out to the after party. I was getting a video call from Anna from Huddle Huddle.
Yeah.
She's like, I get this like missed video call. I'm at home with the fam, and then I get this message. It seemed quite urgent. She's like, I really need you right now. This is super important. I was like, oh shit.
Uh-oh.
like video call back. First image on the screen is a fucking like the slot machines, and she's in Lugano, and she's beside Marseille, and she's beside Odell.
Yep.
And they're just fucking like chilling at the casino in Lugano at 3 a.m. She's like, we don't know how to work the machine. Can you give us a tutorial on how to do the machine? I was like, guys, I'm not a gambling expert. No, but
well played.
Yeah,
but then you walked her through
Yeah,
it.
obviously. Yeah. So it was great. But yeah, Odell says hi. And again, I saw Odell just recently in Oslo for the Freedom Forum, which was fantastic. And I'm super stoked to get back to Bitcoin Park. I loved it last year. It was such a cool experience.
Yeah, it's amazing, man. It's very special what you guys got set up there, and people from Tennessee are just pleasure, man.
We try.
You know, it's
as a recent transplant refuge.
Yeah.
There's a taste of the sovereignty that we're all searching for there, and
I think we need to build that bridge, and we need to get Bitcoin Park people up here, and we need to
well, already like we're without Bitcoin, Calgary and Nashville are closely related just through country music and rodeo.
Yeah.
So
and there's direct flights back and forth.
Yeah, back
very
and forth
easy.
all the time.
So I think it's a natural fit. What we need is a Bitcoin Park-esque place for us here in Calgary. And so I think that's in the back of my mind of like that needs to happen here.
We're here to help. It's a super tough business.
For sure. Yeah. I know.
But it's doable.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Like the advice that I always, because I get a lot of like, hey, we need a Bitcoin Park.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Maybe not now.
Yeah.
And maybe don't over lever massively on real estate.
Yeah.
But like the first step, run a Bitcoin meetup and get 100 people there every single time.
Yeah.
That's the first step.
Yeah. That's great. And that's achievable. Like you can work within your community to build that. And we're trying to do that here. And I think we're on the cusp of that.
Yeah.
I think that's
but once you tip, you tip.
Yeah.
And then you
reach critical mass.
Rolling. And then like the two KPIs that like got me really excited to join Odell and Rod at the park was I was just getting on a plane every other month and flying to Nashville for a one-night meetup.
Yeah.
And then I wasn't the only person doing that.
Yeah.
And then I was like, okay, so like it's happening, it's working. We were, and I'm sorry, Jackalope Brewery, we were over your fire marshal capacity every single time. But we had like 200 people in the upstairs of the brewery every month. Yeah. And Rod and Matt were like, God bless them. We need our own.
Yeah, let's get a solution. Yeah.
Yeah. This is how I feel this is what I feel with, and it's not quite Bitcoin Park. It's a different beast, but with the SAT market here,
100%.
I think we're heading in that direction. And the reason it's just been the Bitcoiners has been nothing but sourcing from the meetup and bringing people together and like friends and family of just that. We haven't reached out to anybody else yet. We just did our third market, and like it was great. I'm not gonna lie. Like it's not like 1,000 people busting in the doors, but like but it's a thing. It's a
start,
real
man.
thing.
Like, because before there was nothing.
Yeah.
And like for you guys, like Bitcoin Farmstead.
Yeah.
Bitcoin Homestead.
There's there's literally a guy at the market that teaches people how to build out their own homesteads.
Yeah.
There's multiple farmers coming in. They've got like beef and chicken and eggs and like people like bringing in honey. There's people that are bringing in jerky. There's people that are doing all of these different things. There's like there's barbers, there's plumbers, there's other types of tradesmen.
It's like what a market is fucking supposed to be, which is like, show me what you got.
Yeah. But it's useful shit.
Come and sell your wares.
Come and sell your wares.
Yeah. And like you get the artists, you get the people that bringing in like just like cool shit to decorate your home with, and then you also get the people that are like, also, if your toilet's backed up because your kid threw a toy down it, which is definitely a thing that happened to me, you have literally, you can look them up on Twitter now, the Bitcoin plumber, right here in Calgary, not a, but the Bitcoin plumber here in Calgary. And so like there's this swell here, and I can feel it because like Alberta is so unique in the way that people are thinking, and it lines up with places like Nashville, with places like the state of this, like with any freedom oriented people, it's going to line up. And I think we've got something special here. It's just up until now, nobody's been like, hey, we should all get together. And I think it just takes that. And I think it takes a few people to be like, yeah, we should totally. And then start to do it.
Well, I think the markets thing is even more powerful than the meetups, because like the meetups, you just go there and you like talk about fucking Bitcoin. And then there's all sorts of dynamics with anyone who's familiar with meetups knows, right? And then everybody leaves. But with the market, it's actually like, you know, sell your wares.
It's a circular economy.
Sell your wares. And this is like we're building communities in the way that the actual like word of building communities means. Like not like how it has, how we've seen it with fiat. Like this is like, so like this guy, like this plumber guy, like he not only like, okay, he's doing the Bitcoin thing, but also he has to fucking deliver and do a fucking good job. For all the reasons that, you know, I'll probably be talking about tomorrow, which is like the obvious incentives that like you don't want to pay a plumber 5 times, you want to pay a good one. And you're even willing to overpay for that.
Exactly.
And you know, if this guy like makes mistakes, like you're out of the gang, man, you know, like, and so like, it just raises the shrines where we're so used to the shrines being lowered in fucking fiat world to the lowest, to the worst, to the lowest quality. And every single person at that fucking Sats market, like there's all the Bitcoin stuff, but also they're entering into like a social contract with everybody there that like their goods are of value. And that they have to, like, their name is their name. They have to back that. So like today I bought a bunch of tallow products, like skincare products. You know, bought a bunch of jerky, of course. You know, got some other thing, but like the stuff I'm buying,
best fucking jerky you've ever had.
It is
so good. It's so good.
Bitcoiners are a highest common denominator population, right? Like think of you know, everyone think of your like Bitcoin memories and experiences. Maybe it's a beefsteak. Maybe it's coming to Bitcoin Rodeo. Maybe it's, you know, talking to your parents about Bitcoin for the first time. Like all of these experiences, like either you're receiving the best of somebody else or you're giving the best of yourself. That's what Bitcoin requires of you to show up. And like that heightened expectation is like why we're going to win.
Yeah.
Because if we deliver the best of ourselves every chance we get, we can't lose.
Yeah. And like something that's kept me on track with Matex a lot, which I'm constantly thinking about, and especially going into the future, is like when you enter into a Bitcoin contract, i.e. buying beef jerky at the Sats market, like you are like stating that what I have is worth your Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Harry made a great point earlier, just saying that like if the quality of what you produce is of a high enough standard, it already is the Bitcoin.
Yeah.
It is as valuable as the Bitcoin because people are willing to trade you the coins for that service.
Yeah. What I'm gonna segue into from that is I'm very excited that I plan on, I think within the next 24 hours, claiming the piece of art which I've spent my precious sats on to purchase from you. I'm very much looking forward to it, and I want to tell the story of why I bought that particular, and you know why, you know exactly why, but so I'm very excited to go back to, and I guess I'll kind of round it out here because I couldn't think of two finer gentlemen to round out this this show with than you guys, but so back in 2019 we made a little trip to Riga, Latvia for Baltic Honey Badger.
So jealous.
And that was actually my first.
That's where I met Odell too. Yeah, for the first time.
That was my first Bitcoin conference, like actual real Bitcoin conference. That wasn't a shitcoin conference that I'd been to, and we made the trek out there, and also like the night that I had out with you and Guillaume and Francis was just like one of the roughest mornings I've ever experienced in my entire life. but it was also one of the great parts of that trip was Bull Bitcoin hosted a dinner, and it was underneath this restaurant, and I'm a little foggy, but I think I remember basically like the underground of this restaurant is very cave-like.
Yeah, you went through like a staircase cave tunnel to get into the restaurant from like giant, like 6-inch thick
like
castle
bars.
Doors. So like,
yeah, it was crazy. And so you go down, they had like a full pig on a spit turning around. They had like all of the meat, and it was just like a carved cave, like little lair for all of us. And the history of it and it was kind of poetic because the history of it was like the elites would go down there and dictate what would become of the populace. They would like basically decide what the rest of society would succumb to, like, oh, here's the policies, here's what we're going to do. And then to have the Bitcoiners that are working on the inverse of that invade that space, to me was very poetic. And while we were down there, the collection of Bitcoiners was like a sight to behold. But one of the coolest things ever was Eric comes in, he sits beside Adam, and of course, as you do when you're Adam back, you have a Rubik's Cube just chilling in your pocket. And so he pulls it out, and I'm witnessing Adam back teaching Madex the ins and outs of how to master the Rubik's Cube. And that's just always a moment sitting in a cave that used to be used by like the upper echelons of society to like impose their will on the plebs, to the plebs invading that space and just like chilling
and learning algorithms
and eating a pig on a spit and just being in the presence of that moment and seeing that. And then I saw this piece on his website, which was one of your totems, and in it is the Rubik's Cube. And I was like, I need that fucking thing on my wall, like
cool.
Right away.
Only in Bitcoin.
And so I purchased it, and I'm going to be taking ownership of that in the
tomorrow night at tomorrow evening.
Yeah.
a great follow-up in BTC Prague, which I was very grateful to have been invited to and experience the competence and just absolute first class presentation of DC Prague. Not only the Bitcoin conference I've ever fucking been to, but the best like conference or large scale event of any kind.
Yes.
I was so impressed. So there I ran into Adam again.
Yes.
And after that night in Riga, I did actually learn the Rubik's Cube, and I learned how to do it. And I was getting I actually had a race once with Adam from Bitcoin Well, and we did a race, and I won, of course. And now he's going to challenge me if he ever sees this. But so I ran into Adam again, and he's got the cube, and I had like a different cube piece, a more chill one than the very rodeo one that you got. And I was talking to Adam about it, and then basically ended up giving him the cube piece. And then he hands me the cube.
It's so good.
Right? And then this would have been to have made the story perfect. This would have been the point that I just instantly solved the cube and handed it back to him. Right? But of course, like anything, if you don't keep up in your fucking practice with it, it fucking, fades away over time. So I like ended up in this situation where I was like, and like I knew the moves and I can do like the first base, like no problem. That's ingrained. It's just when you get up to like that top ring where for me, I got an 80 IQ. It's a little bit complicated to like bust out these fucking cube moves. But the next time I see him, I'm going to be back to my Adam from Bitcoin Well beating cube times.
Yes, I love it. It's so poetic. It's again to hear that kind of full circle and Harry, I don't know if you saw, but like Madex fucking killed.
Oh, I saw it.
Every aspect of Prague.
The photos from the bar, the photos from the overall set design work you did. Like, if you're not on Madex.art buying art right now, you should, because prices will go up.
Yeah, I've always said like every like level up that you do, I'm always extremely proud, but this was the next fucking level.
100%.
And you fucking nailed it. And it was like just one of those moments where it's like looking back on kind of the history of like knowing you in the early days, and then like and not even the early days because you were already well on your trajectory, but like seeing that, I was like, holy shit, that is effort, and like just seeing somebody like hone their craft, and it was beautiful to see, and beautiful to see somebody at scale recognize it and be like, we're gonna put this on a pedestal.
Like huge, like Mateus and Martin, they like fully made that happen, and they reached out to me and saw what I was doing, and like what they were offering, I didn't even really fully comprehend until it kind of started coming together. And the most important moment of the entire BTC Prague experience was being invited back for next year.
Yeah.
So next year we're doing another huge Madex installation, and we'll have a lot of elements as well that will be carried over because they were just so fantastic. And I don't think enough people even saw them this year. And working with them was just so fucking incredible. And it was probably the biggest booster that I've ever had in my life for me in terms of I am what I am becoming.
Yeah.
And you are the Bitcoin.
The support, the support from those guys is like that's what like fucking supporting an artist kind of looks like. There were some recent events that happened to me where I had to issue a rebuttal to some proposals, and in a lot of the like chatter afterwards, there was all this stuff about like how much insane, like, oh well, without all this stuff that we did for you, like you wouldn't have anything and all this kind of shit. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And so I definitely had like at BTC Prague, I was like, this is what fucking supporting somebody looks like.
Yeah.
Like this is what like putting your money where your fucking mouth is.
Well, it's what not compromising an artist's morals.
Yeah.
In the name of supporting them looks like. Right.
Yeah.
It's not like an ultimatum. It's hey, we recognize the value that you're providing. We recognize the vision with which you're providing it, and we're going to support that in line with your morals and your moral compass.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
it's a return to patronage.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Like when you support an artist, you're engaging in an act of patronage.
Yeah.
And that has a long, many century history, dating back to Roman times, where the relationship between the patron and the artist is such that the patron is buying the work from the artist in the artist's fully realized form.
Yeah.
Not saying move it a little to the left.
Yeah. Or shave the nose a little smaller.
No.
Yeah.
For those who know the Michelangelo story, right?
Exactly.
But this is, I think, like what really and what I hope that Madex project can do, and I got to find a way to put more effort into that in like it in the coming years here is I don't like creative people and people that are working on creative projects that have like real undeniable objective fucking talent. They don't realize like how like every single person that like gets a free sticker pack from me or buys a t-shirt from me or any level of art acquisition or even just like a 10,000 painting, like that's like I'm like planting seed. I'm planting seed because like I'm building a client base right now that like the number one DM message that I get is, dude, your stuff is so fucking awesome. And it's like it's a goal that I want to like be able to acquire Madex one day or save up and get one, or Bitcoin pumps and I'll get one and all this. So it's like I'm just like laying all these seeds and planting like all these trees that are going to grow into these like Bitcoin patrons that are around the world that will then basically allow like Madex to like create some things that will truly last forever. And this is the pitch to like other artists out there that have talent and ability that is far past and far beyond mine, is like, hey, like start planting these seeds. Like start there's a respect here for your talents that you cannot find in the fiat banking markets. Like you cannot find in the modern art galleries and these dealers. Like there's a real appreciation for like proof of work into projects. And Bitcoiners will pay you for your work if it's good in whatever niche that it is that you work in. Like and you know what that is. Like you whatever your craft is, you know what the difference is between like something that's $100 and something that's $1,000 or fucking $100,000. You know what that difference is, and Bitcoiners will pay for it at whatever step along the way that they're at. So the primary thing is plant the seeds and like build that reach and build those markets. All right, we got JP joining us.
We're gonna have a cap out here.
Have they fed you a lot of drinks?
They fed me a few, but it's just
I'll step out here and
no mic is good for podcasts.
No, we're gonna okay. So we're gonna do a quick little swap out here. Actually, Harry, if you can grab Bradley and get him in here, then we're gonna do a quick goodbye. But I will say, X is an incredible artist. I don't know if you got to see some of his art.
No, but he told me how good his art was.
Yeah, he was right. He was 100% right.
He talked a good game.
Dude, I'll see you in Nashville.
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. And we're gonna welcome.
We're gonna start the roast.
Yeah, 100%.
Actually,
Dave, you're coming around this way.
You guys get fucking Harry stood up here.
I don't know how he happened. He's
Ben,
here.
I have all my roast material right here.
Oh, fuck. Shit.
But it's on Dave right now. So
Okay,
we can get him.
Okay, perfect. Let's roast Dave a bit more. He is so unorganized. That's all I had, man. That's all I had.
He's really
Here, I'm gonna speak into the logo, and you're good.
oh the logo.
Yeah.
For Special Olympian, he's doing pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think so. He's doing the best he can. He's got that hat. He can't quite fit it over the giant cranium that he has.
He tries hard. His hands are strong.
Yeah.
Are you okay, Dave?
Yeah.
He wants some grilled cheese right now.
He does. He keeps on yelling grilled cheese.
Yeah.
And like angry retards are dangerous. So you got to keep him pacified, I think.
I mean, Stephen Hawking said it best, but you said it even better.
That's true.
Are we being recorded now?
We're live right now.
Perfect.
And then immediately demonetized. I just said retard a number of times.
How would we not be? Ben, speaking of which, how do you feel about Stephen Hawking being on Epstein's list as it relates to Bitcoin?
We went from demonetized to banned from YouTube. So,
who's this guy?
Stephen Hawking is a pedophile. Obviously, I don't know what we're talking about here.
That's all right. You're going to talk into the logo.
Dave,
although I don't know if I want what you say to be captured, so I don't know why I said that.
Yeah. Can we turn that mic off?
Yeah, we'll just turn that right off. Don't worry, we don't have anybody producing, so it's fine.
You mean the invisible person behind the computer?
There's a guy that runs the place. He came in. He's like, he was like, sounds pretty good. Do you need me to stay in here? I was like, you don't need to listen to this.
Yeah. You're. I don't mean to tell you this, Ben, but seeing from the other window, Dave, you just knocked over that light. You fuck.
Yeah. Right.
You know what I think about that though? Honestly, I don't care.
Say more as it relates to Bitcoin.
Yeah.
That's all you have to do at a Bitcoin conference. Like, what do you think of hot girls as it relates to Bitcoin?
Like, no, that's just fiat. Like,
I thought this was directed towards me, but based on the panel at the roast, clearly I'm completely uninterested. So,
Ben, it sounds like you're slurring your words almost as much as me. May I say a few things about Dave now that we have a chance?
You can, because are these ones that were missed during the roast today?
No. I'm not that original. These are the same ones.
Okay. Perfect.
So are we on video or just audio?
Oh, this is video and audio.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So as you can see clearly by Dave, he is what would happen if Brokeback Mountain met blockchain technology.
I love that you use blockchain technology because that's more offensive than Brokeback Mountain to Dave.
It is, yeah.
It's harder to say.
Yeah.
Dave, shut up. We got more. Come on in. We're just trying to make this a worse show. Ben, as you know, Dave claims to be the best looking Bitcoin entrepreneur in Canada.
Yeah.
And as you can see on the show, he's not even in the top 2 of the best looking guys in the show.
Really? Like you have muscles, I have
something else. Like
something else. I mean, yeah.
Well, as we established in the roast, you have a level of exquisite gayness that only Vanilla Ice could rival.
That's true. That's what I was going for. I'm glad you captured that.
Dude, you've been role playing for like almost 8 years now.
Yeah.
It's been paying off.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it went back before that because I'm a child of the 90s.
This is not a persona for Ben. This is
deeply rooted in my soul. Yeah.
Dave, enough about grilled cheese. We got more on you. Ben, I don't know if you know this, but I've heard Dave say multiple occasions, if the poop hits the fan with like society collapses, he wants to be some kind of warlord, which I think is great because the world's never seen a warlord with Down syndrome. and I think that'd be cool, like seeing someone like dressed as John Cena trying to rule over other people, eating mayonnaise out of jars because he thinks it's peanut butter, and he's just happy about it. Rides a scooter out of town
He loves scooters.
in the wrong direction.
Scooters,
Yeah, dude, we all love scooters. Dude, good for you for being able to ride scooters, Dave.
Yeah, I'm very secure.
Yeah, dude, we're so proud of you.
No, you don't even. He actually rolled up to the rodeo this morning on a scooter.
Yeah,
I shit
everywhere I
you not.
go, I roll up on a scooter. Like,
This was meant to be a dig, but this was a legitimate observation of Dave's regular lifestyle choices.
well,
Yeah,
the thing is,
there's no exaggeration here.
I have a lot
Say
of-
more, Dave.
yeah, I have a lot of
What do you
data
like
behind
best
the
about
scooters.
grilled cheese?
I am approaching 2,000 scooter rides in my life, and I have fallen off the scooter only 11 times.
That's great. Do you make the grilled cheese yourself, or do you need help?
I'll tell you what, this is a whole other tangent, but I might someday, and this would be fucking sweet if I do this, I might someday
Case in
create a
point
restaurant
that he said that.
will be a fucking soup restaurant only. Because you guys don't even know how good of soup I can make.
Are you gonna have just serve it with forks?
No,
Dave?
it's gonna be a fucking soup restaurant, JP. We're gonna have
Dude,
soup,
yes. I love that.
and we're not gonna have utensils. People can figure that shit out
Is
themselves.
it,
I love
is
that.
it going to be a sister restaurant that serves grilled cheese that can be dipped into soup?
No, man, we're not gonna serve grilled cheese. We're gonna serve
Okay.
alone, soup only.
Okay. All
But
right.
like honestly, if there was, you know what I would call the restaurant? Call it soup.
Nice.
That feels like it.
It would
took some
probably
thought.
fucking fly, to be honest.
That would actually.
You know, speaking of Ben, Dave, Ben has always struck me as the kind of guy that pours milk on sandwiches.
I still don't know how to handle that criticism.
There's no logic to it.
I don't quite know.
When I heard that, I was like, I feel like that'd be bad, but like, no, I'm not sure that'd be bad.
But also,
Right?
like,
I was like,
it could be
what kind of
better.
sandwich? Like, if
Yeah.
you had a really high quality grilled cheese sandwich with like, honestly, like
warm milk.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
You hear this shit in like the restaurant industry, like we got a 3 cheese, blah blah blah.
I've
And,
never
like,
heard
and-
that in
and
the
3
restaurant
cheese shit is
industry.
bullshit, right? So if you had a sandwich, it was like a 7 cheese,
yeah,
grilled cheese sandwich, and it was
Uh-huh.
like a really high grilled cheese sandwich. It got to be grilled really well, and like with tallow with no seed oils, and you had this.
Okay.
It would be like 1.5 inches tall. It'd be a really nice sandwich.
Yeah.
And like that would sell, especially if it was paired with a soup restaurant. But if it was a restaurant and some people wanted to pour milk on that sandwich, I don't know that I could judge that because it might make it better. I don't know if I've ever tried pouring milk on a high quality grilled cheese sandwich.
Can I let you guys know the intellectual conversation we were having just before the two of you walked in the room? because
What was
because
it?
it was top notch.
No, we did Harry and Minix.
Yeah,
They're like,
Harry
like,
was
just-
talking about
they're
like balancing the grid with like super efficient such and such, and
Oh,
then made,
yeah, same
and then
thing,
made it
same
because like
thing.
society's gonna be fixed
Yeah,
by
but-
like the
okay.
yeah.
Okay, but we're still talking about the same thing. Like
But
society's
anyways,
gonna be
grilled
fixed by
cheese,
Bitcoin.
it's exactly the
Obviously,
same thing,
society's
Dave.
gonna be fixed by Bitcoin. But one of the things that Bitcoin will fix in society is the fact that everyone makes fucking bullshit sandwiches.
Yeah.
Especially grilled cheese sandwiches. They make it with not enough cheese. They do like it's like you're at a fancy place and they're like, okay, obviously it's bullshit to go to a restaurant and get a grilled cheese sandwich. 'cause
Say
anyone can
more.
do that.
It's
But
good.
you go to these places and they're like, we had a 3 cheese grilled cheese sandwich, and you're like, oh my god, you got fucking 3 cheeses? You guys went to Superstore? You got a regular cheese and then some other lesser cheeses.
I
But
can literally hear the Bitcoiners logging off of this stream right
Yeah.
now.
Well, yeah,
My-
but
my-
it's
my
middle of the night,
father-
man. We're ranting about grilled cheese.
That's
now.
true.
My father died in Vietnam for those days, so I can relate. And I think it's also very important. Viewers at home.
There's none left.
Yeah, all 0 viewers of you at home. It's exciting to announce Dave is a proud member of the LGBTQ community.
LGBTQ cheese community.
Until he found out the Q does not stand for QAnon. And then he left the community and just started doing guys because he thought it'd be more inclusive. I mean, not in like no malicious way, but just like a loving way.
Yeah.
Like kind of like a, have you ever had like a grilled cheese that you like just do? That's what Dave does with guys.
I was waiting for like an add-on.
Yeah, I mean, you're not gonna find like a good comedic punchline at this time of the night, Ben.
Yeah.
You will find grotesque punchlines. There's hot girls taking her pictures.
There is. Well,
is that your wife?
that's
God.
not my wife, but there's tits.
Do you want that to be your wife?
I mean, I've got a wife.
Are they leaving?
What?
I don't know. I don't know what happened.
But no, just telepathically communicating what Dave wants to say right now. Your wife is hot, and how?
Thank you.
Thank you. How do you feel about that? Being you,
I feel confident in the fact that I understand she's hot enough that had she wanted to leave me at any point, she could have, but she hasn't in quite a long time.
dude. Stockholm syndrome, bro.
Yes.
Pretty good.
Stockholm syndrome, ladies and gentlemen. Use it.
Yeah. Like I'm not saying fucking look at me. Like I'm no prize, and so like if she hasn't bailed by now.
But you've been bringing her to Bitcoin conferences for a while. And
Yeah.
she's still here. Like,
Yeah. Well, I mean,
you're like,
I think that's part of my ploy though, because I just inject her in a bunch of situations with completely undesirable males. She's like, man, the dating pool's so awful. I can't handle this at all. Thank God I have Ben, regardless of his hair. Like she tolerates a lot more when she sees how bad it could be. I just can't expose her to any like
That's a good move,
hot dudes.
And speaking of which, have you told her? I mean, based on the roast and what I learned, have you told her that you're a homosexual?
Well, I mean, I'm waiting to break it to her, like my co-host of my Thursday show, who's clearly
the Thursday show.
Yeah, the
Thank
Thursday
you for
show.
Name dropping a fucking day of the week here. Ben.
I mean, the Thursday show is just like, at least I'm doing the Thursday show curiously out of the house, away from the studio.
I love that.
So you know,
That's Epstein stuff right there.
It's just code name for like S&D all day long, all Thursday evening.
S&D.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
But I know what Thursday means.
that sounds gay,
Dave,
honestly, the S&D thing.
have you ever eaten grilled cheese on a Thursday?
Oh, fuck,
Speaking
man.
of the topic,
That's a big question, but no. I
Never.
hold my grilled cheese for the weekend.
is it in your pocket or
pocket cheese?
I'm not gonna.
Pocket
I'm not
cheese?
gonna. I'm not gonna answer that honestly. Like
Please the
sometimes
fifth.
maybe, but like no.
You're-
honestly, officially, no.
You're not being prosecuted.
There-
Like nobody sees you as Trump right now.
There is. I almost never make a 7 cheese grilled cheese sandwich and put it in my pocket and you eat it later.
Yeah, almost.
And that leads us to our next point, ladies and gentlemen. Buy Bitcoin. It secures your future and destabilizes your past.
Yes.
And Klaus Schwab, he is no longer the leader of the World Economic Forum. So Bitcoin, ladies and gentlemen, is the moral of the
Was there an
story.
email about that or something?
I think if you go to email.com/gov.ca, you'll be able to sign up for the email list of
What is a forward slash?
BTC Sessions.
Yes.
.com/gov/undercover agent
/Trudeau
/white streak in his hair /stillrollerblades.com.
You guys know what though? I had a moment in my life where I was like nobody really likes Trudeau, obviously. But we like I was launching in that direction for a little bit, just because.
Really,
to be perfectly honest, Sophie Trudeau is hot, and I was gonna go for it, and I still might, but like,
you could succeed.
but I feel like it's like it's a little bit too late now, but not entirely too late.
no, he's still
Yeah.
good. Do you guys know about Justin Trudeau's brother?
Yes.
Kyle? Yeah, we
Yes,
fucking love
we
Kyle.
know
yeah.
Kyle.
So I was in a. Do y'all know the film the Pandemic series?
We do.
Oh yeah.
So one of my best friends in Austin, Mickey Willis, he's a filmmaker of the Pandemic series. So this was last June. I was at the film premiere. Cool. Pandemic 3 plays amazing. And then after the film, like, mingling, talking to a lot of people. Then this fucking hippie haired dude, long beard, like Kennedy 2024 hat comes up way too much eye contact, talking way too close to my face. He comes up, like, JP, I love your stuff. I'm like, awesome, dude. and in the conversation, I'm like, yeah, dude, I kind of hope like those guys like Bill Gates and Trudeau die. He's like, oh, yeah, Trudeau's my brother. And I didn't believe him. Then this whole horde of other people around him like, yeah, JP, that's actually his brother. I'm like, dude, what the fuck happened? And this guy, he's sweetest guy, such a salt of the earth.
Yeah.
Trudeau's brother. You said Kyle?
Kyle Kemper.
Kyle what?
Kemper.
Kemper. Why does he have a different last name?
He's
Is
like a
he not
half-brother.
Castro's?
Yeah, I don't know.
He's like
They have the same mom.
yeah.
So Castro didn't.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
But
Really? Are we getting this? That's crazy.
but the
Colin,
Colin.
you've stumbled into something
For real.
insidious.
Colin,
Innocent boy.
Colin has an MBA and he's from Vancouver.
So I don't understand.
And
stuff.
that,
He's
it's
from
horrible, and
Vancouver.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
may I say Kinishiwa? But Trudeau's brother, the fucking best guy ever. And I'm just like, dude, what happened to your brother? And he had the sweetest thing. He's just like, dude, he got corrupted by power. I pray for him every day. And I'm like, dude, I pray for the
I
tyrants
have to tell you
too.
what, I met this guy last summer. This is an anecdotal thing. This guy was a pilot for WestJet, and he's like 40 or something. which
Potentially
is-
on strike right now.
makes
Dude,
well, the mechanics were on
WestJet's
strike.
crushing it.
And so this guy, I can't remember his name.
Say
But,
more about his name that you
well,
can't remember.
It's important that I'm conveying this story with no other details and
No,
nothing supporting this. But
it's a good story so far.
Yeah, I mean, well, I tell you what, it's gonna get really good really soon.
So do you like mayonnaise? How much do you like mayonnaise?
So I mean,
Peanut butter and mayonnaise sandwiches?
I'll tell you what. You know what? I've never eaten mayonnaise.
Got him.
Like, no, honestly, like
Got him.
you can.
No,
like,
we believe you, Dave.
I mean,
Just
no, it's
go
not that
on.
it's not that I don't mayonnaise. Like sometimes
No,
I
no,
love
like-
grapes, and I sometimes eat grapes.
But
and there's
you
like,
other
No,
like a handful of mayonnaise.
you're,
and grapes,
you're
and
being
then you eat them.
defensive right now. If you want to say more about the other thing.
But
I feel like this
I'm
is
going
like
back. Okay,
this is
you
next
guys-
level to the roast.
You guys, you fucking guys. I'm talking about nothing about mayonnaise.
Yeah.
I'll
Shut
shut
up! I need to
I'm
talk
not talking about how
groceries.
much mayonnaise I eat. I eat a lot of mayonnaise and grapes, but like I'm talking about a whole story that I'm trying to convey here. And this guy,
and it connects.
yeah, this
Go
guy
ahead.
that I met like a
Don't
some
get
time ago.
defensive though.
So this guy told me the story where he was, and his age makes sense. He was a bouncer with Trudeau at a bar, and it's fucked that Trudeau was a bouncer at a bar because that makes
Really?
sense.
Trudeau was a
yeah.
bouncer.
He was a
Well,
That
bouncer.
doesn't make
you were
any
a
sense.
dancer,
In
so I
in
think
Whistler.
a lot of things are possible now.
Really?
Yeah, but I mean, me as a dancer, look at me. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean,
Trudeau as a
retrospect,
bouncer,
yes.
Okay.
it's like
If somebody was like Trudeau was a dancer, I'd be like, okay, cool.
yeah.
Trudeau's
like,
makes
got to
sense.
be about 5'10".
Nobody really cares how tall
Yeah.
Trudeau
Yeah.
is. Like honestly, Trudeau
The
can't.
fight in the dog isn't there, is that what you're saying?
Well, like nobody wants to fucking fight Trudeau. Like that guy would.
Well,
That guy would bite your neck out.
I
But, like
honestly, I
I'd
wouldn't mind
love to
fighting
fight
them.
Trudeau.
I would
actually.
do it too, but like realistically, like Trudeau
It's
is
actually,
good.
that's the person I most like to fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it'd be a fight because my experience, as you guys know, based on like I used to be a doctor because I
I
identified
also
as
used
such.
to be a doctor.
Well, cheers. So
To
based
all the
on,
doctors in the room.
based on the
I was
medical
never a doctor.
records,
I made that up entirely.
Yeah.
But
Trudeau, we all know he's not only the kind of guy that already has his penis cut off, but every 3 months he gets another one sewn on just so he can cut that one off too, so he can be even less of a man. So I would think out of all the bouncers you'd face, that's the
He's
gal.
deadly. He's
That's
so
the
good.
gal you would
That's
want to
so
face.
good.
oh my god! You know what though?
Can I stream from your channel now that mine doesn't exist?
Bro, I don't say this shit on my channel.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What are you, irresponsible?
Yeah, yes. So I'm gonna need to start posting tutorials on
I mean,
Awaken with JP.
I'm the CEO of a company. I'm here. It's fine.
motherfucker.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so
It's
for real
so
though,
good, though.
this guy told me
Yeah,
a
this'll
story,
be good.
and I don't know how real this is, but he
Yeah,
said
probably real.
You're still talking.
No, I'm gonna go with it.
Yeah,
this guy
he's got
said
a hat on.
he was a bouncer with Trudeau in Whistler,
Yeah.
Makes
and
sense.
there was only 2 bouncers at this bar, and that would be like, it can't be that rough of a bar, obviously.
Yeah.
But that said, this guy said he got his ass kicked one time because Trudeau was the other bouncer there, and Trudeau was fucking some guy in the bathroom. Or I mean, he said I don't know if he said fucking someone. I assumed some guy.
Yeah,
And
that's
so-
a safe assumption, actually.
This guy got his ass kicked because he didn't have any backup because Trudeau just like fucked right off. And this is all anecdotal, but like we can probably assume it's true because we like that story.
Yeah, I do enjoy that story.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably not realistic that Trudeau was not gay and helped with a fight.
Yeah,
I don't think that he helped with any physical fight ever. To be
Yeah,
honest. It doesn't add up.
I love that. I hate Trudeau. That checks out to me.
I'll tell you what. You can repeat that story as if it's your own, and you can just assume it's all true.
He won't.
I like
but let's continue, JP.
And yeah, could you tell us more about the Special Olympics in Beijing in 2020? What was that like when John Cena was coaching your basketball team?
Nobody could see us. It was, we're invisible.
Yeah.
According to you guys. And then what happened?
This is the worst stream ever.
No, it's actually.
This is true.
I mean,
That's true.
then what happened is like the most hilarious prompt.
Yeah.
But it was nothing to do with Trudeau or getting beat up in a bar in Whistler. But honestly, and then what happened was he stole all our money.
He does that.
He stole a lot of our money.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, almost all of it. In fact.
Yeah, he
Trudeau's a
printed
good
an
guy.
unlimited amount of money and then spent it on whatever he wants.
He's very good at that. Yeah.
And honestly, now we're here somehow.
Yeah.
Dave, earlier you were telling me a story. You said, don't tell Ben, Colin, about this story when you met with Trudeau and Xi Jinping after the 2020 Olympics.
I remember
mixed that
this.
up. That was the time I said, don't tell Ben about the time I met with Lisa.
Oh shit.
But also,
you promised at the end of the roast you wouldn't steal my wife for now.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't.
Are we
For now.
For now.
Are we able to try to steal?
I mean,
everyone's able to
everybody's
try.
tried.
Love is a battlefield.
Can you answer a question?
Yes, is there a question
Yeah.
here?
So I saw it
Is this
out
poison?
there. So
Is it playing out there?
yeah, well on the screen. and
Oh,
you can
shit,
see
it's
all
on the screen.
comments on
Oh,
the questions.
Could
And I was
you
thinking,
pour
you
me
guys
a little
should have
of that
some-
tough
you should
guy?
have a
Hot
screen
beer.
here.
Yeah.
So you
Hot
can see the
Tula?
comments and
Yeah.
the questions because they said. So this was really funny. They said JP is totally seducing. BTC sessions RN.
No.
Shit.
What? Would they think? What?
Oh, you're strong.
Like
Your hands are so strong.
Like
Sexually?
sexually?
Oh no.
No.
Oh, shit.
I don't.
Literally nothing
I
could
can't
be
resist the texting.
easier.
I would
from the
never.
truth.
I do want to fuck you, but I would never do that to Ben.
Is this a Bitcoin viral moment?
Question for JP.
We have questions.
Okay, this question.
Is there really anybody on there
That's
asking
up here.
questions?
I'm telling you, that's why I came in here.
Thank you
Really?
so much.
Oh shit.
This is sweet.
This ruins your
That's
career.
all you
It's
did.
sweet. It's ruins your career. It's your channel, fuckers.
2,300 people watching.
Really?
Yes.
I thought you
Oh,
were a
shit.
piece of shit. I I didn't realize Ben had this many.
Lisa, when you're watching this back, this is a clip that you should probably,
play this clip.
Yeah.
I would have been way more charming.
Yeah.
Say more.
All right, let's
Question
go.
for JP if you want to repeat it.
Let's do it.
If you want
Let's
to
do it. Yeah,
answer the question for
Are
JP.
you more popular since you became a Bitcoiner and a Christian?
Okay, so JP,
Why are you asking?
okay. Nobody can hear what Heather's saying. Are you more popular since you became a Bitcoiner and a Christian?
Yes, I am more popular since I became a Bitcoiner and a Christian, but not because I've become a Bitcoiner and a Christian, but because I got divorced.
Oh, that's deep.
What do you mean?
By what I mean by that feels
That's
dark.
super dark.
Yeah, it feels like that's like a conversation.
That's so dark.
So long story short, I would like to say once I became a Bitcoiner and a Christian, I mostly became a Scientologist.
There we go.
And based on powers of Tom Cruise, John Travolta, and the rest of the Scientology
Cabal?
Scientology
cabal.
church
Yeah.
that murders the other people,
Yeah.
they've kind of propped me up.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But have you ever been murdered?
I've been murdered a few times. My
You seem to be getting stronger each time, though.
it feels like it.
Yeah.
You know, just like my powers grow
Yeah.
as the murders happen. So, have I become? Since I've become a Bitcoiner, I would like to state for the record, I've also become very pro Ethereum, Dogecoin. What
Losing
are
all of them.
some of the
People
other
are
dumb ones?
logging off of each coin.
What are the other dumb ones that have lost you money? I am pro that.
Solana's huge.
Dude, Solana.
You should buy some of that, man.
I sold my son's college education for Solana.
Honestly, I had that whole video about Ben at the Litecoin conference, but he's not into that shit anymore.
Yeah.
All right.
So you should probably just drop all that stuff if you're trying to really.
I put all my Bitcoin into Solana and vanilla ice CDs.
Yeah. Vanilla ICO.
You deflected with comedy.
And also Christian. I do believe the number one problem in the world is a disconnection from God. I don't care what your religion is, but get connected to God. Corruption and other religions.
But
wow, this one makes you say
honestly-
words differently.
Do you honestly think, JP, do you honestly think your connection with God helps you pick up more guys?
Say more about how you feel about yourself with that question, Dave. I do. So you said Christian. Say that one more time. I gotta take that in.
But faster.
Yeah. Do you honestly feel like your connection with God helps you pick up more men?
I do. I feel. We all know God was a man.
I feel trapped.
Jesus
right here
was a
in the
man.
middle of this conversation here.
What I want to
no,
say
he's
about
both.
Dave Bradley at this point. Dave has said many times if the poop hits the fan because he disbelieved in God enough that he allowed communists to rule the world, which he just thought was going to happen, but he allowed it to happen. David said he wants to become some kind of warlord, which I'm okay with because the world has never seen a warlord with Down syndrome before, which I think would be kind of cool. The first warlord dressed as John Cena, eating mayonnaise out of jars, thinking it's peanut butter, eating pickles, thinking they're fucking cat food. I think if you ever take over the world, Dave, you would think you were the best guy for the job.
Yeah, but JP, is any of that an insult? Because honestly, I don't eat mayonnaise from a jar, honestly, because I don't own any jars. but if I did, I might eat mayonnaise from them. And like, I have maybe a couple extra.
Do you want to maybe talk to me
23rd
about this
chromosomes?
before you start having this conversation in public?
I have a retort. But
We
go ahead.
could just have a private conversation
Colin,
first.
this is embarrassing.
Yeah, Colin, I would like to say I'm seeing two of
He's
Dave
in my
right now,
custody.
so I don't trust either of them.
I thought it was a good idea to bring a camera and plug in my laptop and do a post. do a it was so stupid. That's the most sense I've heard out of a single person.
This is the A content.
I thought this was a great idea. I was like, you know what's going to be so great? Coming together with a bunch of Bitcoiners after the Bitcoin rodeo when we've had so much booze.
None of that will change Dave's autism, though. Oh, sorry, Down syndrome. That's more specific.
Yeah. I thought that Colin was like just going to completely rebut the idea. But I mean, like, how do you feel I'm doing, Colin?
I think you're actually doing excellent. You know, despite all of the videos that we had out there, like first of all, my roast is about doing no content, and I saw that honestly, you're a man of steel because your life is so goddamn embarrassing. That the fact that you'd even ask for a roast,
I didn't ask for it. I showed up. They're like, they were like, we're doing. I was like, I guess I'm here.
When those dance videos came up, I honestly they're produced by AI. First, I was like, there's no way.
Tell me you don't eat grilled cheese in that picture.
Oh my god!
I fucking love grilled cheese.
In that picture, don't scroll
This
too
is the
much.
face of I love grilled cheese.
You could be
my homie with an extra chromie. Of course, he loves
that
grilled
picture.
cheese.
You could be actively eating grilled cheese. But anybody does.
Okay, but
Oh,
to be
man.
perfectly honest, like, who the fuck doesn't love grilled cheese?
I mean,
It's a great sandwich.
It's
Yeah.
one of the best grilled sandwiches.
No, for me, it's
especially-
seasonal.
Especially the cheese ones, but like
It's gotta be.
when
it's gotta
is
be,
cheese in season?
It's like grilled cheese. Gotta be. It's gotta be cold.
Yeah, but
Maybe
honestly,
fall.
man, like nobody cares what MBAs have to think about grilled cheese. Like, it's not like you can't just take all your learnings from school and apply it to its.
No, I'm
sandwich.
saying that food has a season.
Yeah, okay, gentlemen,
Right.
can I just like I'm having flashbacks of the moment. There was a time in the 2021 bull run where I was like, cool, I'll have like all of these
Grilled
epic people on and a grilled cheese, and the show was. I had been off for a couple of weeks and I came back and I was like, you know, it'd be the dream show. And I listed out a bunch of guests and somehow Twitter made it happen. There's a point to this story. I'll get to it. But my list of guests was Michael Saylor, Jeff Booth, Preston Pish, American Hoddle, and who was the last one? I'm totally.
But honestly, what did they think about grilled cheese?
Yeah. Here's just so you know.
What is that?
A slightly boring list. I mean, where we
Nonetheless,
going with this?
despite what I've just glimpsed upon,
What did you see, Ben?
we're going
rattled by what he saw. I
we're
love
going to
that.
continue, and so I had this all-star panel of people, and what happened was it started great. It started really good, and everybody's fantastic, and then as the night went on, it got a little bit more disjointed, and then Saylor was like, cool, peace out. And then Preston was like, I can't stay for 7 hours. And then gradually everybody cycled out. And at the end of the evening, what I ended with was Matt Odell screaming at Bitcoin Tina for being a fucking bear for having a price prediction that was sub $300,000 for 2021. And in the midst of it, American Hoddle
compelling.
was this close
Right
to
now.
his camera eating a ham sandwich. and I'm getting those
Followers you
vibes
have,
right
actually,
now.
Okay, but hang on.
Yeah.
Was there cheese on the sandwich?
I think there was ham and cheese.
Okay, so it says
So this is the
it would
same
be
thing.
a spit roast if JP gets his way.
I don't know.
What does that mean? Like
I
you
don't
said,
know.
with who?
There-
Like,
there was-
there's fucking 4 of us here. If it's a spit roast,
The math
one's
is
left
not
out.
there.
No.
Do you know? Is it possible to get another old fashioned?
Or like a beer or something.
Yeah,
Oh.
like,
What?
I like your open
Beer or
mind.
old?
Thank you.
I feel okay. You know what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna say that
My
we're-
card's still up there.
we're
If someone wants to.
well,
We're doing last call or whatever.
yeah. What we're gonna do is we're gonna round out because we got to break this shit down,
But also, people are thirsty.
and we're all thirsty.
Okay, why don't you guys have a point?
And
Do
Like,
we
why don't
do?
you why don't you
yeah,
do a
yeah. Heather,
wrap up then?
Heather's like, guys, get on fucking point.
Do we
Can
wanna-
guys have a point to fucking end here?
Do we want to get on point with the roast of Ben Perrin?
Well,
Oh
why don't you
Jesus,
I
guys
think
do
the
we?
best
Yeah.
point would be like
Go
full
and say
beers.
something.
And
Say
let's
something
go.
in closing. Everybody
And
say
Something in closing.
but-
Heather's really corralling us into being responsible here. I feel like that's not
What's
the
that
vibe
mean?
though. So like
You're
we're just
responsible.
we're just
First of all, okay.
Oh, I don't care if you're responsible.
So what I'm hearing is you're not going to help us get beer. I will get this.
no,
pro-
no, no, no,
You're
no,
not
Colin.
leaving. You're not leaving.
Colin, you need to have a final thought here.
Yeah,
Is- Here's
But-
here's
Put it on,
But
put it
but
up.
then
There's no
get
final
the beer.
thought.
Come on,
Yeah.
something good for
Yeah.
fuck's sake.
we're gonna
no.
end here. I'm gonna say everybody gets their last word, and then I'm gonna log the fuck out because I'm not gonna host this anymore. I need to have a beverage and just
Well,
shut
That's
up.
why I was trying to
Yeah.
call it.
So
that's what I'm
Colin,
trying to have.
Colin, shut up and tell me your final thought for fuck's sakes.
Colin, you fucking
Damn.
God damn it, Colin. Give me a final thought. End the show.
You're so gay. Just quit be gay.
I think
Colin.
that was the big question. Was like, how
no.
gay is anyone on the mic right now? And I will
Mostly
say
just
that
you.
what is most important is, are you more gay or more DS?
What does that mean?
And I think Dave
I
wins the
know.
DS competition. At any rate, this has been an amazing time.
It doesn't matter.
Don't worry about it.
It doesn't matter.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, Down syndrome.
The lady is indeed reading your comments.
I'm pretty sure DS is Down syndrome. Dave.
That makes so much sense. Okay, continue.
I mean,
Okay.
like, you know.
Basketball. You know, that kind of thing. Go
And
ahead,
it was
Colin.
really, it was really funny where everyone is like,
you're
I
so
don't know
smart.
who you are. It's like, yeah, I'm a working CEO. We have people who are like literally influencers, whatever. I do things. Well, I'm not trying to give people anything. I'm just trying to get people beer.
What's your message over the way out? What's your message?
Find truth.
Okay.
Fine truth. Okay,
Colin,
that's good.
Colin is mostly autistic.
Yes.
And
That was
I
good.
just want to I want to applaud you for doing Rain Man. You did so good.
It was so, okay. So find truth. Tell us how to cook a grilled cheese.
How to cook a grilled cheese? That's a long question,
Ah,
honestly.
fuck's sake.
So it's important because okay,
Colin, go get beer.
So you guys, what you gotta do if you're cooking a grilled cheese, honestly, you gotta have a pan or a flat top that's heated up really nice, like a cast iron's ideal. And if you don't have a cast iron pan, like rethink your whole life. But if you do have a cast iron pan and you also own bread, then you're in the realm. You can cook a grilled cheese if you have bread in a cast iron pan and cheese, obviously. So what you do is you take some tallow, which you should obviously have, spread it on the outside of the bread. The outside would be the part that you're not going to eat, and put it down on the cast iron pan. Let it heat up a bit. Then you put your first cheese on there. You let it melt a bit. Then you put your second cheese on there. You let it melt a bit. Then you put your third cheese on there. You let it melt a bit. Then you put your fourth cheese on there. Your fourth
With each cheese,
has to be
I'm losing a sponsor with every cheese.
Your fucking fourth cheese
I might
has.
even get a cheese
You're,
ball.
you're, no, you're,
coldwallet.com
Fuck you
is
guys. You're-
dropping off.
This is amateur shit.
Okay, fourth cheese.
You put your fourth cheese on there. It's got to be a salty Italian cheese for the fourth one, obviously, right? It adds some zest to the whole thing. The fifth, sixth, and seventh cheese are up for, like, you can do whatever you want with the fifth, sixth, and seventh cheese.
Okay.
They got to be on there.
Okay.
And then what you do, you got all those on there. You got them melting a bit. Maybe because you have so many cheeses.
Keep telling me about
on
cheese.
there.
Yes.
You might have to put a bit of a. You might have to put a top on the pan to get it to melt a bit more. And then you can take another piece of bread.
Oh God! Oh, good job.
Put some tallow on there.
We're doing it.
And then you take
over.
You take that tallow.
Hey, here you go.
Yeah. Keep. I think we're fifth cheese deep.
We're fucking 7 cheese
Oh
deep.
shit!
You're on the second bread. You take the second bread. You put some tallow on there. You put that shit in the pan. They're both roasting in there in the pan. After the second piece of bread has roasted a bit with the tallow, then you can take it on, put it back onto the top of the first piece of bread with the 7 cheeses, and then you let it melt into that for just a second, and then you fucking flip it.
That's
really good, Dave.
I'm so happy.
And then you get a little bit of dill, you sprinkle in there, and you just let it
JP,
roast
can
for a
we?
second. You can get the real cheese at this point.
JP, can you insult me for a while?
Yeah,
He said, "Don't worry, bro. I'll sponsor you next week."
Okay, is this a cheese company? I hope so.
I mean, first of all, I wish Dave would have taken a little longer and whatever that was.
Honestly, guys, I could have gotten a lot deeper on the grilled cheeses.
Oh, we know.
And you guys are full of shit. You've never had a real grilled cheese. Honestly.
No, we feel you. I've never seen anybody take longer to say less. I feel you in your pain, in your
This is childhood trauma coming through.
LGBTQ cheese.
You know,
but
can I make a comment?
Please. Grilled cheese is not
because when
inherently
you
gay.
described
I agree.
Dave earlier, you said that he was like Brokeback Mountain meets blockchain.
No, he said that about Dave.
Yeah,
yeah,
Dave.
yeah. JP said that,
Yeah.
and I was like,
JP.
the shocking part is actually gayer when you combine the two.
Yeah.
What, like
the blockchain and
yeah.
it's like, how? But yes,
But it's kind of unfair to call me blockchain.
Yeah.
Weren't you also the head of the blockchain consortium for quite some time?
Well, yeah, but since then I'm really like to make grilled cheese.
Cheese was the saving grace. Yes.
So, in the name of Ben trying to save his YouTube channel, wow, my words are not necessarily English at this point. But I will say,
I mean, we are a multilingual country, so I mean, we do have French here. I think I don't know French, but I'll assume that was French.
There's
what's your name?
Colin, I got
Heather.
it's 2,200 groupies for me, and that's about
that makes sense.
Heather,
Some other
how many
people,
live viewers we have right now?
It says 2420.
All right. What I want to say to you, 2420 is that fucking made up number. I just want to say I have so much respect for Ben. And
why did you wink about
I don't know.
I didn't
I
know.
didn't see that.
I didn't know you could see my wink.
Only one.
Ben couldn't see it. So I just want to
Social
say
cues.
I have so much respect for Ben. And you know, I just want to say, like, shout out to the Canadian government. His hair looks like it was mandated by Trudeau.
Yes.
He's the most obedient guy ever. Also, from what I understand, I've hung out with Ben for weeks, and then we went camping, rock climbing. We have
Rode a moose. Actually,
we rode meese.
There are many.
We've kayaked, and occasionally in small mountain spots in Banff, we've gone into hair salons, and Ben's walked in and said, give me the lesbian softball player, and they give it right to him. Let's see if we can rehash any of this other shit.
That's super accurate. I do say that.
Ben is fucking obviously he's like great at softball.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
and I'm clearly a lesbian.
And I would also like to say, Ben looks like the kind of guy that puts milk on sandwiches.
I do that. I don't know. I still don't know what that means, but it's a thing that was said.
Well, I was gonna fucking get there on the grilled cheese shit because if you flip it twice, pour a bit of milk on each side, flip them again.
You're getting angry. It's okay.
It's okay. I know grilled cheese are a sore too. We'll move past it.
You guys are just assholes if you've never had such a good grilled
Ben,
cheese.
could we debrief it a little bit? How's it feel to you, knowing your career, your online presence is not ruined?
Is now ruined. It is ruined. I mean, it's
No, but how's it feel?
How's it feel?
Please be in your heart.
Sorry, you were
you
so drunk that you
fuck.
said not ruined.
Oh, not drunk. I mean heartfelt.
Oh, okay.
From the medicine of the beer.
Okay, cool. Well, I kind of mostly expected this to happen much earlier, to be honest.
That's fair.
You know, like no, the fact that everything is all over. And so, you know, as everybody begins logging out from this stream to never return again, I just wanted to say that this was expected. You know, it's been a great marriage to Lisa. She's a wonderful woman. I hope she finds a much better man. I think that's probably going to end up being Dave. He said that he wouldn't hit on my wife for now.
No,
I think that time is over.
Yeah, he would.
Yeah, it's happening. And so anyways, my children they're very sweet. I'll let you know what their bedtime routines are. Other than that,
Are you like a Epstein of fucking Mr. Rogers?
Yeah.
Like, why would you let us know what your children's?
well, I mean, like it's all over, man. It's all over. This stream has just ended it all.
No, we want to save Ben's. We want to save Ben's YouTube career. So I just want to say, vaccines kill people.
This stream.
Guns are great. What else? Oh, climate change is fake.
Vaccines don't kill people.
Fuck you, YouTube.
Yeah,
Ben.
It's all great.
Everything's
So
been banned now.
I think I'm gonna,
Now it's actually over.
Yeah, I'm gonna put a
But,
bow on it now.
You know, truth
So
is hard to get.
yeah. So what I'm gonna say
Where
is
did we lose there?
this
Moderna.
was
Like 20
this was this was the after party of day one of the Bitcoin Rodeo. Gentlemen, I suppose thank you for being here. And yeah, thank everybody who actually tuned in. I don't know, Lord knows why you're still
There's
here.
no way there's anybody watching.
It can't be, right?
Is there?
This is like
There's
Twitter
numbers.
there's numbers that
It's
are
gonna
there.
be fake.
Numbers are not.
Yeah, it's between
It's cumulative.
it's
but-
between YouTube, Twitter, and Nostr and a few
but
other things.
if you weren't pretending to be Robert Breedlove right now, like what would your numbers actually be?
I have no idea.
Dude, that guy is
Really
jacked,
Oh, I know.
and he's good looking,
And he could
and
crush
he's
me.
way more knowledgeable.
Yeah, I know.
But
That was actually
I
my
know.
that
favorite.
guy is awesome.
Yeah.
How
JP,
do you feel about Robert?
That was my
Breedlove?
favorite part of the roast, by the way. The JP
Yeah, how
reference.
do
That
you
was
feel
really
about
good.
Robert
It
Breedlove?
didn't always. It didn't hit for everyone. I was like, that's the best part.
I mean, I got an invite to be on his pod. Should I go?
Yes.
Dude,
I
he's
mean,
great.
it's an honor for you.
I got.
for sure.
Yeah, it is.
Dude, based on how I feel,
Yeah.
Dave would fuck him.
Yeah.
A little
This is. I'm uninvited, but I'm going to send him this clip anyways. So. Oh no!
Oh,
Oh
the
no!
beast.
Oh no! Okay. Well, we're.
So, your final thoughts?
My final thoughts are: this was a mistake, but you know, living is learning, and we're gonna wrap it out. Heather, but there's
Like
a
an off button.
there's an
It's like
There's somewhere in the top right that says end stream. We're not going to do any sort of outro. There's not going to be